Introduction. A quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Every minority and every people has its share of opportunists, traitors, freeloaders, and escapists. What is the grift? A grifter, technically, is a con artist or a scammer. In other words, a hustler or a sellout. I define grifters as opportunists who shapeshift for personal gain to achieve proximity to power. Yes, there are grifters of every background in all political parties, but the black Republican grift is on an insidious rise. In the days after the Civil War, being a black Republican meant something vastly different than today. The pillars of black republicanism were a balanced critique of both political parties, civil rights for all Americans, reinventing an economy based on exploitation, and, most importantly, building thriving black communities. Contrary to today's historical myth making, President Abraham Lincoln and the Republican Party weren't steadfast supporters of black Americans. It was visionaries like Frederick Douglass, a formerly enslaved person, who disrupted the Grand Old Party, GOP, to achieve important victories for black citizens. Over time, the relentlessness of white supremacy and early prototypes of grifters unwound those victories. Political parties shifted. Once the party of enslavers, the Democratic Party, became the home of progressive reforms, and the Republican Party embraced bigotry. All the while, the black Republican grift deepened, growing more sinister. Today, a pernicious strain of black Republicans has seized influence by disregarding the interests of black voters for their advancement. The evolution of black Republicans from the party of Lincoln to the cult of Trump and their journey through emancipation, Reconstruction, segregation, integration, and to today are the subject of this book. Is every black Republican created equal? No. And not all black Republicans are grifters. Colin Powell, a 4-star U.S. Army general, spoke the truth about racism in the GOP, even when it hurt his political career. Many of the black Republicans during President Richard Nixon's era were sincerely invested in positive change for black communities and denounced white Republicans when promises weren't kept. Others are more complicated, and their trajectories are unique, like Madam Secretary Condoleezza Rice, an accomplished scholar, a former provost at Stanford University, who, like Powell, led American foreign policy at the highest level. But arguably, Rice contributed to the downward spiral of black republicanism by being an apologist for the GOP. This is not to say black people do not hold conservative views, regardless of their political party. While I may use conservative and Republican interchangeably, I have no intention of settling the debate over what it means to be a conservative. Many argue that although Powell was a Republican, he was not a true conservative. Others will say his temperament may not be typical of a hard-line conservative. When it came to the issues of the 1990s, like opposing President Bill Clinton, lifting the ban on gay people in the military, or leading the first war against Iraq, he was most definitely conservative. Even so, this is not a book about black voters. I am not examining black voters who own guns, express concerns about immigration policies, or have grown exhausted with Democrats. They are not grifters motivated by maintaining a congressional seat or lining their pockets. Furthermore, you can vote Democratic and still be conservative. Throughout my career, I've had personal encounters with grifters. When my Sirius XM radio show launched in November 2017, my first guest was a black Republican. I had hoped to engage with someone on the opposite side of the aisle. I had never heard of this person before the Trump era. Starting in 2015, he earned a reputation as a consistent defender of Trump on cable news and for going viral on social media. It didn't take long before I realized attempting a rational conversation was futile. He argued Trump was not racist and insisted that his tax bill would benefit the middle class. On social issues like same sex marriage, he remarked, "Sanctity of marriage is rooted in the Bible." In fact, according to him, the LGBTQ community had no place in the church whatsoever. If you want to change that, he asserted, don't be a part of that faith. He was a sincere Republican and had a record of working with the GOP, but I wasn't convinced that he believed his Trump talking points. He appeared to be reading from a script. Over the course of the interview, I was obviously talking to a fact-averse border wall built by Trump but originally constructed over decades of republicanism. There was no nuance or logic, but my guest had found a profitable grifting lane and basked in Twitter mentions from the 45th president. It was clear to me he was happy with the space he secured on cable news and that producers were elated to return the favor by giving him airtime because he was a black man willing to defend Trump. He was exactly what Republicans and a subset of news media craved. It was a gimmick that worked for a few years at least, and briefly made him a star in the clickbait world of punditry. My second guest was an openly gay black combat veteran. He couldn't be more different from the first guest. We were longtime acquaintances and mutually supported each other's projects over the years. Before coming on my Sirius XM show, he had recently appeared on CNN, blasting the Trump administration for attempting to ban transgender troops. On my airwaves, we engaged in the same discussion. He said about the administration, "They are coming for the trans people now. They could come for any of us next." He also called out how veterans are represented as always white, always male. After the interview, we sat down for lunch and traded horror stories about our various gigs. He was all over the media game for years, including a brief stint on reality television. But his career never took off. He congratulated me for landing a radio program at SiriusXM. In media, especially in 2017, there was only room for a few black voices. How are you different from your black colleagues who have similar talking points? What makes you special? Were questions I and so many others heard from white and black higher-ups. A few months later, he sent me a text message saying he wanted to return to SiriusXM to break some news. I was curious how he could break news, considering he wasn't well known enough for anyone to care about breaking news from him. He revealed he intended to come out as a conservative. I was scratching my head. This was a black gay man who handcuffed himself to the White House gate over the military's don't ask, don't tell policy, which banned troops from serving their country as openly gay. Later that year, when President Barack Obama repealed Don't Ask, Don't Tell, he talked about the joy he experienced shaking Obama's hand. This was a black gay man who was just on my show a few months before, condemning the Trump administration over their treatment of transgender soldiers. For all the years I had known him, I was unaware he supported Republican policies. Via text, I asked why he was coming out as a conservative. He replied in a message I still have. "You have to understand, from a consumer's perspective, it's far more interesting hearing different points of view and not just people agreeing with each other all the time in an echo chamber." I declined to bring him on the show. I didn't want any part of his coming out. If you're doing it for that reason, and it's not 1000% real, I told him, then it will backfire. I had no desire to participate in a verbal battle on air with someone I had known for years who was, in my opinion, now willing to transmogrify his beliefs in the hopes of appealing to a consumer's perspective. As someone who has worked in broadcasting and politics for years, I saw how he rationalized his decision. The road to success or stability for black journalists, commentators, and politicians is much longer if you are progressive. I've witnessed downtrodden colleagues pitch the idea of a miraculous conversion to republicanism, hoping their careers would soar, especially financially. Regardless of your credentials or degrees, after years of scrambling to find a foothold in politics or media, the temptation to sell one's soul is real. But there is a price to be paid for grifting. You must be willing to dishonor your community, regardless of facts and history. Grifting is a betrayal. Some people become political superstars, like South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Others, like former Trump sympathizer Omarosa Manigault Newman, go on the apology tour, or become a lying laughingstock like former NFL player Herschel Walker, an unsuccessful candidate for the U.S. Senate in Georgia. By May 2018, my former friend managed to have his coming out written up in a tabloid. His Twitter followers skyrocketed. He became a frequent guest on Fox News, and he was considered a prominent voice among black Trump supporters. With his transformation complete, I predict he will eventually run for political office, and GOP wallets will open up for his grift. I have since seen him and others labeled with slurs like Uncle Tom or claims that they are no longer black. While we are no longer friends, he did not cease to be black. It's important to stress that black Republicans should not be demonized as coons, Uncle Toms, or Oreos, all language that I reject. Being a Republican does not erase black identity. Denying their blackness dismisses and simplifies the threat. I prefer taking a cue from legendary author Zora Neale Hurston, all my skin folk ain't my kinfolk. In black communities, terms like house Negroes or having a plantation mentality are used to label people who are considered sellouts. It's important to explore the historical background of these terms and why they should not be used to describe someone on either side of the political aisle. During chattel slavery, when enslaved people were plotting a revolt, the prevailing fear wasn't just that the white enslaver would discover their plan. It was that another enslaved person would betray them. These fears had a strong basis in reality. In Richmond, Virginia, Gabriel Prosser was planning an uprising in an area where black people outnumbered whites. After months of preparation, Prosser hoped to end slavery in the Commonwealth by leading hundreds of armed enslaved people to take control of the Virginia State Armory and the Virginia State Capitol. The day the revolt was to take place, August 30th, 1800, two enslaved people told their white master, and it was all over. Prosser, his two brothers, and over 20 others were hanged. The reward for the two enslaved people who told their master, they were gifted freedom. 26 black people were killed and countless others probably tortured for two black men to be granted their freedom. Denmark Vesey, a free black man in Charleston, South Carolina, was inspired by the Haitian Revolution, which resulted in Haiti becoming the first black sovereign nation in 1804. In 1822, after over a year of strategizing with enslaved and free black people, the plan was to attack the Charleston Meeting Street Arsenal, retrieve the weapons, and sail a boat to Haiti. The uprising was foiled after two enslaved people, George Wilson and Joe LaRoche, warned their master. Wilson professed loyalty to his master and enjoyed an unimpeachable reputation among blacks and whites. An unimpeachable reputation. These betrayals are behind the accusations of plantation mentality or house Negro, the willingness to trade an unimpeachable reputation for the lives and freedoms of people who look like you. It's central that we do not lose track of the context that shaped these decisions. The enslaved people who sold out Denmark Vesey and Gabriel Prosser lived in a state of fear. They were controlled and weakened by a system that prevented them from seeing a future. That's why I nixed the notion that black Republicans have a slave mentality. To explain away current black Republican grifters as merely having a slave mentality minimizes their conscious and corrosive schemes for power. They are not trapped in a system of slavery. The fact that they are free to choose to act in ways that elevate themselves over the needs of the rest of their community is what makes them so vile, not enslaved. These terms have a parallel on the other side of the aisle. Black Republicans often spat Democratic plantation to flip the accusation back onto their opponents. This is equally disgusting. The language is not only wildly racist, but perverts the history of enslaved people in the United States. I am not calling for every black person to think alike or to vote Democratic, especially in local elections. Nor do I believe Democrats are above critique. The Democratic Party is not free of racist policies or supporters. Considering conservatism is evidenced in the ideological makeup of both major political parties. That said, as of January 2023, over 53 black men and women serve in the House of Representatives, 49 as Democrats. There is little to no diversity in the Republican Party. Currently, there isn't one black Republican woman and only 4 black Republican men. Burgess Owens of Utah, Byron Donalds of Florida, John James of Michigan, and Wesley Hunt of Texas are in the House of Representatives. The one and only black Republican woman to hold a seat in the House is Mia Love of Utah. She was voted out in 2018. In the U.S. Senate, Tim Scott of South Carolina is the only black Republican and only the 3rd black Republican in the Senate's history. The black Republicans of today, regardless of how much the GOP selectively references Frederick Douglass, are not what I call Douglass Republicans, leaders who placed black interests at the forefront, which required building and being held accountable within black communities. The black Republicans of today do not foster coalitions in black communities. Their building, whether in the Senate, the House of Representatives, or the media, is for the support of white conservatives, especially the white men who are power players in the GOP. As you will learn in this book, those who attempted to organize alliances with black communities suffered political consequences. Another distinction is that the original black Republicans fought for and supported policies that were race conscious or race specific. Today's black Republicans call for race neutral or colorblind legislation. Those who don't quickly lose power. There is no space for black people who strive to advance black interests in the GOP. As black Republican and former Oklahoma Representative J.C. Watt said once he was no longer in office, Republicans, conservatives, I think the issue on the right is that they do not allow an African American to be Republican, conservative, and black. They say you've got to be one or the other. And I think it's very difficult for African Americans to say, you expect me to denounce the experiences that I've had. The folks willing to denounce those experiences and take the grift as far as it goes stand to join the most influential and high-profile people in government or media. As Frederick Douglass remarked about Isaiah Montgomery, a trailblazing grifter who voted against black suffrage in 1890, others will be dazzled by the fame and probably imitate his bad example. Frederick Douglass was prophesizing. There is celebrity, money, reward, and for some, considerable power for those willing to exploit their own. While modern day black Republican grifters aren't primarily to blame for the party's demise or for white supremacy in politics, nor are they stronger than white anti blackness, they are enablers. Anyone upholding white supremacy is dangerous, especially if they reach a level of power. Justice Clarence Thomas is one of the most powerful black men in the country, a frightening thought for anyone concerned about voting rights, affirmative action, fair housing, criminal justice, the right to privacy, and other issues that affect marginalized communities. His ascension is astounding, and his rulings on the court have been downright treacherous. This black man on the Supreme Court, who replaced Thurgood Marshall, cemented his legacy as one of the most anti-civil rights justices on the nation's highest court. South Carolina Senator Tim Scott, currently the only black Republican in the U.S. Senate, is a case study in the opportunism of the grift. He will call on his blackness for leverage, but otherwise opposes issues important to most black communities: voting rights, healthcare, the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, and even the Commission on the January 6th insurrection. Yet his unimpeachable reputation will keep him in office. In 2021, Winsome Sears stayed the course by grifting to real power, with her only meaningful political experience being 2 years in the Virginia House of Delegates nearly 20 years ago. She became the first black woman elected lieutenant governor of Virginia. Her winning campaign? She posed with an AR-15 style rifle in a campaign ad and ranted that critical race theory teaches as soon as we see a white person, they are racist. She spread this erroneous claim without regard for the broader impact on public school education and teachers' safety. Not only was she applauded for daring to leave the plantation of ideology, but she won the election. Black Republican grifters are on the rise, while some, like YouTube stars, failed actors, and narcissistic rappers, can be dismissed as attention-seeking clowns. Others are charting a path to become the next protege of a high-ranking senator or a future Republican president, all under the lie that they are free thinkers. Truthfully, black voters are not as wedded to Democrats as pundits argue, especially considering the largest voting bloc is the non-voter. The Republican Party refuses to do the necessary work to gain black voters. If you presume Republican leaders care about black voters, instead, the party leaders bargain on remixed forms of the Southern strategy. The architects of the Southern strategy, mainly Barry Goldwater and Richard Nixon, relied on white politicians appealing to their constituents' irrational racism. Who knew that in 2024, not only white politicians, but also black politicians would be vehicles for Southern strategy tactics, like voter suppression denier, Senator Tim Scott, or Herschel Walker, who said before Congress that reparations are outside the teachings of Jesus Christ. These anti-black talking points have an epic history. Today's Republican Party is the cult of Trump, but also the party that welcomed racism long before Trump rose to political prominence. Compared to the black Republicans of today, black Democrats do markedly different work. Thankfully, this is not the Democratic Party of my father's generation. These are post-Obama Democrats: Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware, Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, Jamal Bowman of New York, and Cori Bush of Missouri are just a few who actively push for legislation that will lift all communities while keeping an eye on the nuances of black issues. They would make revolutionary black political figures like Frederick Douglass proud. The history of black Republicans has been forgotten and mangled by conservative pundits. Black and white who rant, black people used to be Republicans. In fact, the legacy of black republicanism in the spirit of Douglass has been distorted for decades by, as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, opportunists, traitors, freeloaders, and escapists. I would add grifters. Again, not all black Republicans are identical. Massachusetts Senator Edward William Brooke III, the third black U.S. Senator from 1967 to 1979, has nothing in common with Senator Tim Scott. Former Oklahoma Congressman J.C. Watts, who served from 1995 to 2003, cannot be compared to Florida Congressman Byron Donalds. The latter advocated overturning the 2020 election, which would have disenfranchised millions of black voters. There has been a tragic de-evolution of black Republicans. The grifters, among other things, provide cover for a political party with anti-blackness as a policy point. Black people can indeed be anti-black. Although operating differently from whites who are anti-black, anyone who holds the water for white supremacy is dangerous. If GOP politics were only a debate about tax cuts, big government, and how robust social safety nets should be, that would be a separate issue. But that's not where Republicanism is today. This is the party that worships in the cult of Trump. Is Trump a cult figure? Two survivors from the 1978 Jonestown Massacre under People's Temple leader Jim Jones told me so 3 months after the January 6, 2021 insurrection. In April 2021, Jonestown survivor Yolanda Williams said on my Sirius XM radio show, he, Donald Trump, is an impulsive liar just like Jim Jones. He's a control freak just like Jim Jones. She added, Jim Jones' spirit was right inside of Donald Trump. Another survivor, Leslie Wagner Wilson, who lost her mother and brother in Jonestown, said, what if there were social media in the time of People's Temple? How much damage could Jim Jones have done? Wagner Wilson hypothesized if Jim Jones ordered his people to storm the U.S. Capitol, they would have followed his orders, explaining that's how dedicated and loyal they were to Jim Jones, the same as Trump supporters. Yet, there's a crucial difference. The followers of Jim Jones were victims and vulnerable people who were brainwashed. While Trump is a cult figure, his followers are not brainwashed. They are willing participants, whether part of an insurrection or not, who condoned his behavior with a powerful tool, their vote. In Trump, they found their dear leader who spoke their language, a pattern that the GOP created over decades. Williams and Wagner Wilson pointed out a similar one-liner from Trump and Jones. In July 2020, Trump famously insisted, I've done more for black people than anyone. Williams recalled, when he said that, I said, Jim Jones, that's what he said to us. Characteristically, the Trump cult also makes grandiose claims, like another former NFL player, Jack Brewer, who said at the White House during Black History Month in 2022 that Trump was the first black president. Brewer suddenly became a Republican in the Trump era. By August 2020, the short-time Republican was speaking at the Republican National Convention, days after he was charged with insider trading by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. Black people in high places supporting white supremacy place our democracy in peril. As Ed Kilgore wrote for New York Magazine, the more black Republicans embrace the same candidates and causes as white racists, the more they become not just acceptable, but even preferable to other GOP candidates. For example, in 2020, Mark Robinson was campaigning to become the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. The former factory worker had gone viral on conservative media outlets for calling former First Lady Michelle Obama anti-American and stating that black Democratic voters were slaves. He also attacked black moviegoers for supporting the 2018 movie Black Panther. According to him, the character was created by an agnostic Jew and put to film by a satanic Marxist. Nonetheless, in the GOP primary, he was the only black man in the race and won by a landslide. In November 2020, Robinson won the general election against Democrat Yvonne Holley a black woman, and a four-term state representative for Raleigh's District 38 with 51% of the vote. An April 2022 survey revealed only 5% of black registered voters approved of his performance. His support among Republicans has only increased after anti-abortion rhetoric, his fight against critical race theory, and the assertion that there is no systemic racism. This toxic formula gives Robinson a shot at being governor of North Carolina, and others are following his lead at all levels of government. Black Republican grifters appeal to this constituency within the GOP, who are eager to feel reassured they're not racist. Anyone who challenges their position, especially other black people, is labeled the real racist for attacking independent thought. There is also planning within the GOP to grab black male voters. Steve Bannon, a former senior counselor to Trump who supported overturning the 2020 election, said at an event for Pennsylvania Republicans in November 2021, African American males are also another central part of our coalition. And you wait, we're going to get 50% of that vote in 2022. And once we do that, we can govern for 100 years. 50% is implausible, but garnering just 25% of black men in 2024 could reshape the Electoral College. Black Republicans are another hope to bait black men. Many of them are debasing themselves on YouTube, hoping to be discovered and become the next Candace Owens. Black people are not a monolith, but we must all be a monolith against white supremacy. With impending elections, there are political hacks savagely fighting for material gain as the country is tiptoeing closer to a dictatorship. Black voters, whether they were majority Republican in the 1800s or overwhelmingly Democratic today, are the moral voice of the electorate. Black voters have rescued this democracy many times, but today the fight isn't to save democracy, it's to save humanity. There are bad faith actors solely fighting for brutal individualism and a power grab. If this were the 1800s, I'd be a Republican. It's 2024 and I vote Democratic. But my loyalty isn't to a party. I back the party that defends the most vulnerable and attempts to right past wrongs. The words and actions of today's black Republican grifters suggest their aim is the opposite. There is a cruelty to conspiring with the enemy to politically hurt your own. They cannot be ignored as harmless buffoons, especially when only one political party embraces and finances liars, even when their con is front page news. They must be called out. In these trying times with an unscrupulous Republican Party, silence is complicity. In the pages ahead, their jaw-dropping scandals, bombastic rhetoric, and histories of dastardly deeds will be examined. Studying these figures and the descent of black republicanism allows us to expose the grift and emancipate our future. To quote Ida B. Wells, the way to right wrongs is to turn the light of truth upon them. Chapter 1. Douglass. A quote from Frederick Douglass on President Abraham Lincoln. He was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. The first Republican president, Abraham Lincoln, is considered one of the greatest presidents in American history. Scholars have built careers analyzing the legacy of the so-called Great Emancipator. The GOP often reminisces about returning to the good old days of the Party of Lincoln. One of the most beloved Republicans in history, General Colin Powell, said in 1995, I believe I can help the Party of Lincoln move once again close to the spirit of Lincoln. Lincoln is valorized as a great beacon of freedom, but let's be clear, Abraham Lincoln was not an abolitionist. He was a stone-cold politician. Without the black Republicans of the time, black people may not have seen freedom in 1865. As Chicago pastor Reverend Otis Moss III said, Lincoln had a position, but Frederick Douglass had the power. To unearth the spirit of righteous American political activism, black or white, for change, look not to Lincoln, but to Frederick Douglass. Oft ignored in the annals of history are Douglass Republicans, the black Republicans of the era, forcefully steering the 16th president into emancipation. Learning the origins of black republicanism is the first step in understanding the current state of the party. Douglass, who laid the groundwork for black political thought, and other black leaders who fought to end slavery represented an enduring vision of upward mobility. This platform included federal and race-conscious measures that enforced voting rights, fair wages, equal access to education, protection from white violence, and the economic rights of formerly enslaved people. Douglass, the most well-known black Republican of his era, is the blueprint of black republicanism that the current GOP debases. Douglass was born to a white father and an enslaved black mother, later becoming an abolitionist, orator, newspaper publisher, and author. Today's Republicans would call him a radical, communist, and anti-American, similar to what he heard from Democrats and some Republicans during his time. Amid constant death threats and living under a white terror that few of us could imagine, Douglass lampooned Lincoln when necessary and demanded equality. No amount of proximity to power was worth the price of his soul. If Frederick Douglass could be so courageous in the 19th century, it is despicable that today's Republicans, black and white, refuse to acknowledge the present danger of the majority of the Republican Party, which has been clear since the early days of the Southern strategy. When Powell or any other Republican calls for a return to the party of Lincoln, the genuine aspiration should be the party of Douglass. Douglass was the liberator. He was the emancipator. Any bit of freedom black people have achieved is always due to black lives being on the front lines. It's never been because presidents or delusional politicians suddenly had a come to black Jesus moment. For black folks in the 1860s, their war wasn't Democratic, Republican, or partisan politics. All parties have been swords in the souls of their communities. Their fight for freedom centered around strategic decisions that enabled them to battle for their right to exist. Frederick Douglass and black Republicans were the first progressives, a title that many of today's ahistorical black Republicans forget or willfully ignore. Abraham Lincoln and Frederick Douglass's history is nuanced. Douglass is often quoted for affirming comments about Lincoln, but much of their complicated history is ignored, minimizing the ways Douglass held Lincoln's feet to the fire. Above all else, Douglass understood that Lincoln was preeminently the white man's president entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. As an Illinois congressman, Lincoln supported and enforced the horrific Fugitive Slave Act, which became law on September 18, 1850. The law empowered U.S. Marshals, deputies, and white citizens to capture enslaved people who escaped. The legislation was so heinous that federal officials could go into free states, capture formerly enslaved people, and place them back in bondage. One of the many inhumane parts of the law was that people who were deemed runaway slaves, many of whom were wrongfully charged with the crime of seeking freedom, were denied a trial by jury. As a result, countless free black people, those who had never been enslaved, were kidnapped and accused of being runaways. Without a trial, they had no way to prove they were free, in many ways making slavery a federal and national policy. Supporting the Fugitive Slave Act is unforgivable, and Honest Abe would make it clear, in his own words, that he was a white supremacist. In 1858, in one of the 7 debates against incumbent Stephen Douglas for the Illinois U.S. Senate seat, he famously said, "I am not, nor ever have I been, in favor of bringing about in any way the social and political equality of the white and black races. that I am not, nor ever have been in favor of making voters or jurors of Negroes, nor of qualifying them to hold office, nor to intermarry with white people. And I will say, in addition to this, that there is a physical difference between the white and black races, which I believe will forever forbid the two races living together on terms of social and political equality, and inasmuch as they cannot so live, while they do remain together, there must be the position of superior and inferior. Here is where Lincoln proudly declares he is a white supremacist. I, as much as any other man, am in favor of having the superior position assigned to the white race. In future debates, Stephen Douglas would accuse Lincoln of flip-flopping on racial equality. But that same year, Lincoln also claimed he supported gradual emancipation, meaning people in bondage should not get total freedom for at least 100 years. In the America Lincoln imagined, black folks would have their first taste of freedom at some point in the 1950s. Lincoln would lose the Illinois Senate seat, which was elected by the state legislature. However, he was elected president in 1860. Many black Americans recognized the truth about Lincoln and were not happy with his victory. The weekly Anglo-African was one of the most popular black newspapers at the time, founded by abolitionist brothers Thomas Hamilton and Robert Hamilton. In a March 1860 issue, Thomas Hamilton wrote, "We have no hope from either of the political parties. We must rely on ourselves, the righteousness of our cause, and the advance of just sentiments among the great masses of the people." On the other hand, white abolitionist Oliver Johnson wrote, "It seems utterly preposterous to deny that Lincoln's election will indicate growth in the right direction." While this was prophetic, because slavery would end under his administration, Lincoln needed to be muscled in that direction. It was not by his own volition. Lincoln's priority was not liberating enslaved black people. In his first inaugural address in 1861, he promised slave states full enforcement of the Fugitive Slave Act, which was his attempt to prevent the march toward a civil war. Even though Lincoln upheld one of the most pro-white supremacist laws the country had ever seen, white Southerners were not satisfied. Lincoln's inability to satiate the white Southern elite's demand for a wholesale embrace of slavery is coupled with the fact that he issued the flaccid Emancipation Proclamation. After the attack and the ultimate fall of Fort Sumter in April 1861, which sparked the Civil War, Lincoln called on men to serve in the Union Army. Thousands heeded the call, including many black men inspired to fight for freedom. Adhering to the racist demands to keep the Army white, Lincoln refused to let black men serve in the Civil War, until it became clear that he could not win the war without the manpower of black soldiers. Black people knew that their freedom could only be won on the battlefield. The Anglo-African stated, "We are concerned in this fight, and our fate hangs upon its issues. The South must be subjugated, or we shall be enslaved. In aiding the federal government in whatever way we can, we are aiding to secure our own liberty, for this war can end only in the subjugation of the North or the South." Yet, despite the availability of black soldiers, Lincoln and his allies were reluctant. Secretary of War Simon Cameron wrote in 1861, "This department has no intention at the present to call into the service of the government any colored soldiers." Many white soldiers lost their limbs and lives in the name of stubborn loyalty to white supremacy. Some black people who had escaped the South hoping to enlist were sent back to their owners. Many Union generals gleefully returned enslaved people and even allowed enslavers to cross behind Union lines to retrieve their property. Other Union commanders had a bit of humanity and considered the enslaved people they came upon as contraband. While they were not freed, they weren't returned to their owners, but were allowed to work for the Union. By 1861, Douglas was so outraged by the president's handling of slavery that he called Lincoln the most powerful slave catcher in the country, according to historian David Blight. Even when Lincoln's generals attempted to do what was morally and strategically right, Lincoln refused. When Union General David Hunter, who once employed Harriet Tubman as a spy, an Army scout, issued a proclamation under martial law for slavery to be abolished in South Carolina, Florida, and Georgia, the alleged great emancipator revoked the order. On May 9th, 1862, Lincoln wrote, "I, Abraham Lincoln, President of the United States, proclaim and declare that the government of the United States had no knowledge, information, or belief of an intention on the part of General Hunter to issue such a proclamation, nor has it yet any authentic information that the document is genuine, and further, that neither General Hunter nor any other commander or person has been authorized by the government of the United States to make proclamations declaring the slaves of any state free, and that the supposed proclamation now in question, whether genuine or false, is altogether void, so far as respects such declaration." Frederick Douglass was incensed. He is quoted in Battle Cry of Freedom as saying, "To fight against slaveholders without fighting against slavery is but a half-hearted business and paralyzes the hands engaged in it. Fire must be met with water. War for the destruction of liberty must be met with war for the destruction of slavery." Lincoln had another vision in mind, compensated emancipation, which meant enslavers would receive reparations in the form of cash. Yes, reparations to slave owners, after which enslaved people would be deported to the Caribbean, Latin America, and parts of West Africa. He hoped if border states freed enslaved people, it would be an easier path to gradually end slavery. Republicans in 1862, with the support of Lincoln, voted to provide money to any state which may adopt gradual abolishment of slavery. They hoped to prevent border states like Missouri, Kentucky, Delaware, and Maryland from joining the Confederacy. The plan was a failure, and senators from border states refused. Compensated emancipation was rejected by whites who wanted to maintain their power. The turning point came after Lincoln realized his allegiance to maintaining a pure white military might lose him the war. Secretary of the Navy Gideon Welles said Lincoln told him that it was a military necessity, absolutely essential for the salvation of the Union, that we must free the slaves or be ourselves subdued. The slaves are undeniably an element of strength to those who have their service, and we must decide whether that element should be with us or against us. Lincoln finally admitted he needed black people to win the war, but he wouldn't move just yet. After a month of debate and compromise, on July 17, 1862, Congress passed the Second Confiscation Act, which would name Confederates as traitors, allow the permanent seizure of rebels' property, and most importantly, in the bill's 9th section, free all enslaved people of rebels. It was crucial legislation for black people and well-needed punishment for treasonous. But, according to historian Lerone Bennett Jr., Lincoln was flip-flopping on emancipation throughout July 1862. Lincoln threatened to veto the Second Confiscation Act because he believed permanent property confiscation violated the Constitution. Ohio Senator Benjamin Wade, a longtime abolitionist, warned if Lincoln vetoed the bill, it will be the saddest announcement that ever went out of the Capitol. Around this time, Adam S. Hill, Washington correspondent for the New York Tribune, reportedly told his managing editor that General James S. Wadsworth said the president was opposed to emancipation. Hill said, he, Wadsworth, says that the president is not with us. He has no anti-slavery instincts. He never heard him speak of anti-slavery men, otherwise than as radicals, abolitionists, and of the nigger question he frequently speaks. After changes to the Second Confiscation Act were made to give more leeway to forgive Confederates, On July 25th, 1862, Lincoln declared the Second Confiscation Act would be law of the land in 60 days, but the enforcements were limited. Black Republicans and white abolitionists were increasingly outraged over Lincoln's slow-moving pace on the urgency of ending slavery and appearing to show leniency for Confederates. That same month, Frederick Douglass wrote, "Abraham Lincoln is no more fit for the place he holds than was the previous president, James Buchanan, and the latter was no more miserable tools of traitors and rebels than the former is allowing himself to be." Horace Greeley, founder and editor of the New York Tribune, scribed a biting piece specifically addressing the Second Confiscation Act. "We think you are strangely and disastrously remiss in the discharge of your official and imperative duty with regard to the emancipation provisions of the new Confiscation Act. Those provisions were designed to fight slavery with liberty. They prescribe that men loyal to the Union and willing to shed their blood in her behalf shall no longer be held with the nation's consent in bondage to persistent, malignant traitors who for 20 years have been plotting and for 16 months have been fighting to divide and destroy our country. Why these traitors should be treated with tenderness by you to the prejudice of the dearest rights of loyal men, we cannot conceive." The answer was simple. Lincoln's priority was his white man's America. As the president wrote in a letter to Greeley, "My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or to destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing all the slaves, I would do it. And if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that. What I do about slavery and the colored race, I do because I believe it helps to save the Union. And what I forbear because I do not believe it would help to save the Union." The Second Confiscation Act never went into effect. Less than 2 months later, the day before the Second Confiscation Act was to become law, Lincoln signed the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, which delayed what would have been the actual emancipation Congress had already authorized in July. For Lincoln, an idea to save the Union was to continue to push colonization, deporting black people to areas unknown to them with little resources. While this was a mainstream idea for most white politicians at the time, in 1862, Lincoln foolishly attempted to recruit Douglass to support colonization, which he refused. The plan was unpopular with black communities as well. In August 1862, a group of black Philadelphians wrote to Lincoln, "Many of us in Pennsylvania have our own houses and other property, amounting in the aggregate to millions of dollars. Shall we sacrifice this, leave our homes, forsake our birthplace, and flee to a strange land to appease the anger and prejudice of the traitors now in arms against the government?" A few months before, in April 1862, an experiment in colonization was launched. Since slavery was now abolished in Washington, D.C., Congress awarded area enslavers up to $300 for each enslaved person they no longer owned. More than 450 black Americans were sent to an island near Haiti. Many died from disease and starvation. Among those who survived, mutiny, infighting, and corruption ensued. In the end, 350 enslaved people returned to the United States. A petition for colored citizens of Queens County, New York, in September 1862 offered a different idea: abolish slavery and allow black people to colonize the South. Why not declare slavery abolished and favor our peaceful colonization in the rebel states or some portion of them? The petition stated Lincoln only served the cause of our enemies, and colonization was a mistaken policy. Regardless, Lincoln maintained his vision of exporting black people until the end of his life. By July 1864, policies to deport black people were no more. However, Despite loyal Lincoln scholars who argue he gave up his dream of colonization, Lincoln's vision of exporting black people after slavery ended is evidenced until the last month of his life. In April 1865, General Benjamin Butler quoted Lincoln as saying, "But what shall we do with the Negroes after they are free? I can hardly believe that the South and North can live in peace unless we get rid of the Negroes." He then expressed concerns about black people who are armed and disciplined, returning to the South as free people. Black soldiers fighting in the Civil War could empower them more than Lincoln wanted, especially if the war was won. Thankfully, Lincoln had no choice. It was let black men fight or lose his war. Lincoln finally gave in to the looming possibility of the North losing the Civil War and allowed black men to fight. On January 1st, 1863, he issued the Emancipation Proclamation. Here is where it gets complicated. One of the biggest lies told in American history is that the Emancipation Proclamation freed enslaved people, which it certainly did not. Some scholars claim it freed no enslaved people, which is closer to the truth but not exactly accurate. These theories and the whitewashing of Lincoln are brilliantly deconstructed in Lerone Bennett Jr.'s Forced into Glory, Abraham Lincoln's White Dream. After his book was published in 2007, Bennett was attacked by critics and scholars. Loyalty to Lincoln can be as delusional as loyalty to Trump. The Emancipation Proclamation freed enslaved people in small pockets of the South, like parts of South Carolina. Historian Eric Foner claimed up to 70,000 people were initially freed, but the exact number is unknown. To put this number in context, there were approximately 4 million black people in slavery. 70,000 out of 4 million is a tiny percentage, far from total emancipation. Furthermore, freeing people in parts of South Carolina or another state does not mean they were free outside that area. Newly freed black citizens could have easily been captured and put back in slavery if they traveled outside the area of the state where they were free. Emancipation cannot exist locally. If 99% of enslaved people were not freed, then no one was free. To say otherwise would be a stretch to cleanse Lincoln's record. The Emancipation Proclamation only applied in states that were in rebellion and over which Lincoln had no control. In border states like Missouri, Kentucky, Delaware, and Maryland, where Lincoln had jurisdiction to free enslaved people, the great emancipator did not. That said, the Emancipation Proclamation is a crucial document in American history, not because of freedom, but because it was a step to a Northern victory and made slavery a central issue in the war. The Emancipation Proclamation was a war document that allowed black men to serve and enslaved people in the South to escape to fight for the Union. While the narrative is Lincoln freed the slaves, as Reverend Al Sharpton has said, the slaves freed Lincoln. Frederick Douglass was jubilant about the Emancipation Proclamation, but terror was to come for black men serving in the war. Douglass set about actively recruiting soldiers, including his 2 sons, for the Union Army. However, he was horrified to learn black soldiers in the Army were being abused by white soldiers and not adequately compensated. Many black Union soldiers were kidnapped by Confederate troops, tortured, and sold into slavery. The White House was silent. For the first time, Douglass met with Lincoln at the White House in August 1863 to protest the treatment of soldiers. By all accounts, the two had a civil discussion, and Lincoln showed a modicum of respect to Douglass. He later wrote that he demanded equal pay for black soldiers and better protection from the Confederate troops, calling on the Union to handle their Confederate prisoners the same as the Confederate troops treated their black soldiers. If Jefferson Davis should shoot or hang colored soldiers in cold blood, the United States government should retaliate in kind and degree without delay upon Confederate prisoners on its hands. Davis was a former Mississippi senator and president of the Confederate States. Lincoln made no promises to protect black soldiers, but Douglass did not walk away completely dismayed. Though I was not entirely satisfied with his views, I was so well satisfied with the man and with the educating tendency of the conflict that I determined to go on with the recruiting. Historians love to highlight this meeting, but it goes too far to use this conversation to frame Lincoln as the liberator. Lincoln had previously met with black pastors and insisted they support black people being deported out of the country, which they refused to do. Just because Lincoln didn't hurl the N word at Douglas or order him to be swinging from a tree does not mean he had evolved to the point that he wasn't a white supremacist. Showing basic humanity to one black man while thousands are fighting for your country and you are aware they are suffering due to white soldiers is little cause for admiration. While Douglas would visit the White House again, after the initial meeting, he recognized that Lincoln would be little help to black Americans, which was clear after the Fort Pillow massacre. April 12th, 1864, was one of the most violent and sinister days for black men in the Civil War. Known as the Fort Pillow Massacre in Henning, Tennessee, over 200 black soldiers were brutally slaughtered by Confederates, led by General Nathan Bedford Forrest, a well-known trader of enslaved people and the first Grand Wizard in the Ku Klux Klan. After being overpowered by the Confederates, black men tried to escape to a river but were shot to death in the water, nailed to exploding barrels, and burned alive. A naval officer wrote in his account to the New York Times, "I feel personally interested in the retaliation which our government may deal out to the rebels when the fact of the merciless butchery is fully established. I found many of the dead lying close along by the water's edge, where they had evidently sought safety. They could not offer any resistance from the place where they were, in holes and caviles along the banks. Most of them had two wounds. I saw several colored soldiers of the 6th United States Artillery with their eyes punched out with bayonets. Many of them were shot twice and bayoneted also. The naval officer and black leaders called on the Lincoln administration to retaliate. What did Lincoln do? Outside of a few speeches, absolutely nothing." The following month, repulsed by Lincoln and his disregard of the horrors black soldiers endured, Frederick Douglass and several hundred Republicans formed the Radical Democracy Party. By May 1864, a week before the Republican convention, General John C. Fremont, who freed enslaved people owned by Missouri rebels in 1861, later revoked by Lincoln's White House, became the Radical Democracy Party's presidential candidate to challenge Lincoln in the upcoming election. A week later, at the Republican convention called the National Union Convention in Baltimore, the GOP delivered a blow by replacing Lincoln's first term anti-slavery Vice President Hannibal Hamlin of Maine with a Southern Democrat named Andrew Johnson. The military governor of Tennessee was a fiery racist who opposed secession from the Union but was a Confederate sympathizer. Vice President Hamlin, often accused of having black blood, did not know he was to be replaced until he arrived at the Republican convention. Lincoln was reportedly spreading the word that he wanted Hamlin dropped. Longtime journalist Jules Whitcover described the replacement as a secret move by Lincoln. The decision to make a Southern Democrat the second man in charge would shift history. When Lincoln was assassinated, Johnson, who was drunk at the March 1865 inaugural ceremony, would become president and annihilate Reconstruction. If after Lincoln's assassination the country had had President Hannibal Hamlin, it's conceivable Reconstruction would have been a long-term success. Nonetheless, Lincoln was a politician first. He did not honestly care about the betterment of black people. Lincoln relied on Andrew Johnson to deliver racist votes from Southern states that were not under the Confederacy. It was the Southern strategy before the Southern strategy existed. The truth is, Lincoln didn't need Andrew Johnson to up the ante for white supremacy. His sympathetic treatment of violent Confederate leaders was evident. In July 1864, Congress, planning for the country's future after the war ended, passed the Wade-Davis Bill, their Reconstruction Plan. The mission was to ensure that former Confederate leaders could not reclaim control over the South once the war ended. The bill required 51% of eligible white voters in Confederate states to take loyalty oaths and recognize the permanent freedom of enslaved people in order to rejoin the Union. The legislation also required white men in the state to accept an ironclad oath to the Union and denounce the Confederacy. If not, they could not vote or participate in constitutional conventions. Most importantly, the bill permanently disenfranchised Confederates who held political office or were high ranking officers, meaning they would never be able to vote. Sounds like a solid plan considering the blood that was shed due to the Confederacy launching a war. The Republicans knew what was ahead. Even after losing the war, the Confederate leaders would attempt to regain their power, which had to be preempted. Although the bill passed through Congress, Lincoln, whose chief concern was the reunification of the country, pocket vetoed the bill. Members of Congress, like Pennsylvania Representative Thaddeus Stevens, were disgusted. The so-called Great Liberator's Plan was for only a measly 10% of white men to take the loyalty oath, opening the pathway for the Confederacy under a different name to take over in the South. While the failure of Reconstruction is blamed on President Andrew Johnson, who would assume office after Lincoln was assassinated, Lincoln set in motion the floundering of Reconstruction with his Confederate sympathizer philosophy. Black soldiers were not fairly compensated and were murdered by Confederates, and now the president vetoed the Wade Davis bill. An infuriated Douglas wrote, "The president has virtually laid down this as the rule of his statesmen. Do evil by choice, right from necessity. You will see that he does not sign the bill adopted by Congress, restricting the organization of state governments only to those states where there is a loyal majority. His plan is to organize such governments where there is 1/10 of the people loyal, an entire contradiction of the constitutional idea of the Republican government." Imagine Douglas's courage as a formerly enslaved person and the most well-known black man alive, whose life was constantly at risk, demanding that the 16th President of the United States be held accountable. This is what every black Republican should aim for today, to address the racism in your party, even if it comes from the top. Given Lincoln's willingness to go easy on whites who committed treason, the Radical Democracy Party hoped to deny him re-election. The calculus changed when the Democrats nominated General George B. McClellan from New Jersey, who was both pro-slavery and against Negro equality. The fear of McClellan winning the presidential election was chilling. By September 1864, General Fremont dropped out of the race, fearing he would split the Republican vote and give the win to Democrats. In a letter to the New York Times, Fremont blasted Lincoln. "I consider that his administration has been politically, militarily, and financially a failure, and that its necessary continuance is a cause of great regret for the country." He observed that the pressure of his party will, we may hope, force him to end slavery. At the same time, he recognized the political stakes. Fremont wrote, "I believe I am consistent with my antecedents in withdrawing from the presidential race, not to aid in the triumphs of Lincoln, but to do my part toward preventing the election of the Democratic candidate." Although Frederick Douglass initially opposed Lincoln for a second term, he ultimately did what many of us do today. When the other option is a demonic, politically violent beast from white supremacist hell, you make the pragmatic decision. Some things never change. Douglass was also influenced by another meeting with Lincoln at the White House in August 1864, this time at the president's request. Lincoln urgently requested that Douglass travel to Washington, D.C., because he feared losing the election. Upon arriving in D.C., Douglass was famously picked up in a presidential carriage and taken to the White House. The 2-hour meeting was a watershed moment for Douglass's perception of Lincoln. The president told Douglass he wanted to craft a plan so thousands of enslaved people in rebel states could escape to the North. With their help, the North would be victorious in the Civil War, or if he lost re-election, at least thousands of black people would be free. It's unclear whether Lincoln was playing the conniving politician to get Douglas on his side, or if he was sincerely concerned with freeing as many enslaved people as possible. The plan never happened, but according to author John Stauffer, Douglas said that he had not recognized how much Lincoln despised slavery until that August 1864 meeting. Perhaps he simply recognized that Lincoln was considerably better than the alternative. In a letter to abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison, dated September 17, 1864, Douglas wrote, I, like many other radical men, freely criticized, in private and in public, the actions and utterances of Mr. Lincoln and withheld my support. That possibility is now no longer conceivable. It is now plain that this country is to be governed or misgoverned during the next 4 years, either by the Republican Party represented in the person of Abraham Lincoln or by the miscalled Democratic Party represented by George B. McClellan. The danger was apparent during the campaign. Democratic presidential nominee General George B. McClellan launched what David Goldfield, author of America Aflame, How the Civil War Created a Nation, called probably the most racist presidential campaign in American history. McClellan's campaign ads were political cartoons that stoked fears of interracial sex with a fictional miscegenation ball at the headquarters of the Lincoln Central Campaign Club. One pamphlet referred to Lincoln as Abraham Africanus the First and declared that the First Commandment of the Republican Party was, Thou shalt have no other God but the Negro. Pro-slavery newspapers began circulating a scandalous rumor that Lincoln had a plan to wipe out whiteness with an administration of endless interracial sex. The word miscegenation was coined for the anti-Lincoln miscegenation pamphlet, the critical race theory scare tactic of the time. You might ask, why did Democrats attack Lincoln if he was a white supremacist? Both things can be true. By 1864, Lincoln and many white men were certainly white supremacists, but knew to save the Union, slavery must be abolished, resulting in the loss of millions of dollars in free labor for the South. Lincoln never respected black people as citizens who built the country, but he loved the Union, making him a threat to enslavers. On the other side, the Democrats of the 1860s were the predecessors of today's Republicans in that they were willing to sacrifice humanity to maintain a death grip on political power. Despite the efforts of the Democrats, Abraham Lincoln became the first president to win a second term since Andrew Jackson in 1832. As for the Civil War, there are several reasons why the North was ultimately victorious. In addition to General Ulysses S. Grant's military strategy, the tide turned when black Americans could join the Union Army in 1863. The sacrifice of 180,000 black men who fought for the Union Army and the nearly 40,000 who died is downplayed as a significant factor that led the Union to victory. The Union would not have won the Civil War without black soldiers, period. On April 9, 1865, Confederate General Robert E. Lee surrendered to Grant, signaling the war was coming to an end. 2 days later, Lincoln gave his final public speech, which some scholars interpret as a signal of Lincoln evolving on racial equality. When speaking of Reconstruction in Louisiana, Lincoln claimed he would prefer the right to vote be given to very intelligent black men or black soldiers who served in the Civil War. He has given a round of retroactive applause for the very intelligent line, which means very stupid white men could vote. There were white men with power who undoubtedly believed in black suffrage, known as the Radical Republicans, a progressive but small group of lawmakers in Congress, including U.S. Representative from Pennsylvania Thaddeus Stevens, Massachusetts U.S. Senator Charles Sumner, and Ohio Governor Salmon P. Chase, just to name a few. It's simply not enough to say Lincoln was a man of his time. Vague quotes Lincoln made in his final years do not erase his continuation of an unnecessary hell by delaying emancipation and vetoing the Wade Davis bill, or the tricky logic of advocating to deport millions of black Americans. Lincoln's extra soft support of very intelligent black men voting was enough for one white terrorist John Wilkes Booth. The actor and Confederate spy fatally shot President Abraham Lincoln on April 14, 1865. The president died the next day. On December 9, 1865, the 13th Amendment, which barely passed through Congress and was supported by Lincoln before his death, went into effect. Black people were technically free from slavery. After Lincoln's death, Frederick Douglass praised the 16th President of the United States. He wrote, Abraham Lincoln, while unsurpassed in his devotion to the welfare of the white race, was also, in a sense, hitherto without example, emphatically the black man's president, the first to show any respect to their rights as men. Yet, at the unveiling of the Freedmen's Monument in Lincoln Park, Washington, D.C., in 1876, Douglass had a more nuanced critique of Lincoln. He was preeminently the white man's president, entirely devoted to the welfare of white men. He was ready to execute all the supposed guarantees of the United States Constitution in favor of the slave system anywhere inside the slave states. He was willing to pursue, recapture, and send back the fugitive slave to his master, and to suppress a slave rising for liberty, though his guilty master were already in arms against the government. You, white citizens, are the children of Abraham Lincoln. We are at best only his stepchildren, children by adoption, children by forces of circumstances and necessity. By 1880, Douglass wrote about Lincoln, a great man, tender of heart, strong of nerve, of boundless patience and broadest sympathies, with no motive apart from his country. He also called Lincoln one of the noblest, wisest, and best men I ever knew. Maybe it was his age, the horrors of the fall of Reconstruction, or the reign of white terrorism that made Douglass think differently about President Abraham Lincoln. The party of Lincoln betrayed black people time and again. Only when they were about to lose the country did they allow black soldiers to win their war, a war Frederick Douglass superbly called the Slaveholders' Rebellion. Again, it's not the spirit of Lincoln that anyone, especially black Republicans, should aspire to. It's the spirit of Frederick Douglass, a formerly enslaved person who boldly exposed the President of the United States in the 1860s and censored the freedom of black people. Douglass witnessed the weaknesses in Lincoln's character, but he would also grasp the treachery to come from the earliest grifters in the aftermath of the Civil War. Chapter 2: Reconstruction. A quote from former Mississippi U.S. Senator Hiram Rhodes Revels. The longer we procrastinate to apply the proper remedies, the more chronic becomes the malady that we seek to heal. Reconstruction paved the way for America's first black elected officials, who I call Douglass Republicans. The policy positions associated with present-day Republicans, an eagerness to disenfranchise voters, a worship for states' rights, and the steadfast refusal to address bigotry in their party came about due to white opposition to progress. Alexander K. Davis, a lawyer who became the first black lieutenant governor of Mississippi, Charles Caldwell, a state senator for Mississippi, Robert Smalls, a Civil War hero who represented South Carolina in the House of Representatives, and many more were political revolutionaries who saw a world where white and black functioned together. Reconstruction was supposed to bring a new day for the United States, establishing life for formerly enslaved people who were now citizens. Federal laws were put in place to transition the nation from an enslaved economy, restructuring wealth and power to benefit the average citizen, and idealistically reconstitute the country, especially the South. The Confederate surrender in 1865 marked the Civil War coming to an end. However, partly due to a flawed Reconstruction plan, life did not miraculously change for black people in the South. Slavery may have been abolished on paper, but white terror continued. Whites assaulted and killed black Americans in plain sight for refusing to obey white rule. From 1865 to 1868, approximately 400 blacks were killed by whites in Texas. The New Orleans slaughter in July 1866 resulted in 34 black people and 3 white allies being murdered. In Pine Bluff, Arkansas in 1866, a white mob burned down a black settlement and lynched 24 black people, including children. White terrorist attacks on free black citizens were commonplace. Federal intervention was slow, thanks to the Republican Party's decision to elevate a Southern Democrat to the vice presidency. When Lincoln was assassinated, Andrew Johnson became president. A Southerner who did not support secession, Johnson had opposed slavery, but not for humanitarian reasons. He believed rich white men owning enslaved people was oppressive toward poor white men. Johnson, who grew up in poverty, despised the plantation elite, but saw no connection between the exploitation of poor whites and enslaved black people by wealthy whites. If anything, he believed black communities, with even a pinch of equality, would threaten the livelihood of poor whites. Johnson chose to maintain the white supremacy culture of the antebellum South minus chattel slavery. However, President Andrew Johnson was far from the only one to blame for the fall of Reconstruction. While Abraham Lincoln had been weak on slavery, his deficient 10% Reconstruction plan to forgive former Confederates if a small number agreed slavery was abolished was also troubling. Clearly, these racist white men were angry they lost the war and would not treat black people as equals. It is unknown if Lincoln would have supported black men holding political power in the South. But considering Lincoln pocket vetoed the Wade Davis bill and his 10% Reconstruction plan, which Johnson mainly followed, I would argue Lincoln would not approve of black men as political leaders. Lincoln made it clear his priority was Confederate states rejoining the Union, and he believed whites were superior. That said, Lincoln's administration crafted federal policies with innovative potential. Contemporary Republicans often claim to believe in small government and advocate returning to the party of Lincoln, but Lincoln believed in the power of big government federal policy, which would be a form of welfare and socialism for whites. In 1861, Lincoln passed the Revenue Act, our first national taxation, helping to fund the Union Army that would fight the Civil War. The Homestead Act of 1862 allowed citizens to become landowners. This mainly benefited poor whites but gave a small number of formerly enslaved people access to land. However, the act robbed land from Native Americans. The Land Grant College Act of 1862 afforded poor whites, not just the upper class, the ability to receive education specializing in agriculture and the mechanic arts, and would open the door for historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, like Alcorn State University and Tuskegee University. Additionally, the Lincoln administration passed the Pacific Railroad Act of 1862, creating the country's transcontinental railroad. These are just a few of the crucial federal acts the Lincoln administration put into law. However, it's important to note that Lincoln's Reconstruction plan to forgive former Confederates would reinstall their power in the South. Therefore, Reconstruction was doomed from the start. President Andrew Johnson quickly set about crippling the Freedmen's Bureau, which assisted formerly enslaved people after the war and softening punishments against insurrectionists who had attacked the United States during the Civil War. Months after Lincoln's assassination, Johnson, who claimed to despise the planter elite, was handing out thousands of pardons to wealthy Confederates as long as a personal request was made to him, turning his back on poor whites. Following much of Lincoln's 10% plan, he was handing the South back to the enemy. Despite pushback from the radical Republicans, Johnson allowed Southern leaders to rebuild new all-white governments. Johnson also ordered land promised to black people to be given back to the treasonous. With the racists rapidly returning to political office under Johnson, state and local officials instituted black codes. These laws criminalize homelessness and forbade black people from owning weapons, testifying against whites, meeting after dark, or traveling without a pass. Offenders were punished with long prison sentences. Once convicted of these crimes, black prisoners were forced to work for free, returning to slavery. Southern politicians, many who were former Confederates with all their power restored, also created barriers that prevented newly freed black people from starting businesses or buying land. Instead, most black Americans were forced to sign exploitative sharecropping contracts that ensnared them in a cycle of debt. Not shockingly, many white Republicans were opposed to slavery, but were also opposed to black Americans having full equality, especially the right to vote. Radical Republicans in Congress advocated for equality beyond slavery, but just as had been the case during the fight to end slavery, the driving force behind a meaningful reconstruction of the South consisted of black leaders, organizers, and everyday people. In 1865 and 1866, black people held freedmen's conventions throughout the South. Black communities gathered from North Carolina to Mississippi to agree on a strategy for life after slavery. They settled on a platform that included establishing schools, protesting black codes, and collaborating with whites, believing cooperation was required for peace. The Freedmen's Conventions were shaping a black agenda before the term existed. The conventions were not a call for a separate black nation. They presented precise, reasonable demands for equality and equity. As Sidney Andrews, a journalist who covered the Freedmen Conventions, wrote about a North Carolina convention, I do not see how they could have presented their claims with more dignity, with a more just appreciation of the state of affairs, or in a manner which should appeal more forcibly either to the reason or the sentiment of those whom they address. An unknown man at a Georgia convention is quoted as saying, We ask not for a black man's governor, nor a white man's governor, but for a people's governor, who shall impartially protect the rights of all and faithfully sustain the Union. Those who attended the conventions appeared to share a sense of optimism that black folks and whites could coexist. Delegate James Walker Hood, who was once captured and sold into slavery and escaped, said at the 1865 North Carolina Freedmen's Convention, Let us keep constantly in mind that this state is our home, and that the white people are our neighbors, and many of them are our friends. We and the white people have to live here together. Some people talk of immigration for the black race, some of expatriation, and some of colonization. I regard this as all nonsense. We have been living together for 100 years or more, and we have got to live together still. And the best way is to harmonize our feelings as much as possible and to treat all men respectfully. Although Hood could not have seen the Jim Crow future, his optimism verged on naivete. He added, If we respect ourselves, we shall be respected. Sadly, in the long term, Hood, who founded the historically black college Zion Wesley Institute, later named Livingstone College, was wrong. Self-respect would not be enough to save black lives. In the short term, due partly to the pressure of the Freedmen's Conventions, Congress reasserted control over Reconstruction against President Johnson. They passed the Civil Rights Act of 1866, declaring all persons born in the United States, except for Native Americans, to be citizens, without distinction of race or color or previous condition of slavery or involuntary servitude. It was the nation's first civil rights law, allowing black people to enforce contracts, testify in courts, and file lawsuits. President Andrew Johnson griped that granting black people full recognition as citizens would diminish the rights of white people. He whined, In all our history, in all our experience, as a people living under federal and state law, no such system as that contemplated by the details of this bill has ever before been proposed or adopted. The established for the security of the colored race safeguards which go indefinitely beyond any that the general government has ever provided for the white race. In fact, the distinction of race and color is by the bill made to operate in favor of the colored against the white race. As early as 1866, presaging today's GOP, President Johnson was protesting about reverse racism. The radical Republicans continued to use federal power against the former Confederacy over the following year. In March 1867, Republicans passed the first Reconstruction Act, which placed U.S. Army troops throughout the South to protect black people from white terrorists. The Reconstruction Act ensured all adult males could vote unless they once supported the Confederacy. Given white resistance to black rights, Republicans were concerned that the Civil Rights Act of 1866 could easily be overturned. They took a gigantic step further and, with a large majority of Republicans in Congress, passed the 14th Amendment, guaranteeing citizenship to every person born in the United States, also known as birthright citizenship. The amendment enshrined in the Constitution equal protection under the laws and guaranteed that formerly enslaved people would receive full citizenship. The amendment threatened representation in Congress if states refused black men the right to vote, a tool that has never been enforced. President Andrew Johnson panned the 14th Amendment, but had no power to stop it due to Republican control over the House and Senate. The path was set in place to elect and appoint black officials. Black men responded to the constitutional guarantee of citizenship by registering to vote in massive numbers. In 1868, approximately 80% of black men were registered, electing black men to political office in record numbers and making Ulysses S. Grant the 18th President of the United States. As abolitionist William Lloyd Garrison beautifully described, it was a wonderful, quiet, sudden transformation of 4 millions of human beings from the auction block to the ballot box. With President Andrew Johnson leaving office, Democrats nominated New York Governor Horatio Seymour over Johnson, who was formally impeached in February 1868 at the 1868 Democratic National Convention. Grant, a war hero for the Union who black soldiers fought for across the South, was believed to be a friend of formerly enslaved people. By 1870, a Republican Congress passed the 15th Amendment, which explicitly stated a person could not be denied the vote because of race. Not only did the 15th Amendment help black men in the South, but it also granted black men the right to vote in the North. Only 8 states in the North allowed black men to vote before the 15th Amendment. Women were not granted the right to vote with the 15th Amendment, leading some white suffragists and abolitionists to show their racist colors. In reality, the 15th Amendment would not have passed through Congress if women had been included. Activist Susan B. Anthony was so outraged that she famously ranted at the American Equal Rights Association annual meeting in 1869. "I will cut off this right arm of mine before I will ever work or demand the ballot for the Negro and not the woman." Frederick Douglass, who was also in attendance, and hastened to remind them that there was a difference. He said, "When women, because they are women, are hunted down through the cities of New York and New Orleans, when they are dragged from their houses and hung upon lampposts, when their children are torn from their arms and their brains dashed out upon the pavement, when they are objects of insult and outrage at every turn, when they are in danger of having their homes burnt down over their heads, when their children are not allowed to enter schools, then they will have an urgency to obtain the ballot equal to our own." Susan B. Anthony responded by questioning black people's intelligence. "If you will not give the whole loaf of suffrage to the entire people, give it to the most intelligent first. If intelligence, justice, and morality are to have precedence in the government, let the question of woman be brought up first and that of the Negro last." The irony of saying this in front of someone as formidably intelligent as Frederick Douglass was clearly lost on her. She then headed south to warn other whites about the danger of black men voting before white women. Much has been written about Douglass's comments on women's suffrage. He supported women voting, but he disagreed with the juxtaposition of black men. It is important to remember that white women were also complicit in slavery. The book They Were Her Property by Stephanie Jones Rogers lays this out brilliantly. Frederick Douglass was born in slavery, escaped at 20 years old, and was nearly killed several times as he traveled the country to speak as a black abolitionist. Though white women may not have been his priority regarding voting rights, I doubt that Douglass believed he was superior to white women. Susan B. Anthony, however, had little doubt that she was superior to black men. It was Sojourner Truth who perfectly summed up the dangers of fighting for black men's rights without fighting for black women. In 1867, she said, "There is a great stir about colored men getting their rights, but not a word about the colored women. And if colored men get their rights, and colored women not theirs, the colored men will be masters over the women, and it will be just as bad as it was before." Even with the 14th and 15th Amendments, the rights of black men to vote were fragile. The Ku Klux Klan was born to undermine the black vote during this time. Klan members and sympathizers would spread hateful propaganda about black leaders in the South, depicting them as lazy animals who obsessed over white women. It would prove to be a successful effort to cultivate an environment ripe for acts of widespread racial terrorism. Douglas Republicans fought back. They worked collectively to create self-sufficient black communities while still keenly aware of white fragility. Black elected officials crafted crucial policies at every level of state government, from Secretary of State to Superintendent of Education and Lieutenant Governor. The first black man in the U.S. Senate was Republican Hiram Rhodes Revels. Born free in Fayetteville, North Carolina, Revels was a well-traveled minister with a passion for public education. During slavery, he preached all over the country, from Indiana to Illinois, Kansas to Missouri, to bring religion to enslaved people. He would eventually settle in Galesburg, Illinois, to study religion at Knox College. Revels founded a black school in St. Louis and numerous churches throughout the South. By 1868, Revels moved to Natchez, Mississippi, as a minister of the African Methodist Episcopal Church, and his political career was born. That same year, former Union General and Mississippi Governor Aldibert Ames, governor from 1868 to 1870, and again from 1874 to 1876, selected Revels to serve on the Natchez Board of Aldermen. Revels would eventually join Mississippi State Senate. In January 1870, Mississippi had to fill both U.S. Senate seats. At the time, U.S. senators were elected by the state legislature rather than voters. This would change with the ratification of the 17th Amendment in 1913. One short-term Senate seat remained to be filled, and black leaders demanded that a black man be sent to the U.S. Senate in return for the loyalty black Mississippians had shown to the Republican Party. At that time, the Mississippi state legislature included over 30 black members. They voted to seat Hiram Revels in the Senate. Officially electing Revels as a U.S. Senator from Mississippi would not be easy. On February 23, 1870, the same day President Ulysses S. Grant readmitted Mississippi into the Union, Revels was in Washington, D.C., ready to be sworn in, when Senate Democrats blocked his seating. The fight to seat a black elected official was a constant during Reconstruction, most famously with Pinckney Benton Stewart Pinchback, who pushed through a civil rights bill in Louisiana and a measure to legalize interracial marriage in the state. In 1872, he was nearly elected to be the U.S. Senator from Louisiana before his election was contested. Although Pinchback, a former riverboat gambler who was once described by W.E.B. Du Bois as a congenial white man with but a few drops of Negro blood, never served as senator, he did make history by holding the office of acting governor of Louisiana from December 9, 1872 to January 13, 1873, a little over a month. As for Revels, racist Democrats constructed many excuses not to seat him. The most appalling was that Revels, 42 at the time, was ineligible because he had not met the Senate requirements of being a citizen for 9 years. They argued he had only been a citizen for 2 years due to the 14th Amendment in 1868. Southern Democrats attempted to use the 1857 Dred Scott decision, which asserted black people were not citizens, as their legal argument. Obviously, Dred Scott was nullified with the 14th Amendment. The Southern Democrats were still fighting for the last vestiges of the Confederacy. Mississippi's Senate seats had a symbolic power, one having previously been held by Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy. The partisan media of the time jumped on the story. The New York World, a popular Democratic and pro-slavery newspaper, arguably the Fox News of the 1870s, described Revels as a lineal descendant of an orangutan and with hands resembling claws. Republicans did not take the insult lying down. Nevada Senator James Nye famously railed against the Democrats. Jefferson Davis went out to establish a government whose cornerstone should be the oppression and perpetual enslavement of a race because their skin differed in color from his. Sir, what a magnificent spectacle of retributive justice is witnessed here today, in the place of that proud, defiant man who marched out to trample underfoot the Constitution and the laws of the country he had sworn to support, comes back one of that humble race whom he would have enslaved forever to take and occupy his seat upon this floor. In the end, the Southern Democrats failed. 2 days later, the Senate voted for Revels, with the Republicans in the majority. Charles Redmond Douglas, Frederick Douglass's son, who was 25 years old, was present in the Senate gallery on February 25, 1870, to witness the event. He wrote in a letter to his father, dated February 26, "Yesterday was one of the greatest days to me in the history of this country. I was present and listened to the dying groans of the last of the democracy. It was on the occasion of administering the oath to H.R. Revels as U.S. Senator." The Democrats fought hard, but were met on all sides with unanswerable arguments on behalf of justice and right. John R. Lynch, who served as Speaker of the Mississippi House of Representatives and represented Mississippi in the House, wrote about Revels in his iconic book, The Facts of Reconstruction. He had never voted, had never attended a political meeting, and of course had never made a political speech, but he was a colored man and presumed to be a Republican, and believed to be a man of ability and considerably above the average in point of intelligence. Revels, described by Lerone Bennett Jr. in 1967's Black Power USA, The Human Side of Reconstruction, 1867 to 1877, as a timid, cautious, and conventional black man, would serve less than a year in office. He fought against racial segregation in schools and transportation and proved a fierce advocate for public education. Less than a month after being sworn in as senator, he became the first black American to give a speech on the U.S. Senate floor in March 1870. The Georgia General Assembly had wrongfully expelled approximately 30 black state legislators from their seat even after they were voted in by the citizens of Georgia. Revels raised his voice in opposition. He demanded the black state legislators be seated and gave a compelling speech that remains relevant today as Congress stalls. "Delay is perilous at best," Revels stated before the Senate. "For it is as true in legislation as in physic that the longer we procrastinate to apply the proper remedies, the more chronic becomes the malady that we seek to heal." He courageously called out the all-white U.S. Senate, many of whom who were afraid that the Negroes would take over, reminding them the people of the North owe to the colored race a deep obligation. As one can imagine, being the first black man in the U.S. Senate in 1870, his hands were politically tied for much of his brief term. The only known measure he submitted that became law was to restore civil and political rights to former Confederate Army officer Arthur E. Reynolds. It was not unusual for some black leaders in Mississippi to embrace former Confederates, considering they were forced to coexist with the treasonous. Lynch wrote, "There were several thousand Republicans, both white and colored, but chiefly colored, who were opposed to a clause that would disenfranchise those who supported the Confederacy." Soon after, Mississippi's governor from 1870 to 1871, James L. Alcorn, a former member of the Whig Party, who served in the Confederate Army and arguably only became a Republican to obtain power, appointed Reynolds to a judgeship. Regardless of his support for a former Confederate, Revels' dedication to public education is beyond reproach. He served on the Education Committee, and in 1870, Mississippi launched statewide public education. According to Mississippi native and researcher Jacoby Youngblood, in 1871, Revels wrote what would become the higher education policy in Mississippi. Revels was profiting from being the first black U.S. Senator. The summer while he was in office, he earned thousands of dollars speaking all over the country. By October 1st, he garnered $3,000, a considerable amount for 1870, which he used to buy a plantation, according to historian Eric Foner. After Revels left office in March 1871, he continued to work in education and became the first president of Alcorn University, now called Alcorn State University, which was named after Mississippi Governor James L. Alcorn. A former Confederate, Alcorn believed in basic rights for black people, but insisted whites should hold all major political power. Here's where Revels' story gets complicated. Numerous scholars state that rebels supported white Democrats who overthrew the Republican-controlled state government in 1875. The Mississippi election of 1875 was a bloody nightmare for black communities and another indication of how Republicans were turning on black people. In what was deemed the Mississippi Plan, white terrorists were determined to regain control over the Magnolia State, regardless of the over 50% black majority population. A Mississippi newspaper famously read, "Mississippi is a white man's country, and by the eternal God will rule it." White terrorists began flooding Vicksburg, Mississippi in the summer of 1874. In December, a white mob killed countless black people. The exact number of deaths is unknown, but could be in the hundreds. Black citizens were protesting the removal of Peter Crosby, their legally elected black sheriff, who was also responsible for collecting taxes. Whites in Vicksburg were incensed a black man would bear the responsibility of collecting taxes and demanded that Crosby resign. He refused, but was nonetheless forced out by armed white men. According to historian Philip Dre, the historical record is unclear, but there were reports that Governor Adelbert Ames responded to the attack in Vicksburg by saying, "If black people are not willing to fight to maintain that freedom, they are unworthy of it." If this is true, Ames, a Republican, abandoned the black people of Mississippi who got him elected. He had to have known blacks in Vicksburg were outnumbered by whites, some who had traveled from out of state to kill black people. A congressional investigation called the attack a simple massacre, unutterably disgraceful. A disturbing article from the New York Times blamed Crosby for the actions of the white terrorists, claiming the Negro government was obnoxious to them. The paper accused ignorant black men of committing crimes and praised lawyers, doctors, and even ministers for participating in the massacre. The writer, only known as H.C., stated that the whites were desperate and bloodthirsty. They must have known the ignorant Negroes were misguided and misled. Governor Ames was not completely passive in the aftermath of the Vicksburg attack. Ames requested that President Grant send federal troops to Vicksburg, which he did in July and December 1874. Peter Crosby was also reinstated by January 1875. However, the Southern Democrats were relentless in their campaign of political violence. In September 1875, over 50 black people were killed in Clinton, Mississippi, at a political rally that was supposed to be peaceful until whites started screaming at speakers and began shooting. The violence continued for days. Ames again called for federal intervention, writing to Grant's Attorney General that he was powerless to protect black Mississippians. The response from Grant's Attorney General? The whole public are tired of these annual autumnal outbreaks in the South, and the great majority are ready now to condemn any interference on the part of the government. So much for Grant's "Let Us Have Peace" campaign slogan. The next month, one of the black Republicans, who barely escaped with his life during the Clinton massacre, State Senator Charles Caldwell, was assassinated. He was shot to death on the street, and his brother was murdered the same day. In February 1876, Southern Democrats voted to impeach Alexander Kelso Davis, the first black lieutenant governor of Mississippi, and he resigned. Governor Adelbert Ames stepped down in March 1876. The Mississippi Plan was a white supremacist success. Democrat John Marshall Stone became governor and would terrorize black Mississippians for 3 terms. During the same period, Hiram Revels was calling out the leader of the GOP. In November 1875, 2 months after Grant refused to send troops to Clinton, Mississippi, Revels wrote to the president, "My people are naturally Republicans and always will be, but as they grow older in freedom, so do they in wisdom. A great portion of them have learned that they were being used as mere tools." Revels closed with, "If the state administration had adhered to Republican principles, advanced patriotic measures, appointed only honest and competent men to office, and sought to restore confidence between the races, bloodshed would have been unknown, peace would have prevailed, federal interference been unthought of. Harmony, friendship, and mutual confidence would have taken the place of the bayonet." In March 1876, Revels gave testimony to a Senate investigating committee that has spurred much historical debate. Revels is accused of stating that he was unaware of widespread violence toward black voters in his state. If true, this would be jaw-dropping considering the well-known terrorism of the Mississippi Plan. When reading court records, Delaware Senator Thomas Bayard, who voted against Revels serving in the U.S. Senate in 1870, asked Revels a series of questions. Revels said he did not know of violence in an area called Marshall County. In Marshall County, I am satisfied that the canvass was characterized by order and quiet. Bayard demanded that Revels be more specific, and he responded, "Well, I do not know that I could safely go much beyond what I have already said." Bayard later asked, "Do you know any acts of intimidation or violence of your own knowledge in the state?" Revels answered, "No, sir, I do not. I have no present knowledge of anything of the kind." In Revels' final words, he stated that since the election of 1875 in Mississippi, so far as I know, there has been peace and quiet everywhere. Was Revels lying about white terror in Mississippi? Was he only commenting on what he saw with his own two eyes? Or was he intimidated by a hostile prosecutor who voted against him being a U.S. Senator 6 years before? Was he measuring his words in the hopes of being reinstated president of Alcorn University? In 1874, Revels was no longer president of Alcorn University, although it is unclear why he left. Historian Lerone Bennett Jr. claimed it was due to a feud with Republican Governor Ames over some trifling political issue. Mississippi historian George A. Sewell claimed Revels supported Democrats in 1875 and his accommodating posture paid off. In 1876, Governor Stone reappointed him to the presidency of Alcorn. By July 1876, 4 months after Revels' testimony, he was once again president of Alcorn University. Lawrence Otis Graham, author of a seminal book on Blanche Bruce, the second black U.S. Senator from Mississippi, claimed Revels lost black support with his moderate stands. Historian and Vicksburg, Mississippi native Julius E. Thompson wrote that Revels betrayed his people by joining the ranks of their arch enemy, the Southern Democrats, for his personal gain, his salary as president of Alcorn University. Thompson also wrote, "His life serves as an example of the road which black leaders should never take if, in the final analysis, black people are to realize political, social, and economic justice in America." Bennett wrote in his 1967 book on Reconstruction that Revels supported Klan-oriented Democrats in public statements and public letters. Revels supported the Democrats and expressed the opinion that Democratic rule was the best for his people. Through all of my extensive research, I could not find direct quotes from Revels that he supported the murderous Democrats in Mississippi. If he did, Revels was most certainly a grifter. If not, his legacy has been wrongfully mangled. We will never know. There were other Douglas Republicans who clearly were not supportive of any movement to overthrow the gains of Reconstruction, including Robert Smalls, who became a war hero during the Civil War and served as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from South Carolina's 7th District, Joseph Rainey of South Carolina, the first black member of the House of Representatives, and Aaron Bradley, a ferocious force in Georgia politics, who famously critiqued white Republicans and passive black leaders. There was also British-born Robert B. Eliot. He moved to the United States in 1867 and began studying law the next year in South Carolina. As a lawyer and a Republican, he served in many roles, including as a member of the South Carolina House of Representatives from 1871 to 1875. Eliot advocated for black political power and biracial coalitions. He supported reinstituting political rights to former Confederates, but with some exceptions. He also worked on a measure to disempower the Ku Klux Klan. In 1870, after the Klan murdered 13 black men accused of killing a white man in Union Courthouse, South Carolina, Eliot created legislation to enfeeble the hate group and was successful. In an April 1870 speech, Eliot addressed the racist media of the time that was demonizing the black victims of the KKK. "It is custom, sir, of Democratic newspapers to stigmatize the Negroes of the South as being in a semi-barbarous condition. But pray tell me, who is the barbarian here, the murderer or the victim? I fling back in the teeth of those who make it this most false and foul aspersion upon the Negro of the Southern states. Eliot became so popular that in 1872 he was reelected to the South Carolina House of Representatives with a whopping 93% of the vote. In January 1874, Eliot was a fighter for the Civil Rights Act of 1875, which prohibited discrimination in public places and on public transportation. He delivered another incredible speech in the House of Representatives, saying in part, "In that dire extremity, the members of the race which I have the honor in part to represent, the race which pleads for justice at your hands today, forgetful of their inhuman and brutalizing servitude at the South, their degradation and ostracism at the North, flew willingly and gallantly to the support of the national government, their sufferings, assistance, privations, and trials in the swamps and in the rice fields, their valor on the land and on the sea, is a part of the ever glorious record which makes up the history of a nation preserved, and might, should I urge the claim, incline you to respect and guarantee their rights and privileges as citizens of our common republic." The country would have only one more black U.S. Senator during Reconstruction, with Blanche Bruce, seated in 1875, who represented Mississippi as a Republican until 1881. Born enslaved in 1841 Virginia, Bruce and his family worked on several plantations, including in Mississippi, and were often rented out to plantations. Bruce escaped slavery during the Civil War, and once slavery was abolished, he attended Oberlin College. In 1869, he arrived in Mississippi with only 75 cents. Like many black Americans, Bruce heard about Reconstruction and the rise of black communities all over the South. Governor James Alcorn took notice of Bruce and appointed him to several government roles, and he was soon elected as sheriff of Bolivar County. Bruce was on the rise to the upper class. He was able to buy land, but life on Bruce's plantation had challenges. According to the seminal book on Blanche Bruce, The Senator and the Socialite, The True Story of America's First Black Dynasty, by Lawrence Otis Graham, black sharecroppers working on the Bruce plantation lived in flimsy wooden shacks and suffered in oppressive conditions. Meanwhile, Blanche Bruce's wealth was growing, and by 1872, he co-founded Floryville, Mississippi, further increasing his status. Bruce was creating close ties with the political elite at the time, including President Ulysses S. Grant. Bruce also aligned himself with Governor Adelbert Ames, who was continuing to feud with James L. Alcorn, now the former Mississippi governor. Bruce had his eyes set on the Mississippi U.S. Senate seat. In 1874, the state legislature of Mississippi, again at the time, the Senate was not elected by the people but by the state legislature, elected Blanche Bruce to the U.S. Senate. However, this was toward the end of the Reconstruction era, and times were quickly changing. Areas with once high black voter turnout now saw turnout decline due to threats from white terrorists. Nonetheless, once he arrived in Washington, D.C. in March 1875, Bruce took his seat. He was now the only black man and the first formerly enslaved person in the U.S. Senate. By March 1876, Bruce mounted an aggressive campaign to convene a Senate investigation into the violence of the Mississippi 1875 election. He demanded desegregation of the Army, chaired the Senate Select Committee to investigate the Freedmen's Savings and Trust Company, and proposed legislation to give unclaimed money from black Civil War soldiers to black colleges. Bruce also advocated against the Chinese Exclusion Act and argued for better treatment of Native Americans. Most of his proposed legislation would flounder. Neither Revels nor Bruce was successful in passing much legislation in the deeply racist U.S. Senate of the time. Instead, black Republicans elected on a state level, oftentimes in biracial conventions, were mainstays in black areas. empowering renter and sharecropper rights, shaping fair tax policies, and outlining new state constitutions, wildly different from the performances of the black Republicans of today. Even with all of Bruce's efforts, back in Mississippi, there were rumblings that Bruce was ineffective in the U.S. Senate and becoming removed from the black community, especially as his profile grew in high society. The chatter only worsened in 1877 when he voted to seat a former Confederate and defense attorney for Klansmen, Lucius Quintus Cincinnatus Lamar, as a Mississippi senator. Lamar benefited from the Mississippi Plan that disempowered countless black elected officials. But Bruce supported Lamar, who replaced Republican James Alcorn without uttering a word of objection. The following year, Bruce married a privileged black socialite named Josephine Wilson. Blanche Bruce was already a political star, nearly as famous as Frederick Douglass in his time, and the senator's every move was documented by black media. Their wedding was the first wedding of a black couple featured in the New York Times. Given Bruce's growing wealth, which included 2 homes in Washington, D.C., black people in Mississippi were increasingly unsure about where his allegiance lay. As Lawrence Otis Graham said, Bruce lived outside of the black world. With Mississippi continuing to rage with violence and the right to vote vanishing, a wealthy black senator featured in the New York Times was not representative of what black Mississippians needed. Congressman John R. Lynch prodded Bruce to imagine what might become of him if he continued to immerse himself in the D.C. elite. Lynch wrote in a letter to his colleague, which read in part, "I see the Tribune says that a U.S. Senator from Mississippi is actually afraid to come home. Have you seen that article? What will your Bolivar County Democratic friends think of that?" Lynch was not above critique either. After he married Ella Somerville, a wealthy light-skinned woman, and supposedly held a segregated wedding hosting separate gatherings for whites and another for their black friends, the Washington Bee, a popular black newspaper, wrote about the Mississippi congressman, "Mr. Lynch has, we don't believe, elevated himself in the estimation of the colored people by his marriage to a young lady who is so prejudiced against people of color." The Washington Bee also accused Somerville's sister of being upset because she married a nigger. With Bruce, Lynch, and even Revels, the black elite, while small in number, were emerging, outlining class divisions that would become an ongoing issue for black politicians and the communities they served for decades to come. Political power gave them access to social status and wealth. Bruce and Lynch were both born enslaved. Revels was a free man but was not privileged. No one knows what these men said at their kitchen tables without the surveillance of white eyes and ears. But publicly, they certainly made questionable moves, particularly believing restoring rights to former Confederates would bring peace to the South. Even so, for one of the first times in history, there were black Southerners in elite social circles, and the immediacy of a better life could have been dangerously tempting while their constituents suffered. In the end, Senator Blanche Bruce only served 1 term. He didn't run for re-election, seeing the racist Southern writing on the wall, and left the Senate in 1881. He watched black political power shrink. But Blanche Bruce remained one of the most well-known black men in the country. He sat on the board of trustees at Howard University and continued to work in politics. In 1898, Bruce died 16 days after his 58th birthday from diabetes complications. It would take over 80 years for the next black U.S. senator to be elected and more than 130 years for a black U.S. senator to hold office in the South. Throughout the 1870s, white violence permeated every corner of the South. While federal troops continued to be stationed in the interest of maintaining order, it was clear the white supremacists and the Ku Klux Klan were gaining power as terror made visiting the voting booth increasingly perilous. Former Republican state legislatures became Democratic state legislatures, and white Republicans in the North were growing weary of the Negro problem. Vile propaganda and misinformation flooded newspapers nationwide, saying that the black elected officials were incompetent and causing chaos. True to the example of Abraham Lincoln, Northern white Republicans were ultimately more concerned about the Union collapsing than the livelihood of black people. After the Panic of 1873, a massive financial crisis, and corruption in President Ulysses Grant's administration, Democrats took control of the House of Representatives for the first time since 1860. The year 1876 marked 100 years since the signing of the Declaration of Independence. With President Grant's term ending, Republican Rutherford Hayes ran against Democrat Samuel J. Tilden. The contested election had 82% voter turnout, the highest in American history. Turnout may have been higher, but the black voter numbers are unknown, and it's safe to assume white Southerners suppressed the black vote. Tilden won the popular vote with 51%, and Haynes earned 48%, but the Electoral College had other plans. Both political parties claimed to be the winner of three Southern states, Florida, South Carolina, and Louisiana. To this day, we have no idea who officially won those states. If the black vote hadn't been suppressed, it is certainly possible Hayes would have been victorious without debate. Instead, a constitutional crisis ensued, and what would become known as the Compromise of 1877 would be another assault on black Southerners. The compromise was an agreement between the political parties that allowed Republican Rutherford Hayes to win the presidency, with the condition that federal troops would leave the South, returning complete control to Southern Democrats, many of whom were former Confederates. Republicans agreed, turning their backs on black men, women, and children. Reconstruction had vanished along with all its gains. One can only imagine the trauma black citizens endured, seeing the party that they fought for in the Civil War sell them up the soon-to-be Jim Crow River. Henry Adams, a black leader and Louisianan, said, "The whole South, every state in the South, had got into the hands of the very men that held us as slaves." Most importantly, the Compromise of 1877 illustrated the threat of the black electorate, which was growing. If black men were voting for other black men, where did that leave a white elected official, Democrat or Republican? Eventually, white men would no longer be the mouthpiece for black citizens. Whites needed blacks to not gain too much independence to maintain their political power. The betrayal of black people in 1877 was to maintain white supremacy in both political parties. Frederick Douglass had already seen the betrayal of the Republican Party coming 2 years before. During his 1875 July 4th speech, Douglass prophetically stated, "If war among the whites brought peace and liberty to the blacks, what will peace among the whites bring?" As he did with President Lincoln, Douglass addressed the cowardice of the Republican Party. "The signs of the times are not all in our favor," he said. There are even in the Republican Party indications of a disposition to get rid of us. Men are seeking new allies and smiling in faces upon which they never smiled before since the war. A disposition is seen to shake off the Negro and accept the old master's class. Most prophetic of all, Douglass pointed to fissures within the black community. "One of the most unpleasant features of the situation for us is in ourselves," he said. "We are a divided people and have no men among us, I fear, whose counsel will be headed in the right direction. It has been our misfortune to be educated by 200 years of slavery to respect white men and despise ourselves." Douglass's critique of the Republicans was borne out to be true. In the horrific years to come, the black Republican grift would fully bloom, and Douglass Republicans would nearly become extinct. Chapter 3: Montgomery and Washington. A quote from the Cleveland Gazette on Isaiah Montgomery. "It were well that such a man had never been born, much less have been elected to represent the Negroes of Mississippi. In March 1877, Republican Rutherford B. Hayes became the 19th President of the United States. The hell that followed was the seeds of Jim Crow beginning to sprout, with Democrats and Republicans enabling more white terror. As agreed on in the Compromise of 1877, federal troops abandoned the South. Democrats tightened their hold on the former Confederacy. Reconstruction, a time designed to repair the nation after the war, was a closed chapter. It wasn't only slavery that led to Black America starting from behind the rest of the nation. It was the Democratic and Republican failure of Reconstruction. When the topic of slavery comes up, many of today's Republicans say it's time to move on. As Winsome Sears, Virginia's first Black female lieutenant governor, who is also Jamaican American, stated, "How long are we going to go back there?" Let's say Black people, somehow dismissed hundreds of years of rape, family separation, denial of formal education, uncompensated manual labor, and being stripped of cultural ties to the African continent. Also, racial inequality, systemic oppression, and grim statistics that have barely budged since the 1960s. Racism would still exist, by no fault of Black Americans. The onus goes on whites of all economic backgrounds who fell for the racist and classist gaslighting. How different would Black communities be if we still had thriving majority Black business districts and neighborhoods that hadn't been destroyed like those in Memphis, Tennessee, 1866, or York County, South Carolina, 1871? In May 2021, the Associated Press reported that Tulsa, Oklahoma had not recovered 100 years after the violent race massacre in 1921. Reverend Robert Turner, the pastor of Vernon African Methodist Episcopal Church there, told the outlet, "What happened in Tulsa wasn't just unique to Tulsa. This happened all over the country. It was just that Tulsa was the largest. It damaged our community, and we haven't rebounded since. I think it's past time that justice be done to atone for that." Yes, slavery is America's greatest sin, but the gutting of Reconstruction reforms is America's greatest failure. When Republicans compromised away the protections of Reconstruction, the last shreds of federal protection were tossed aside, and white racists were free to suppress Black political power and siphon off Black wealth and land. Deprived of a federal government willing to back up the rights of Black people to vote, within 10 years of the Compromise of 1877, Black Republicans who were elected during Reconstruction lost re-election or were pushed out of office. South Carolina Attorney General Robert B. Elliott, who had given the iconic speech in 1874 in the support of the Civil Rights Act of 1875, was forced out of office in May 1877. Although he remained in politics, sadly, Elliott passed away on August 9, 1884, at only 41 years old and died in poverty. Joseph Rainey, representing South Carolina's 1st District, was voted out by 1879. Jeremiah Harrelson, who represented Alabama's 1st District, lost to a white Democrat in 1877, questionable considering the district had a large Black population. Harrelson ran again in 1878 but lost. Mississippi Senator Blanche Bruce was out of the Senate by 1881. By 1887, the last Black man elected to Congress before the Compromise of 1877, Robert Smalls, representing South Carolina's 7th District, was voted out of office. It wasn't enough to remove Black people from office. White supremacists sought to bar them from public life. October 15th, 1883, is considered one of the most barbarous moments in American history. On that day, in an 8-1 decision, the Supreme Court deemed the 1875 Civil Rights Act unconstitutional. This law, which had given Black Americans the right to equal access to public accommodations and prohibited racial discrimination by individuals or private businesses, was nullified by a racist Supreme Court. There was one dissenting opinion, Justice John Marshall Harlan, who once owned enslaved people, wrote, "Scarcely a day passes without our seeing in this courtroom citizens of the white and black races sitting side by side, watching the progress of our business. It would never occur to anyone that the presence of a colored citizen in a courthouse or courtroom was an invasion of the social rights of white persons who may frequent such places." Black communities across the country were horrified. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, the first black chaplain in the United States colored troops during the Civil War, condemned the decision. "The world has never witnessed such barbarous laws entailed upon a free people as have grown out of the decision of the United States Supreme Court issued October 15, 1883. In a speech that same year, Frederick Douglass said, "This decision has inflicted a heavy calamity upon the 7 millions of the colored people of this country and left them naked and defenseless against the action of a malignant, vulgar, and pitiless prejudice." The ruling created a domino effect. By 1890, Southern states, starting with Mississippi, were holding constitutional conventions to erode the rights of black men to vote. One black man, Isaiah Montgomery, the only black delegate in Mississippi, participated. While complicated, Montgomery was a grifter, to be sure, participating in a shocking clause that would wreak havoc all over the South. He would also lend his support to another, even more successful grifter, named Booker T. Washington. The story of these men who perfected the black Republican grift starts decades earlier on a Mississippi plantation. Montgomery, born May 21, 1847, and his father, Benjamin Thornton Montgomery, were formerly enslaved on the Hurricane Plantation, which held 350 humans in bondage near Vicksburg, Mississippi. Their enslaver, Joseph E. Davis, was the older brother of Jefferson Davis, the President of the Confederate States of America. Benjamin was a manager and bookkeeper on the Hurricane Plantation, and his son Isaiah was a house slave. As a child, Isaiah learned how to read and write, which was illegal, and he had access to the Davis Library. When the Civil War came, Joseph Davis left the Hurricane Plantation, leaving Benjamin in charge. Eventually, Benjamin and the rest of the Montgomerys fled for Union-occupied territory. After the war, the family returned to Mississippi with other formerly enslaved people and began farming on the land where they were once enslaved. By the end of the Civil War, the land had gained an enormous profit, all under black supervision. Then General Ulysses S. Grant deemed the area Negro paradise and sought to have the land leased to free black people. Several black Republican leaders came out of the Hurricane Plantation. The Speaker of Mississippi's House of Representatives and one of the first black Americans to hold office in the state, Israel Shadd, was one. Albert Johnson, who served in Mississippi's legislature and Constitutional Convention, was another. After the war, due to President Andrew Johnson's push to restore property to white supremacists in southern states, the land was returned to Joseph Davis. But he did something unheard of. In desperate need of money, Davis sold the land to Benjamin Montgomery. By 1867, Benjamin and his son Isaiah had earned enough wealth to buy not only the Hurricane Plantation, but a neighboring plantation called Briarfield. The family was on the rise, and that same year, Isaiah Montgomery took public office as Justice of the Peace in Davis Bend, Mississippi. By 1877, however, the Montgomerys were struggling to keep their plantation afloat. Benjamin Montgomery had died, and Isaiah used the farming and business skills he had learned from his father to reestablish new land. In 1887, Isaiah and his cousin Benjamin Green founded Mound Bayou in northwest Mississippi. Mound Bayou was an all-black, 30,000-acre, prosperous piece of land cultivated by hundreds of black farmers. What's more, Mound Bayou somehow avoided a white terrorist attack, unlike many other thriving black areas in the South. Isaiah Montgomery not only had influence in ownership of the land, but also found fame with a new level of treachery. In August 1890, Mississippi held a state constitutional convention, the first of many throughout the South, aimed at disenfranchising black men. The plan was to suppress black votes without explicitly saying black men cannot vote, which would violate the Constitution. Despite the coded language, Solomon Saladin Calhoun, the Mississippi's convention's president, and a white county judge made the intentions clear. Let's tell the truth. If it bursts the bottom of the universe, we came here to exclude the Negro. Nothing short of this will answer. At the convention, a new state constitution was created that included an understanding clause, which meant a voter must be able to read and understand every part of the state constitution or they could not vote. Their tactics included a poll tax and literary tests. There were 134 delegates. 130 were Democrats. One was a member of an independent party, another a white Republican conservative, and former Republican Governor James Alcorn identified as a conservative. All three of them supported disenfranchising black men, a vile move from Alcorn considering he claimed to support civil rights for black people, and Alcorn University, a land-grant college for black people, was named after him. Last, there was Isaiah Montgomery, only labeled as a Republican. Montgomery, a formerly enslaved person who reaped the benefits of Reconstruction, served as the sole black delegate at the convention and cast a vote to disenfranchise his own people. Casting a vote in silence, similar to how Bruce and Revels in the U.S. Senate quietly voted to restore rights to former Confederates, would have been perplexing enough, but Montgomery went a step further and delivered a disgraceful speech published in the New York World that could have came straight from the mouth of a white supremacist. The work of this convention, in order to be successful, must restrict the franchise by prescribing such qualification for voters as would reduce the Negro vote considerably below the white vote of the state, and such restrictions, of course, to be fairly applied and only affecting the colored voters to a greater or lesser extent because of their inferior development in the line of civilization. He went on, in the convention and in the committee room, I have taken an active interest in every practical movement to purify the ballot and lift it to a higher standard in the estimation of the people, at the same time conscious of the fact that the reforms under consideration would result in placing the voters of my race largely in the minority. We can only speculate what might have motivated Montgomery to so publicly back white supremacy. Perhaps it was a strategy to keep Mound Bayou safe from white violence. Even so, it is hard to imagine that this goal required Montgomery to willingly call for striking down the rights and liberties of 123,000 free men who looked like him. He rounded out the speech by saying, "It is a fearful sacrifice laid upon the burning altar of liberty. Many of these men I know personally. Their hearts are true as steel. Many are soldiers who have stood amid the smoke of battle on bloody fields in defense of the flag which every American probably hails as the ensign of freedom and his talisman of protection in all civilized lands. I wish to say to my people, may we have not taken away your high privilege, but only lifted it to a higher plane and exalted the station of the great American birthright. I wish to tell them that the sacrifice has been made to restore confidence, the great missing link between the two races, to restore honesty and purity to the ballot box, and to confer for the great boon of political liberty upon the Commonwealth of Mississippi." Montgomery's words substantiate the notion that he had cut a self-serving bargain with Mississippi's white elite. 2 weeks after Montgomery's vote, he reportedly stated, "It was the best that could be done. We had to take the best that we could get." Apart from his nakedly bigoted speech, Montgomery's position made no sense. He created Mound Bayou because of the political power black citizens gained during Reconstruction, power he helped strip away. Montgomery's success, if you want to call it that, wasn't the result of his individual initiative, but came as part of a collective effort of Douglas Republicans. His traitorous act is one of the first examples of the nefariousness of black capitalism that figures like Booker T. Washington would later come to admire. Montgomery took things even further. He didn't argue, as Booker T. Washington might have, that black people should slow down and prioritize economic development over civic participation. He essentially said that black people are too stupid to vote, so let's appease white supremacists. Black media and leaders loudly disagreed. In October 1890, the Cleveland Gazette called Montgomery's speech a disgrace to the race and our civilization. It were well that such a man had never been born, much less have been elected to represent the Negroes of Mississippi. A few more Montgomerys, and we will be mortally wounded in our house. Lawyer and civil rights leader Thomas McCant Stewart said Montgomery would make it possible for the judges of election to enfranchise every illiterate white man and to disenfranchise every illiterate black man. Journalist Ida B. Wells criticized Montgomery, severely in her newspaper Free State, stating, Montgomery should never have acquiesced. Montgomery traveled to Memphis for a meeting with Wells to explain his position. Wells wrote in her autobiography, although we never agreed that his course had been the right one, we became the best of friends, and he helped to increase the circulation of the paper wonderfully by sending me all through the Delta. On October 21, 1890, at Bethel Literary and Historical Association in the Metropolitan AME Church in Washington, D.C., Frederick Douglass delivered his own fiery verdict on Isaiah Montgomery. He has virtually said to the nation, you have done wrong in giving us this great liberty. You should give us back a part of our bondage. Douglass said, he has surrendered a part of his rights to an enemy who will make this surrender a reason for demanding all of his rights. He has conducted his people to a depth from which they will be invited to a lower deep. For if he can rightfully surrender a part of his heritage from the national government at the bidding of his oppressors, he may surrender the whole. The people with whom he makes this deal are restrained in dealing with the rights of colored men by no sense of modesty or moderation in their demands. They want all that is to be had and will take all that they can get. Their real sentiment is that no Negro shall or ought to have the right to vote. Douglass relented only insofar as he suggested Montgomery may have been too ignorant to know what he had done. Yet I have no denunciation for the man Montgomery. He is not a conscious traitor, though his act is treason. Treason to the cause of the colored people, not only of his own state, but of the United States. I wish the consequences of his act could be confined to Mississippi alone, but I fear this cannot be. Other colored men in other states, dazzled by the fame obtained by Mr. Montgomery through the Democratic press, will probably imitate his bad example. For Douglass to say that Montgomery was not a conscious traitor is charitable, but dazzled by the fame is an instructive phrase for understanding what Montgomery had in common with the grifters of today. As to imitate his bad example, Southern states would follow Mississippi's example and strike down the right to vote for black men state by state. Montgomery was praised by white supremacist media for years. The New York World wrote about Montgomery. The man is an orator of whom any race should be proud. The Washington Post raved Montgomery has shown so much intelligence in the Mississippi Constitutional Convention. He even earned praise from former President Grover Cleveland. The praise over 130 years ago mirrors the adulation current black Republicans receive from right-wing media today when they proclaim they left the Democratic plantation, rail against critical race theory, rant that the first black president divided America, or wrongly make welfare a black issue. It's unknown if Montgomery had a secret deal with the white Mississippi delegates and in return Mound Bayou would be protected. What is known is that he personally prospered in the years that followed. In 1902, Montgomery stepped down as mayor of Mound Bayou, and with the help of Booker T. Washington, President Theodore Roosevelt made him the receiver of public funds in Jackson, Mississippi. Approximately a year later, Montgomery was accused of personally pocketing $5,000 of government money. Booker T. Washington demanded that Montgomery resign. Nevertheless, Montgomery was a Mississippi delegate for the Republican National Convention the following year. In the wake of the convention, Mound Bayou thrived. It was celebrated in the media for being segregated and prosperous within white rule. However, Mound Bayou's economy eventually disintegrated, partly due to a lack of capital and the town's bank being overextended. Having retired from the mayor's office, Montgomery remained a presence in Mound Bayou. According to the book Black Leaders of the 19th Century, while Montgomery in his later years was comfortably established as the patriarch in a 21-room red brick mansion which dominated the village scene, he would admit that the dominant spirit of the South will be satisfied with nothing less than a retrogression of the Negro back towards serfdom and slavery. Isaiah Montgomery died in 1924 and was eulogized by a member of the Mississippi House of Representatives, Walter Sillars Sr., a proud racist who praised the Ku Klux Klan and helped to abolish Reconstruction in the state. Sillars said at Montgomery's funeral that he was one of the greatest of his race, a man known throughout this great nation as one of the most thoughtful and helpful leaders of his people. Though a white supremacist exalted him even in death, a Northern missionary said Montgomery was more hated by Negroes than any other black man in the state. Such is the legacy a grifter receives for betraying black interests for vested interests. Montgomery was an outlier among the few black elected figures during this era. There were several black Republicans in the House of Representatives during the mid to late 1800s. Henry P. Chetham represented North Carolina's 2nd District from March 4, 1889 to 1893. John Mercer Langston served in Virginia's 4th District, the first black person elected to Congress in the state, and Thomas E. Miller, who was white passing, served in South Carolina's 7th District from September 1890 to March 1891, only 6 months. George W. Murray served in South Carolina's 7th District from 1893 to 1895, and the state's 1st District from June 1896 to March 1897. George Henry White represented North Carolina's 2nd District from 1897 to 1901. Unlike Montgomery, these Douglas Republicans advocated for black farmers and teachers and helped to establish HBCUs. However, whites thwarted their attempt as the right to vote for black men across the South rapidly slipped further away with each state constitutional convention. With the vote increasingly out of reach, Douglas Republicans being pushed out of office, and Jim Crow segregation hardening across the South, the prospects for black prosperity looked increasingly grim. The door was open for a new black leader, and he couldn't have been more different from Frederick Douglass. 7 months after Frederick Douglass died, Booker T. Washington, who was already well known in black circles as president of Tuskegee Institute, later Tuskegee University, would become one of the most famous black men in the country after delivering his Atlanta Compromise speech, also known as the Atlanta Exposition Speech of 1895. Washington would outrage many black citizens, though white elites and media were overjoyed. On September 18, 1895, before a predominantly white audience at the Cotton States and International Exposition in Atlanta, Georgia, for which Isaiah Montgomery was one of the black commissioners, 39-year-old Washington said that black people should accept being second-class citizens. He called on blacks in the South to limit themselves to industrial skill and not push for social equality. He blamed the failure of Reconstruction on the ignorant and inexperienced, and declared, "It is at the bottom of life we must begin, and not at the top." While some may call this strategy and a speech to bring the races together, it was a stab to the countless black people during Reconstruction who paved the way for his success, including as president of Tuskegee. To think that black people somehow began at the top after the Civil War is a noxious narrative. There is no shame in industrial skill, but how effective is the skill if there is no political power, which many towns across the South saw as their homes and businesses were burned to the ground? Was Washington a man of his times, or did he know if he said what white Southerners wanted to hear, he would rise? Maybe the latter. Washington became a sensation and was showered with love by the white press. Charleston, South Carolina's News and Courier called Washington one of the great men of the South and wrote this wildly racist line: "His skin is colored, but his head is sound and his heart is in the right place." The Atlanta Constitution praised Washington as a sensible and progressive Negro educator. The Tuskegean declared Washington was the new Negro leader. Black media and leaders wasted little time blasting Booker T. Washington. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner, who was close to Frederick Douglass, said black people will have to live a long time to undo the harm he has done to our race. The Atlanta Advocate labeled Washington Professor Bad Taste and wrote with tons of sarcasm, "Professor BT or Bad Taste Washington made a speech." The white press style Professor Bad Taste the new Negro, but if there is anything in him except the most servile type of the old Negro, we fail to find it in any of his last acts. So let the race labor and pray that no more new Negroes, such as Professor Bad Taste Washington, will bob up. The movement against Washington persisted. In 1896, John Hope, president of Atlanta University, who would eventually become the first black president of Morehouse College, said about Washington, "I regard it as cowardly and dishonest for any of our colored men to tell white people or colored people that we are not struggling for equality. If money, education, and honesty will not bring to me as much privilege, as much equality as they bring to any American citizens, then they are to me a curse and not a blessing." W.E.B. Du Bois, having earned a Ph.D. from Harvard, certainly did not believe that black people should be confined to trades, and joined a group of anti-Bookerites led by activist and writer William Monroe Trotter. Nonetheless, the Atlanta Compromise speech of 1895 was like hitting the lottery for Washington. The white elites were so enraptured by Washington that a year later, Harvard University gave him an honorary degree, and he lectured across the country. If there were Fox News in 1901, Booker T. Washington would have landed a primetime cable news show. In the words Frederick Douglass used to describe Isaiah Montgomery in 1890, Washington had been dazzled by the fame. By 1901, Washington had published his iconic autobiography, Up from Slavery. One of the most outrageous parts of the Pull Yourself Up by Your Slavery Bootstraps memoir was that Washington expressed sympathy for the white enslaver who raped his mother, writing, "He was just another unfortunate victim of the institution." Although Washington was not an elected official, he accrued considerable power. He served as an advisor to Presidents William McKinley, William Howard Taft, and Theodore Roosevelt. Telling black people to be subservient made Washington rich, powerful, and famous. Donations from wealthy whites poured in for Tuskegee University, including in 1903 $450,000 from Scottish-American philanthropist Andrew Carnegie. Additionally, Carnegie gifted Washington with a whopping $150,000 for his personal use. Washington's 3 children attended all-white boarding schools and prep schools. Portia Washington, his daughter, was a student at Wesley College and Bradford Academy, white institutions that were very different from industrial education. Ida B. Wells basically called Washington a grifter, lambasting him for telling chicken-stealing stories on his own people in order to amuse his audiences and get money for Tuskegee. Was Booker T. Washington a grifter? He profited from excusing racism and insisted that black people were at their best as second-class citizens. By insisting that black people stay poor, uneducated, and docile, he was able to become a wealthy man, pointedly disregarding his own advice. That self-serving hypocrisy defined him as a grifter for his era. While some black people agreed with Washington, many pushed back. On July 30th, 1903, Washington appeared at a National Negro Business League meeting in Boston. A near riot broke out after William Monroe Trotter, Granville Martin, Bernard Charles, and others heckled Washington from the crowd as he spoke at a podium. Trotter was a figure of some prominence as editor of the Boston Guardian. A week before Washington arrived, he had written, "In view of the fact that you were understood to be unwilling to insist upon the Negro having every right, both civil and political, would it not be calamity at this juncture to make you our leader? Don't you know you would help the race more by exposing the new form of slavery just outside the gates of Tuskegee than by preaching submission? Are the rope and the torch all that the race is to get under your leadership?" Nearly 2,000 people were in attendance when chaos ensued at the Boston meeting. Trotter, Martin, and Charles were arrested, and Trotter's sister, Maud, reportedly stabbed a police officer with a hat pin. Trotter and Martin spent a month in jail, while Maud was fined and released. Trotter had captured something vital about Washington. He realized that Washington's anti-black rhetoric was all about Washington. He wanted to be the leader. He wanted to lead the line. Washington thought he alone could fix all the ills of black people in America, while the white elite handsomely paid him to be their mouthpiece. The danger in Washington's rhetoric is that it was another nail in the coffin of disempowering black elected officials in the South. The Atlanta Compromise speech was reported all over the country and represented nothing less than a gift to white supremacists. If an allegedly distinguished black man like Booker T. Washington was arguing that black men should submit to white political rule, then saying so wasn't racist. If Booker T. Washington insisted that black people should know their place and have zero political power, white supremacists seeking to preserve that powerlessness in law could take cover behind Washington's blackness. Exactly 8 months after Washington's Atlanta Compromise speech, Plessy versus Ferguson solidified Jim Crow and the lie of separate but equal. Yes, Washington was fighting to uplift black businesses with the National Negro Business League, and he spoke out against lynchings, secretly donated 2 civil rights cases, and did not want to return to chattel slavery. If Washington were ever an elected official, I doubt, though I could be wrong, that he would have voted to disenfranchise black men like Isaiah Montgomery. Yet, as W.E.B. Du Bois wrote in The Souls of Black Folks about Washington, his doctrine has tended to make the whites, North and South, shift the burden of the Negro problem to the Negro's shoulders and stand aside as critical and rather pessimistic spectators, when in fact the burden belongs to the nation, and the hands of none of us are clean if we bend not our energies to righting these great wrongs. Translation: do not blame an oppressed community for being oppressed. Point the finger at the oppressor. Washington made black people, who were only a few generations removed from slavery, the problem in a system they did not design or propagate. Not surprisingly, Booker T. Washington would praise Isaiah Montgomery and Mound Bayou in the 1907 essay, A Town Owned by Negroes, writing, "In a certain sense, it may be said that the Mound Bayou town and colony have been a school in self-government for its colonists. They have had an opportunity there, such as Negro people have rarely had elsewhere, to learn the real meaning of political institutions and to prepare themselves for the duties of responsibility and citizenship." It's unclear if Washington knew of Montgomery's destructive past or if he didn't care. Thankfully, others weren't willing to be an Isaiah Montgomery. When Representative George H. White, the final black elected official from the 19th century, left Congress in March 1901, he delivered a rousing speech reminding his racist white colleagues of the success black Republicans had since Reconstruction. White said, "We have reduced the illiteracy of the race at least 45%. We have written and published nearly 500 books. We have nearly 300 newspapers, 3 of which are dailies. We have now in practice over 2,000 lawyers and a corresponding number of doctors. We have accumulated over $12 million worth of school property and about $40 million worth of church property. We have about 140,000 farms and homes valued at in the neighborhood of $750 million. and personal property valued at about $170 million. White added, "We have done it in the face of lynching, burning at the stake, with the humiliation of Jim Crow laws, the disenfranchisement of our male citizens, slander and degradation of our women, with the factories closed against us." He closed with, "This, Mr. Chairman, is perhaps the Negro's temporary farewell to the American Congress, but let me say, Phoenix-like, he will rise up someday and come again." It would take 28 years for the next black man to be in Congress. The Republican Party was losing its ironclad grip on black voters. There were numerous and blatant betrayals of a community that helped to empower two of the most important presidents in American history, Lincoln and Grant. A new dawn was coming, and not only would black voters not be welcomed in the GOP, but they would be disinvited and eventually exiled from the party of Lincoln. Chapter 4: Robinson, Brooke, and Nixon Capitalism. A quote from Edward Brooke during his 1966 Senate campaign: "A vote against me is a vote against Stokely Carmichael." Black Americans remained loyal to the Republican Party for decades. The sea change came with Democratic President Franklin D. Roosevelt and the New Deal. Americans responded to the Great Depression by voting out Republican President Herbert Hoover and delivering the White House and both houses of Congress to Franklin D. Roosevelt and the Democratic Party in 1933. Upon taking office, Roosevelt launched the New Deal, a series of financial reforms and social safety nets that would reinvent America. The Federal Social Security Act of 1935, the Public Works Administration, the Federal Emergency Relief Administration, the National Youth Administration, and more. The New Deal was rife with discrimination. Programs were tailored to exclude black Americans whenever possible. The Social Security Act purposely did not include agriculture and domestic workers. 60% of black Americans held jobs in those fields at the time. The New Deal's housing programs helped to enforce segregated neighborhoods. Democrats may have taken up a big government approach to solving an economic crisis, but they still were Democrats, a party rooted in the Jim Crow South. Roosevelt believed that if programs assisted black communities, he'd lose the Southern Democrats or Dixiecrats, and his New Deal would flounder in Congress. It was a political scenario not so different from President Andrew Johnson's push to gut Reconstruction. Johnson and Roosevelt didn't want whites to pay for formerly enslaved people and black people to succeed, a ludicrous notion. Nonetheless, whether Roosevelt liked it or not, some programs inadvertently helped black communities, particularly strengthening labor unions, which would empower the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters led by A. Philip Randolph. This economic boost resulted in over 70% of black people voting for Roosevelt's second term. A November 1936 front page headline from the New York Amsterdam News read, "Big Negro Vote Backs FDR as New Deal Sweeps Nation." The article pointed out black Democrats, especially locally, were being elected across the country in Philadelphia, St. Louis, New York City, Chicago, and more. Both the national and local Democratic parties have given Negro leaders opportunities to become integrated into their cities. In all of these cities, Negroes helped to shape the policy of the Democratic Party, and by so doing, they have reached political heights no Negro Republicans have ever attained. Republicans were proving themselves to be increasingly difficult partners with black America. The first black Republican of the 20th century elected to Congress was Oscar Stanton DePriest, who dealt with hell from his Republican colleagues. Even when the GOP elected a black Republican, he couldn't get acceptance and support within his party. DePriest was born in Florence, Alabama, to parents who were formerly enslaved. He moved to Chicago in the late 1880s during the Great Migration of black people moving from the South to the North. He began a career in Chicago politics, working with grassroots black organizations that were leveraging political power due to the rising number of black residents in the city. DePriest made history as Chicago's first black alderman, but his election to Illinois' 1st District in 1929 was no easy battle. During the 1928 primaries, the Republican incumbent died of a heart attack, similar to how black people in Mississippi during Reconstruction insisted on a black U.S. senator. Black people in Illinois' 1st District demanded the choice to vote for a black man to represent them in the House of Representatives. 5 ward committeemen chose Oscar Stanton DePriest, which caused a political war. Weeks before the November election, DePriest was indicted and arrested on voter fraud and other bogus charges. According to the Negro History Bulletin, the Chicago Defender described the attack on DePriest as the white political machine of the Republican Party wanted DePriest to withdraw. DePriest was able to post bond and refused to exit the race. In the end, he beat a white Democrat, winning all the black precincts and losing every white precinct. Unfortunately, Oscar DePriest's battles had only just begun. Under Republican President Herbert Hoover, DePriest's wife, Jessie, was invited by First Lady Lou Hoover to a tea for congressional wives at the White House. The prospect of a black woman attending the reception with white women at the White House caused an uproar. The Texas legislature passed a resolution to censure First Lady Lou Hoover, and the Mississippi legislature passed a measure for President Hoover to give careful and thoughtful consideration to the necessity of the preservation of the racial integrity of the white race. The Hoovers responded by appeasing the racists. The First Lady ultimately held 4 separate receptions, so Jessie DePriest would attend the smallest reception consisting only of the white congressional wives who weren't in a tizzy with being in the same room as a black woman. Oscar Stanton DePriest held nothing back when addressing his racist colleagues. He told a newspaper, "I've been elected to Congress the same as any other member. I'm going to have the rights of every other congressman, no more and no less, if it's in the congressional barbershop or at a White House tea." Hoover took offense. In his memoirs, he defended his wife. In giving the usual teas for congressmen's wives, Ms. Hoover insisted upon inviting the Negro's wife equally with the others. She was warned by some of her congressional lady friends not to do it. The Negro congressman didn't particularly help matters by announcing to the press that his wife had received such an invitation. In consequence, the Southern press denounced this defiling of the White House, and Southern reporters lined up to watch the colored lady come and go, hoping to witness the prophecy that some congressman's wife would drop out. Mrs. Hoover had more sense than to give any such an occasion for affront to her guest or to the White House. Nor did she wish to offend ladies from the South. The speeches of the Southern senators and congressmen, the editorials in the Southern press, and a denunciatory resolution by the Texas legislature wounded her deeply. Her tears, however, did not melt her indomitable determination. The expectation, it seems, was that in exchange for being invited to the White House, a black congressman and his wife had to stay mum about the racist backlash. Facing constant death threats, DePriest racked up a long list of fights, but he didn't have many wins. He demanded pensions for formerly enslaved people, to give recognition and do justice to those who are now living who were emancipated by the Emancipation Proclamation issued by Abraham Lincoln in 1863. He attempted to desegregate a restaurant in the House of Representatives after one of his aides who was black was denied service. DePriest also fought to pass an anti-lynching law which never made it through Congress. For much of his time in Congress, he was a political star in the black press. He spoke across the country at HBCUs, receiving an enthusiastic ovation at Tuskegee Institute, and traveled down south to support voting rights. But dealing with constant battles from Democrats and Republicans in Congress, he would eventually face criticism in the black media. In 1934, the Atlanta Daily World wrote, "He was conspicuous by his silence on important questions. As a legislator, as a statesman, as a student of those things affecting the Negro's welfare, he has been a grand and glorious flop." After 3 terms, DePriest lost his congressional seat to Democrat Arthur W. Mitchell. In 1935, Mitchell became the first black man to serve as a Democrat in Congress. It would take 56 years for the GOP to elect another black man to the House of Representatives. Mitchell's historic election and President Hoover's passiveness on civil rights were a signal that black voters were shifting away from the GOP. By the end of President Roosevelt's first term, the traditional linkage between black voters and the Republican Party was continuing to erode. In spite of the racism built into the New Deal, black Americans saw some positive change in their communities and responded by showing up at the voting booth. By 1948, blacks were voting Democratic at 77%. For the next few decades, black voters remained somewhat up for grabs. Democrats had not yet expelled the Dixiecrats. Black Republicans, though fewer in numbers than before, still remembered the legacies of the Civil War, Frederick Douglass, and Reconstruction. A chunk of black voters were Republicans, maintaining around the 30% range for several presidential elections. It was possible to tactically identify as a Republican and tried to push the party to take a better position on civil rights. However, a difficult path was ahead for a few notable figures, including baseball legend Jackie Robinson and politician Edward Brooke. By the 1950s, the most famous black Republican was Jackie Robinson, the sports legend who integrated baseball. In late 1956, Robinson had retired from baseball, but continued to use his status as a public figure and civil rights activist. He met future President Richard Nixon in the early 1950s and developed a friendship. For the 1960 presidential election, Democratic Massachusetts Senator John F. Kennedy was up against Vice President Richard Nixon. Robinson refused to endorse John F. Kennedy, believing he was weak on civil rights. Kennedy had been called a friend of the South after breakfast with racist Alabama Governor John Patterson, alongside reports that Kennedy was meeting privately with other Southern leaders, reassuring them he would not push for civil rights. Also, as a senator from Massachusetts, Kennedy had cast a procedural vote against President Dwight Eisenhower's Civil Rights Act of 1957, despite supporting some sections. Robinson had ample reason to believe that Kennedy was no friend to black people. Losing the support of Robinson was politically costly, and Kennedy defended his controversial vote in a 1959 letter directly to Robinson, along with recounting his civil rights record. He wrote, "You refer in your column to a vote to send the 1957 Civil Rights Bill back to committee. This vote was largely a question of judgment, and such staunch civil rights supporters as Senator Morse agree with me that it would be the better procedure to have the bill sent to committee." The fact was, Republicans did not have a stellar civil rights record either. President Dwight Eisenhower, with Nixon as vice president, had been a feeble champion for the rights of black people, and Robinson was losing patience. Robinson wrote in a 1960 letter to Nixon, "I submit that Negroes have been patient for nigh onto 100 years, and now our patience is rapidly wearing thin. In this last year of President Eisenhower's stay in the White House, is it too much to hope that he will finally take the reins firmly in his hands and give the nation some aggressive direction in the field of civil rights?" Eisenhower did no such thing. Still, with the presidential election looming, Robinson favored the GOP. In December 1959, Robinson was quoted as saying, "If it should come to a choice between a weak and indecisive Democratic nominee and Vice President Nixon, I, for one, would enthusiastically support Nixon." He insisted that he still believed that, as president, Nixon would cultivate a civil rights platform that would be his own and one with teeth. Kennedy struggled with black voters during the Democratic primaries and tried again to win Robinson over. Kennedy reached out to the baseball legend, who wrote a weekly column which was extremely popular with black audiences. Robinson turned down an invite from the Democratic National Committee to serve on the platform committee. However, Robinson did accept an invitation to meet with Kennedy just weeks before the Democratic National Convention in July 1960. The meeting would become fodder for Robinson's newspaper column. He wrote that Kennedy admitted to limited experience with the black community, but asked for time to prove himself. Robinson came away with mixed feelings, though he remained open-minded. Senator Kennedy is an impressive man who makes an impressive point, Robinson wrote. While I still have reservations about his position, I believe he is sincere in admitting past misunderstandings and expressing his willingness to learn. He added a rightful dig. Senator Kennedy is a little late in seeking to make himself clear after 14 years in Congress, but if he is sincere, there is still time to catch up. Behind the scenes, their conversations were ice cold. When Kennedy continued to inquire about what Robinson needed to support him, the sports icon interpreted that as the senator offering him money for public support. Robinson reportedly told Kennedy, "Look, Senator, I don't want any of your money. I'm just interested in helping the candidate who I think will be best for Black America." Kennedy kept pushing, insisting that he wanted an end to all discrimination. Robinson asked for evidence and added, "Please don't consider me presumptuous, but I would like to make one suggestion. While trying to impress anyone with your sincerity, you must be able to look them squarely in the eye." 20 days before the presidential election came a turning point. On the afternoon of October 19th, 1960, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was jailed, along with 51 others, after refusing to leave their seats at downtown Atlanta department store lunch counters. King was quickly sentenced to 4 months at the Georgia State Prison in Reidsville. Jackie Robinson had been serving on Richard Nixon's presidential campaign and had already felt dismayed at the lack of black outreach. Robinson reportedly begged Nixon to call Dr. King while behind bars. Nixon campaign aide William Safire said after a 10-minute meeting with Nixon, Robinson had tears of frustration in his eyes. Nixon, never the smartest politician, was concerned he might lose Southern votes. Robinson told Safire, "He thinks calling Martin would be grandstanding. Nixon doesn't deserve to win." Eisenhower also declined to pardon King. The Democratic nominee stepped in. After much convincing by key aides, John F. Kennedy called not only Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s wife, Coretta Scott King, who was pregnant then, but also phoned King's father. Kennedy said to Coretta Scott King on their 90-second call, "This must be pretty hard on you, and I want to let you both know that I am thinking about you and will do all I can to help." True to his word, Kennedy had already phoned Georgia Governor Ernest Vandiver and requested that King be released. King was a free man on October 27, 1960. Just hours after leaving the state prison and at the airport headed home to his pregnant wife, King told reporters, "I understand from very reliable sources that Senator Kennedy served as a great force in making the release possible. For him to be that courageous shows that he is really acting upon principle and not expediency." Although King could not explicitly endorse Kennedy because he was the leader of the nonpartisan Southern Christian Leadership Conference, he did give a statement that came close to an endorsement. "I hold Senator Kennedy in very high esteem. I am convinced he will seek to exercise the power of his office to fully implement the civil rights plank of his party's platform." King dropped another bomb. He had heard nothing from Vice President Richard Nixon or any other Republican. King's father, an influential figure in the black community with a popular radio show, publicly stated, "I had expected to vote against Senator Kennedy because of his religion. Now he can be my president, Catholic or whatever he is." The news spread quickly, particularly in black media. Nixon was slammed. John Patterson, owner of the Harlem newspaper Citizen Call, stated, "Mr. Nixon, in his refusal to comment or take a stand on the civil rights issue that Reverend King's arrest symbolized, merely extends the say nothing, do nothing, rule by golf club philosophy of President Eisenhower regarding this moral issue." In an extremely close election, black Americans voted Democratic for Kennedy at 68%, 7 points more than they had voted for Democrat Adlai Stevenson in 1956. Democrats were learning that black voters could make a difference, but in return for their votes, they would need results. By 1964, the Democratic Party was delivering, often against the wishes of its long-standing white Southern base. For the first 2 years of John F. Kennedy's presidency, Democrats controlled the Senate, House, and White House. Even so, Kennedy pushed for zero civil rights legislation during that time. It was only after Kennedy's assassination that President Lyndon B. Johnson was forced into glory by activists who demanded the passage of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which legally ended Jim Crow and secured Black Americans equal access to public accommodations. Johnson was a racist in his personal life, but he was held accountable and the policies under his administration were transformative. At the same time, the Republican Party was mutating into something increasingly malevolent. Jackie Robinson said that the outcome of the 1960 election had left him terribly disappointed, but he already saw the white supremacy writings on the wall. In 1964, he served in the cabinet of New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller and campaigned for Rockefeller to become the Republican candidate over Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater. Goldwater opposed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and was the architect of the Southern Strategy, a Republican plan to play on racial resentment and white fears to gain voters in the South. Falling out of love with the GOP, Robinson fought back against Goldwater's takeover, writing in 1963, "The danger of the Republican Party being taken over by the lily-whitest conservatives is more serious than many people realize." Even though Republicans were losing the black vote in presidential elections, in areas like Louisville, Memphis, and Atlanta, there remained pockets of black Americans still voting heavily Republican. Black Republican leaders passed state civil rights acts even before the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was signed into law. Harry Cole, the first black state senator in Maryland, worked on the State Civil Rights Act. Hobson Reynolds was a Republican state legislator in Philadelphia and the Grand Exalted Ruler of the Black Elks, a nonprofit organization that funded many elements of the civil rights movement. Most famously, Reynolds helped to craft the Fair Employment Law in the Keystone State. Dr. T.R.M. Howard was a stone-cold Republican with a long history of advocacy in the GOP during the 1950s, especially in Mississippi. Howard was also an abortion provider in 1960 Chicago and fought for abortion access. He was arrested twice for performing abortions. Mamie Till Mobley, Emmett Till's mother, who he advocated for, once said about Howard, "The man was dynamic. I just thought he was the greatest in the world." These black Republican leaders were progressives. Douglas Republicans, not conservative, which is why many black and white Republicans today won't speak their names. Black Republicans didn't merely switch parties, they were pushed out of the GOP, and the 1960s marked the beginning of the purge. In 1961, New York Representative William Miller was the head of the Republican National Committee, RNC. Under his tutelage, the Republican Party launched the Draft Goldwater Movement and Operation Dixie, a campaign to attract white Southern voters. This should not be confused with a very different Operation Dixie, in which teams of union organizers were sent to Southern states starting in 1946 to organize textile workers. The operation failed and was shut down in 1953. To finance the Republicans' racist movement, Miller defunded the RNC's minority division, which ran the party's outreach to black voters. In attendance at the July 1964 Republican National Convention in Dolly City, California, there was a legendary black Republican leader from Memphis, Tennessee, named George W. Lee. Lee's history with the Memphis Republican Party included 20 years of advocacy for black voices in the GOP, extensive success in electing Republicans, and attending 6 Republican conventions since 1952. That year, however, Lee was not a delegate, and he put up a fight. White Republicans were disenfranchising black Republicans in Memphis through voter intimidation. An all-white delegation was sent to the Republican National Convention to represent Memphis, Tennessee. Lee attended the Republican National Convention to air his grievances before the RNC's Credentials Committee. In a televised speech, he argued that white supremacists systemically pushed him out. The committee decided any agreement or accommodation with Mr. Lee can result in no benefit to the Republican Party. Jack Craddock, future chairman of the Memphis Republican Party, told the press that the Memphis Republican Party is now a white Republican Party. George W. Lee said whites have been trying to push him out of the party for 2 decades, and finally, they did it with a rigged election. Memphis wasn't alone. For the first time in 4 decades, Georgia brought an all-white delegation to the Republican National Convention. John H. Britton wrote for Jet in 1964, "This year, The Negro GOP wheels in Georgia were stopped cold. Not to be outdone, another state in the Deep South booted black Republicans from the GOP. As Britton wrote, in Mississippi, once Negro GOPers' stronghold, white Republicans wrested control of the party, purged what few Negroes remained, and refused to encourage further Negro memberships. The Republicans actively disenfranchised their loyal voters. In May 1964, Dr. King issued a stark warning about the GOP, telling Dan Rather on Face the Nation about the danger of the Republican Party becoming a white man's party. I've talked with some Negro Republicans who are very concerned about this. I see trends and developments which will reveal that unless the liberals of the Republican Party play a much more decisive role in leadership positions, this will become a white man's party. And I think this will be tragic for that Republican Party as well as tragic for the nation. The 1964 Republican National Convention was a tragedy. When Goldwater accepted the Republican presidential nomination, he famously said, "Extremism in the defense of liberty is no vice. Moderation in the pursuit of justice is no virtue." It was the GOP's proud embrace of white supremacy, declaring that white American values must be uplifted and protected no matter the extreme. Southern delegates waved Confederate flags, and, according to a July 1964 article from the Pittsburgh Courier, a lily-white Southern delegation named their headquarters Fort Sumter, where Confederates attacked starting the Civil War. Future Senator Edward Brooke, who made history as the first black attorney general of Massachusetts, was stopped from stepping on the convention floor. Black journalist Belva Davis and her news director were told, "What the hell are you niggers doing here? Get out of here, boy, you two nigger bitch, and I'm gonna kill your ass." As Jackie Robinson wrote about the convention, "If I could couch in one single sentence the way I felt, watching this controlled steamroller operation roll into high gear, I would put it this way. I would say that now I believe I know how it felt to be a Jew in Hitler's Germany." The Republican Party's message couldn't have been more apparent. We don't want black people in our party. They succeeded. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., A. Philip Randolph, Jackie Robinson, who organized a Republican for Lyndon B. Johnson group, and countless others joined forces to defeat Goldwater. He would lose to Lyndon B. Johnson. Black Americans voted Republican at only 6%, a 26% drop from 1960. It was the lowest GOP share of the black vote in history until the 2008 election of President Barack Obama, which resulted in only 4% of black Americans voting Republican. Although Goldwater lost the presidential election, in the long term, he won the white supremacist game. Goldwater's conservatism, Operation Dixie, and pushing out black voters were a winning formula for the GOP then and now. In 2015, Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell said, "My party does really good with white people, and I'm proud of that." Disgusted with race baiting and Republicans fighting for the white racist vote, Robinson officially left the party of Lincoln in 1968 and endorsed Hubert Humphrey against his erstwhile friend Richard Nixon. That same year, Robinson said the election of Nixon would be death to the blacks. Nixon was sworn into office on January 20th, 1969. There were still a few holdouts among black Republicans, including Republican Edward William Brooke III. He had not been intimidated by what occurred at the 1964 Republican National Convention. To become the first black man in the Senate in 86 years, he would have to define his lane in the Republican Party, and he would do so by taking aim at the Black Power movement. 2 years before Nixon was elected in January 1967, Brooke became the United States Senator from Massachusetts. He was the third black American in history in the U.S. Senate and the first to be elected by the people. Brooke had previously run for a seat in the Massachusetts House of Representatives but lost. By 1963, he was the 35th Attorney General of Massachusetts, making him the highest-ranking black politician. In 1966, Brooke faced off in the race for a Senate seat against Massachusetts' former Democratic Governor Endicott Peabody, who was a clear supporter of civil rights and famously opposed the death penalty when it was unpopular to do so. This was the turbulent 1960s, and there were questions of whether Brooke could win a Senate seat as a black man in a majority white state. Brooke swayed in the polls throughout his campaign, and the race was a constant topic in the press. But his strategy was slick. Running in a state that was 95% white and majority Catholic, Brooke opted to use what author Leah Wright Rigueur called In the Loneliness of the Black Republican, the seminal book on black Republicans during the Nixon era, non-Negro politics to make white constituents comfortable. Originally called Mr. Non-Negro Politics by journalist Chuck Stone in 1968, Brooke maintained a stance that differed starkly from Douglas Republicans who saw the ineffectiveness of race-neutral policies. To draw a line in the non-Negro politics sand, Brooke denounced activist Stokely Carmichael, one of the most prominent voices of black liberation, as his nemesis. Famous for coining the phrase Black Power, Carmichael terrified white America and even some black Americans. Brooke stoked that fear by setting Carmichael in the same category as Lester Maddox, Georgia's proudly racist governor, saying they were extremists of black power and white power. More than likely fearful of losing the white vote in Massachusetts due to civil rights protests, one of Brooke's 1966 election strategies was to assure white voters he wasn't Stokely Carmichael. As the Boston Globe wrote in October 1966, Edward Brooks says, "A vote against me is a vote against Stokely Carmichael. That's how he will handle the white backlash question." Here, Brooke is making a clear indication of who he wasn't. The coded language is, "I am not that black man." Brooke's non-Negro politics may have been why Barry Goldwater supported him. Brooke had not endorsed Goldwater during the 1964 presidential election, but Goldwater liked what he saw in Brooke. Goldwater wrote in a letter to Brooke during his Senate campaign, "I believe your election to the U.S. Senate would be good for the country and for the party." Brooke showed that black power could become a weapon for conservatives and moderates, even black moderates, in the same way that defund the police was blamed for any seat Democrats lost in 2020, from dogcatcher to the House of Representatives. In an article for the Harvard Crimson titled "Brooke Says Black Powers Failed, Makes Plea for Negro Moderation," Brooke was quoted giving a speech at the elite institution a month before the 1966 Senate election. He downplayed race and stated black people in Watts and white men were equally bitter against black businessmen. The problem is more social and economic than racial, believe me. The Negro in Watts is just as bitter against the successful Negro businessman as the white man. They are people sitting on the side of the road rebelling against society. It might have helped him win his election, but it was a particularly ridiculous claim, considering the 1965 Watts riot was sparked, like many others, by years of police violence. This had nothing to do with black businessmen. Brooke, who grew up middle class and attended Howard University, went so far as to blame failures of the civil rights movement on welfare. And moving around the country, I've heard that people have been finding it more profitable not to work than to work. You can't get people to work for $125 a week because they're getting $87 in relief, and after taxes, they do better staying there. There ought to be programs which give them an incentive to work. Brooke, ahead of his time, used an awful talking point to soften wage and job discrimination. The Harvard Crimson described the crowd of 700 applauding. Brooke knew his audience well. Downplaying race, dismissing uprising, and shaming the poor, it was Brooke's very own Atlanta Compromise speech. In November 1966, Edward William Brooke III was elected and won with more than 1.2 million votes in Massachusetts. Similar to how Isaiah Montgomery and Booker T. Washington were praised by mainstream media, a February 1967 piece for Time glorified Brooke for not being like the other blacks. The article managed to insult everyone from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. to James Baldwin while honoring the new senator. Brooke has never rallied his race to challenge segregation barriers with the inspirational fervor of a Martin Luther King. Unlike Thurgood Marshall, Roy Wilkins, or Philip Randolph, He has not been a standard bearer in the civil rights movement. He has made none of the volatile public breakthroughs to equality of a Jackie Robinson or a James Meredith. He has triggered none of the frustrative fury of a Stokely Carmichael, written none of the rancorous tracks of a James Baldwin or a Leroy Jones, drawn none of the huzzas of a Louis Armstrong or a Joe Louis, a Willie Mays or a Rayford Johnson. He has never sought or wanted to be a symbol of negritude. Brooke told Time, "I do not intend to be a national leader of the Negro people. I intend to do my job as a senator from Massachusetts." The same story described Brooke as a Capitol Hill tourist attraction. Brooke had crafted a path to power for black Republicans in the civil rights era and discovered a viable way of garnering media attention. This is the ongoing theme for black Republicans who shapeshift around racial ideology for political gain. Secure enough praise from the mainstream media for not being like the other black people, and eventually you are seated in power. But in March 1966, before he went full throttle non-Negro politics, Brooke offered insight into the black community and the GOP. He published a book titled The Challenge of Change: Crisis in Our Two-Party System, and directly critiqued Barry Goldwater's The Conscience of a Conservative. Brooke reprimanded the failure of the Republican Party in appealing to black voters, writing, "Democrats have not won them so much as we have lost them. In fact, we all but exiled them." It was a true statement and could be why the GOP rarely acknowledges him today. Once he was seated as a senator, Brooke was considered a liberal Republican, a champion for housing rights. Brooke co-wrote, along with several Democrats, the 1968 Fair Housing Act. In 1969, the Brooke Amendment lowered the rent for tenants in public housing. Despite his campaign rhetoric, Brooke also supported affirmative action and a higher minimum wage, called for a Social Security increase, and was an advocate for voting rights. Brooke supported the Vietnam War before becoming senator, but within his first year in office, he called for negotiations. Brooke still had strife with black leaders. He refused to join an early version of the Congressional Black Caucus, CBC, which was officially founded in 1971. Brooke was a far cry from the grifters of today. He may have won votes by pandering to whites in his district, but he maintained an independent streak in office and governed like a progressive. He was unafraid of calling out the GOP's racism, which again might explain why the Republican Party blatantly ignores Brooke's legacy. In January 1969, Richard Nixon was sworn in as the country's 37th president. According to journalist Chuck Stone, Nixon's winning strategy was ignoring black voters except when jabbering about black capitalism and the law and order narrative, which was pointed directly at black communities to ease the white Southern base. Stone also claimed Brooke had become disenchanted with Nixon during the campaign because Nixon wanted to use him as Negro window dressing. Despite Jackie Robinson saying Nixon would be death to the blacks and the debacle of the 1964 draft Goldwater movement, the former vice president managed to receive 15% of the black vote. Much of this is credited to the backing of black Republican leaders and to Nixon's promises to invest in black communities. Nixon, who still pandered to white Southerners, was promoting black economic development, but it often came with a dig about welfare. In April 1968, Nixon asserted on a CBS radio show, "For too long, white America has sought to buy off the Negro and to buy off its own sense of guilt with even more programs of welfare." Welfare is not a black issue. The majority of people who receive federal assistance are white. Tricky Dick was hell-bent on trying to frame the Democratic Party as the party of welfare and the Republican Party as the party of hard work and success. Nixon settled on the idea of the bridge to black success and entrepreneurship through black capitalism. A 1968 ad in Jet magazine read, "A vote for Richard Nixon for president is a vote for a man who wants Homer to have the chance to own his own business." Richard Nixon believed strongly in black capitalism because black capitalism is black power in the best sense of the word. It's the key to the black man's fight for equality, for a piece of the action. The strategy may have only garnered 15% of the black vote in 1968, but Nixon wasn't done with his effort to reclaim the black vote from Democrats. He continued to draw on the assistance of black GOP leaders like Floyd McKissick, the executive director of the Congress of Racial Equality Corps from 1963 to 1966, Arthur Fletcher, the father of affirmative action, and Robert Brown, a former police officer who became Nixon's only black special assistant. In 1970, Brown was described by the New York Times as having little power in the Nixon administration. Brown was also a former Democrat with ties to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and worked on Robert F. Kennedy's presidential campaign. Both were assassinated in 1968. Brown became a Republican due to the influence of Clarence Towns, a longtime black Republican, according to Leah Wright Rigueur. Soon after Nixon was elected, there was talk of him creating a black cabinet. Senator Brooke was reportedly offered several positions but wanted to remain in the Senate. Fletcher, who worked on the Philadelphia Plan, which was the beginning of a federal affirmative action plan, a policy that began with President Lyndon B. Johnson to fight segregation in building construction, was named Assistant Secretary of Labor. Eventually, James Farmer, longtime civil rights activist and co-founder of CORE, was named the Assistant Secretary in the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. By 1973, Dr. Gloria Toote was the Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development and would remain in the role during the Ford administration. Importantly, these cabinet jobs were prefaced by assistant. When Nixon introduced his new presidential cabinet, it was all white. Nixon's black cabinet included leadership positions, but none in his presidential cabinet. President Lyndon B. Johnson made history by appointing Robert C. Weaver as the first Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the first black man to serve in a presidential cabinet. Nixon was moving backward. Clarence Mitchell, the director of the Washington, D.C. chapter of the NAACP, told Time in December 1968, Johnson, a president from Texas, desegregated the cabinet, while Nixon, a president from California, resegregated the cabinet. While the bridge of black success painted dreams of aspirational capitalism, Nixon is still the man who helped to further the Southern strategy with the silent majority language and was chummy with segregationists like Strom Thurmond. Nixon advocated for the white Southerners who Democrats lost in the mid-1960s. While the black middle class was already on the rise, there was some progress for black businesses under the Nixon administration. By early 1969, Nixon, who also supported affirmative action due to the tireless work of Arthur Fletcher and strengthening the policy with Executive Order 11478, launched the Office of Minority Business Enterprise. Although the federal program didn't specifically focus on black businesses, its goal was to establish minority-owned companies. Black businesses would grow under the program. Funding for HBCUs also increased under the Nixon administration thanks to the work of Robert Brown. Starting in the early 1960s, the black middle class had grown. A June 1974 issue of Time published a cover story headlined Middle Class Blacks Making It in America. The cover featured a smiling black family, mother, father, daughter, son, and a German Shepherd. The article reported that in 1961, only 13% of black Americans reached the middle class. By 1971, nearly 30% achieved middle class status. By 1972, black Americans enrolled in college at double the rate of 1967. And from 1960 to 1971, the number of black Americans in professional and technical jobs skyrocketed by 128%. This was the Booker T. Washington dream of the black Republican elite, or at least it seemed to be. The sin of black capitalism is that it forgets the poor, trots out the lie of trickle-down economics, and sells the fantasy that if the middle to upper class grows, prosperity will spread down to the working poor. A growing black middle class did not translate into gains for those less fortunate. In 1972, the black unemployment rate reached as high as 11.2%. The New York Times wrote the following year that the black poor had a growing resentment directed at members of the expanding black middle class who appeared to the ghetto dweller to be too concerned with individual survival to take any risk for a resolution of the unfinished black struggle. While the black middle class may have been increasing, the number of black working poor was also growing. Roy Wilkins, the executive director of the NAACP from 1964 to 1977, said about Nixon's policies, "I can think of nothing more harmful to black people than the substitution of the delusion of black capitalism for the absolute necessity for federal programs to provide all Negroes with dignified employment, decent housing, and superior schools." Black people saw upward mobility when the federal government protected their lives and invested in their communities. What was accurate in the Nixon years and earlier eras of American history is as true today. The powers that be are only against government when it helps the poor, especially if those poor folks have melanin. It's a throwback to the mudsill theory, courtesy of former South Carolina Senator and enslaver James Hammond. The rich need the lower class to serve the upper class. The translation for Hammond was that the white elite needs blacks and sometimes poor whites to serve them. In truth, we have a welfare government for the rich, whose wealth only increases with government subsidies, tax loopholes, and legacy affirmative action. This is where black Republicans fail, whether under Booker T. Washington, Nixon's black cabinet, or some of the bootstrap-ism of today from random rappers. Black capitalism is not the remedy for inequality. A handful of black people who achieve wealth or open a black-owned business do not lift a whole community. Jay-Z becoming a billionaire does not give the working poor a living wage. Sure, Jay-Z can be as charitable as he wants, but how does that transform the life of someone who works 6 days a week for starvation wages? Black capitalism is not liberation and can result in deeper black oppression. Civil rights organizer Floyd McKessick thought he had found a way to channel black capitalism into liberation in Soul City. First proposed by McKessick in 1969, the North Carolina town was supposed to be an area owned and created by black people, black businesses, banks, and schools. Not solely black or a separatist nation, whites would be welcomed, but it was a shining example of black capitalism. McKessick, a native of North Carolina, was close to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was so invested in Soul City becoming a success that he changed his affiliation from Democratic to Republican and endorsed Richard Nixon. Nixon backed McKessick's vision, and Robert Brown, a special assistant to Nixon, declared at the groundbreaking ceremony of Soul City in July 1972, "We are trying to break the cycles of poverty, and they cannot be broken if we are held in bondage as the present welfare system has done and still does." But Soul City was held in bondage by the system of the Republican-controlled North Carolina government. When Republican Jesse Helms, who was against voting rights, affirmative action, and even an MLK holiday, was elected U.S. Senator for North Carolina in 1973, the black capitalism fantasy was doomed. Helms and McKessick were both Republicans, but Helms saw no kinship. Helms called for a federal audit of Soul City that prompted a series of negative stories in the Raleigh News and Observer. The investigation ultimately cleared Soul City and McKessick of wrongdoing, but the federal government reneged on their agreement and shut Soul City down. Before white Republicans destroyed Soul City, they dangled federal funding to lure McKessick into throwing his support to Nixon. McKessick took the bait and campaigned hard for Nixon in 1972. He spoke at a high-profile Nixon event that included jazz legend Lionel Hampton and Malcolm X's widow, Betty Shabazz. McKessick said it was time for the black community to give up on the Democrats because we continue sucking the sugar tits, not even tasting milk. Hampton even performed a song titled "We Need Nixon." Nixon relied heavily on black star power. At the 1972 Republican National Convention, he enlisted one of the era's biggest superstars, black or white, to make an appearance, Sammy Davis Jr. Davis's relationship with Nixon came under scrutiny, and he was accused of having sold out. Nixon angrily denied the claim from the stage of the convention. "You aren't going to buy Sammy Davis Jr. by inviting him to the White House," Nixon said. "You are going to buy him by doing something for America, and that is what we are doing." Davis, sitting on the stage with Nixon's daughter, got up from his seat and hugged Nixon. If this was intended to fend off criticisms of Davis's support for the Republican Party, it failed. Davis was lampooned by black media. A photo of the 5'6" Davis hugging 6-foot Nixon went viral by 1972 standards. Legendary journalist Carl Rowan, whose name was on Nixon's master list of political enemies, wrote, "The whole nation saw Sammy Davis Jr. like a hungry orphan clutching President Nixon to his bosom at the Republican convention." The episode dramatically revealed the Nixon administration's focus on black elites and its disinterest in appealing to the larger black community. As Robert Jordan wrote for the Bay State Banner, a black newspaper based in Boston, with the general knowledge that Mr. Nixon has done so little for the nation's black populace, it is discouraging, if not distressing, to see Sammy Davis Jr. and other well-known blacks, including so-called militants, latch on to Mr. Nixon's coattails. What indeed drove these black Nixon supporters was self-interest. In Jordan's words, there are more than a few blacks who feel the blacks working for Nixon this year are doing it purely out of self-interest, that they really don't give a damn about the masses of black people who have suffered under 4 years of Nixon's politics. Davis wasn't the only one. That same year, soul singer James Brown endorsed Nixon. Protesters made their feelings known at the Apollo Theater in Harlem, where one sign read, "James Brown, Nixon's clown." In response, Brown defended himself with, "I'm not selling out, I'm selling in." NFL player and rising movie star Jim Brown also endorsed Nixon that year and faced threats of boycotts. Members of the CBC blamed Nixon, not the black celebrities, for blatant exploitation of the politically naive. Just weeks before the 1972 presidential election, Representative Louis Stokes of Ohio said, "Either the black entertainers know about this record and don't care, or they are uninformed. In either case, they have turned their backs on their own people, and they deserve the strongest condemnation from black Americans." Julian Bond, a Georgia state representative at the time, had a more biting critique of Nixon's black supporters. Although he didn't say names, he called them political prostitutes. Decades later, there would be a new crop of celebrities naively involving themselves in politics, willingly becoming tools for misinformation, all under the cheap veil that they care about black communities. In the end, they appear to only care about themselves and their wallets. Nixon won re-election in 1972, but those black Republicans, black capitalists, and black celebrities who supported him got little in return for sacrificing their reputations. Black capitalist dreams like Soul City turned into nightmares, and black Republicans commanded scarce power throughout the Nixon administration. Clarence Towns, a special assistant to the chairman of the RNC, was frustrated with his party and saw the racist writing on the wall 2 years before. He told the New York Times in 1970 that he was the committee's house nigger. An unhappy Towns added, "We've abandoned all black programs in the committee. We don't want the black vote. We had a big conference of national Republican leaders recently, and one of the seminars was the black vote. Almost nobody showed up, except maybe a handful of black Republicans, all over 45, all of them handpicked by white folks, and they were all whiter than the whites that picked them." Towns saw the direction that the Republican Party was taking. "As I see the black vote now, there is a total fear of what's called the Southern strategy. Blacks understand that their well-being is being sacrificed to political gain. There has to be some moral leadership from the president on the race question, and there just hasn't been any. To the blacks, the president has placed the name of the Republican Party in greater darkness than it was under Goldwater." In a haunting statement that every black Republican elected official should read today, Towns added, "Why do I stay at the committee? I don't know. Maybe I'm afraid of catching hell when I go back to black country where I came from. It's a kind of pride, I guess. Maybe I can't admit to my kids and my friends that I've been wrong. Sure, there are some blacks with nice titles working for the administration. Some of them are doing a lot for their people, but they've got no power. Politically, they ain't scratching nothing." Towns left the RNC shortly after the New York Times story, but he was correct. The GOP was diminishing black Republicans. Jackie Robinson had it right when he warned that the election of Nixon would be death to the blacks. While it would be a slow death and black communities fought back, Nixon readied the chamber. In 1971, Nixon famously announced his war on drugs. Within years, the incarceration rates in black communities would skyrocket. According to the Equal Justice Initiative, the number of people incarcerated in American jails and prisons escalated from 300,000 to 2.3 million. Former Nixon domestic policy chief John Ehrlichman told Harper's Bazaar the disgraced president purposely waged war on the left and specifically black people. The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. He continued, "We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did." The hippies represented a lifestyle choice that eventually died off, but they could rely on their whiteness as cover. Black people didn't have that privilege. During Nixon's second term, Senator Edward Brooke remained so beloved in the Republican Party that he was soon considered as a replacement for Vice President Spiro Agnew, who resigned in 1973. But Brooke had become disillusioned with the Nixon administration. He opposed three of Nixon's Supreme Court appointees, which was rare for a sitting Republican senator. In late 1973, Brooke was the first Republican senator to demand that President Richard Nixon step down after the Watergate scandal. By August 1974, Nixon had resigned. The disgraced president wasn't a cult figure and quickly lost support in his own party, unlike Trump's enablers. Even Barry Goldwater told Nixon to resign. Black Republicans continued to be valuable to the Republicans who followed. When Gerald Ford succeeded Nixon as president, he appointed William T. Coleman Jr. as Transportation Secretary, the first black Republican to serve in a presidential cabinet. Coleman had a long history as a civil rights lawyer and had worked alongside Thurgood Marshall. Appointing one black man to a cabinet-level position did not translate into support from the black community. Ford was passive on civil rights, even with Arthur Fletcher as the deputy assistant to the president for urban affairs attempting to push him. Though he fended off a primary challenge from future President Ronald Reagan, Ford lost re-election to Jimmy Carter in 1976. That same year, months before his death, George W. Lee said the GOP has not done very much in advancing the cause of black people. 17% of black voters supported Ford. Still, enthusiasm was in decline, with voter turnout under 50%. Black Republicans struggled to find their ground as the political landscape shifted under their feet. In 1979, Senator Edward Brooke lost re-election in Massachusetts to Paul Tsongas, a white Democrat. Brooke's pro-choice stance hurt him among conservatives, and his finances were investigated while he was going through a divorce. There would not be another black Republican in the U.S. Senate until 34 years later. Regardless of his loyalty, back in 1964, Brooke knew what was ahead. You can't say the Negro left the Republican Party. The Negro feels he was evicted from the Republican Party. The Nixon era officially killed Douglas Republicans. A new kind of black Republican was emerging. They would not follow the slick logic of Senator Edward Brooke, who certainly played non-Negro politics to get elected, but when in office was a fighter for black communities. There would be no policies like affirmative action, founded by Arthur Fletcher and brought in under Nixon. The preoccupation with the middle class and black capitalism was not even an agenda item. The new black Republican focused on rigid individualism, proximity to power, the lie of colorblind policies, and polishing the scheme of pathologizing black people who didn't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They focused on loyalty to a party that fully embraced Barry Goldwater's vision of leveraging white fears to win elections. The black Republicans who would ascend in the Reagan era and beyond carved out their own grifting lane. Chapter 5: Reagan, Pierce, and Thomas. A quote from Clarence Thomas. It is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves. The 1980s. Disco was supposedly dead, the AIDS epidemic was about to devastate the country, and CNN debuted 24-hour news. Suburbia was on the rise, and greed was good, especially with Republicans back in power. President Ronald Reagan took office in 1981, partly due to Jerry Falwell's moral majority, making Jimmy Carter a one-term president, and the GOP regained control of the U.S. Senate. While today's pundits attempt to romanticize Reagan, he enacted dangerous anti-black, anti-poor, and anti-middle class policies that still impact us today. Similar to Nixon, Reagan promised Republicans that he would be the GOP president who would restore the party of Lincoln to its roots. In June 1981, a black woman who was a Democrat turned Republican told the Washington Post, "The time of the black elephant has come." She couldn't have been more wrong. It's stupefying how any black Republican could believe Reagan was the great hope for black people. This was a man who supported Barry Goldwater for president in 1964, called the Civil Rights Act of 1964 a bad piece of legislation, and stormed out of a meeting with the National Negro Republican Assembly in 1966 when confronted on his record. In 1976, legendary black Republican George W. Lee warned the GOP that Reagan represents the extreme ideas of conservatism. From the beginning, it was clear that Reagan was an enemy to black communities. The former actor disturbingly launched his 1980 general election campaign with a speech on states' rights in Neshoba County, Mississippi, miles away from where three civil rights activists, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, were murdered in 1957. Even though Ronald Reagan was far from a Southerner, he was taking cues from leaders in the GOP, like the future chairman of the RNC, Lee Atwater, and was the Southern strategy on steroids. Atwater said in 1981, when you can't say nigger, just run on the same policies, and blacks get hurt worse than whites. And that remained the strategy for winning as a Republican today. Reagan understood the assignment and armed himself with racist propaganda. In 1976, during Reagan's first run for president, his version of Trump's "We'll build a wall and Mexico will pay for it" was a story he would repeatedly return to about a welfare queen. Reagan babbled on the campaign trail. She has 80 names, 30 addresses, 12 Social Security cards, and is collecting veterans benefits on 4 non-existing deceased husbands. And she's collecting Social Security on her cards. She's got Medicaid, getting food stamps, and she's collecting welfare under each of her names. Her tax-free cash income alone is over $150,000. Reagan knew his audience, and they ate the story up. The New York Times described a New Hampshire crowd in January 1976 as angry and said he hit a nerve. Welfare Queen was printed in newspapers, and he often referenced that woman from Chicago. Reagan would publicly say Welfare Queen at least twice, referring to a woman named Linda Taylor in Chicago, Illinois. However, as the New York Times noted, the problem is that the story doesn't quite check out. Taylor was indicted on $8,865.67, not $150,000, and she used 4 alias names, not 80. Taylor served her time behind bars for the minor crime. Linda Taylor's life is troubling and bizarre outside of being found guilty of welfare fraud. Read Josh Levin's The Queen, The Forgotten Life Behind an American Myth for more details. Regardless of the racially coded language, most people on aid to families with dependent children, the cash welfare program in Chicago at the time, were overwhelmingly non-black, 60%. The racially coded language was apparent. The alleged welfare queen, who may not have even been black, was plastered all over the news. She was photographed wearing a glamorous hat and a fur coat. Reagan deployed an old-school, racist political ploy: find a narrative and make it relatable to white voters so they can blame the dangerous other. The invented welfare queen was now the villain ruining their lives and the economy. More specifically, the lazy black woman was the scapegoat for wage discrimination, overpriced health care, a bloated military budget that was exasperated by the Vietnam War, corrupt politicians, and poorly funded public schools. Even for black people in apartheid South Africa, Reagan delved deep into his white supremacy bag of tricks. In 1981, Reagan expressed his clear support of the South African government because it was a country that has stood by us in every war we've ever fought, a country that strategically is essential to the free world in its production of minerals. In 1986, he famously vetoed a bill that placed economic sanctions on South Africa. Congress overruled Reagan's veto. And according to historian David Schmitz, Reagan saw the African National Congress, a political party in South Africa that fought against apartheid, as a dangerous pro-communist movement, the same language used for leaders during the civil rights movement. While some conservatives argue that Reagan gets a bad rap for his stance on apartheid, Nobel Prize winner Bishop Desmond Tutu said it best. While criticizing the Reagan administration's constructive engagement toward the white government in South Africa, he called their policy immoral, evil, and totally unchristian. Reagan had little respect for black African people across the continent. In 1971, during a conversation with Nixon, which was not public until 2019, Reagan, governor of California at the time, called African delegates to the United Nations monkeys and said they're still uncomfortable wearing shoes. Nixon laughed. As for the hope that Reagan would have a diverse administration, Reagan, like Nixon, relegated black people to sub-cabinet roles, except for one. The former governor of California included one black person in his presidential cabinet. From 1981 to 1989, Samuel Riley Pierce Jr. was the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. But Reagan couldn't recognize the one and only melanated person in his presidential cabinet. In June 1981, at a White House reception, the president greeted Pierce with, "Hello, Mr. Mayor." Ronald Reagan mistook Pierce for a random black mayor. Pierce was reportedly deeply embarrassed by the gaffe, especially as it was heavily reported in the press. This was just the beginning of Pierce's embarrassment, which would taint his otherwise stellar record. Pierce made history as a lawyer, becoming the first black partner of a prominent New York firm in 1961. In the 1950s, he was an assistant U.S. attorney in New York and an assistant to the Undersecretary of Labor, and he served as counsel to the Antitrust Subcommittee of the House Judiciary Committee. In 1961, Pierce was part of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legal team for the U.S. Supreme Court case New York Times versus Sullivan, which established limitations on the use of defamation lawsuits. In 1964, Pierce co-founded the Freedom National Bank in Harlem, which shut down in 1990. Coretta Scott King, Dr. King's widow, wrote a letter to President Reagan urging him to consider Pierce for U.S. Attorney General. According to Pierce's own words, he aspired to be on the U.S. Supreme Court. Still, it appeared Reagan did not want to give a black man that much power. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development is a role that would be a favorite for black people in Republican administrations. As of 2020, out of the 7 black men and 1 black woman who have been presidential cabinet members in Republican administrations, 4 have been Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. By accepting the position, a role had to be played, and Pierce obliged. In many ways, Pierce was an old-school Republican, more along the lines of former Massachusetts Senator Edward Brooke. His unnecessary loyalty to Reaganism ran deep. No one knows why Pierce, who never cut off ties with his law firm, accepted the title of Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD Secretary, especially since he was reportedly unhappy in the job. Arguably, he simply wanted to be in a presidential administration and grifted, willing to pay the debt for power, knowing the insidiousness of Reagan. The person he became in the Reagan administration was unrecognizable from his civil rights history. In 1981, Pierce was defending his boss, telling people, "There's a feeling in the black community that the Reagan administration is not a friend of blacks, but the president is not saying, 'Forget them, let them die.' We're not cutting back that far." They did cut back that far, but not just in black communities. During Pierce's tenure, the budget authorizations for HUD were slashed by an abhorrent 78%. New housing construction was gutted as homelessness skyrocketed, many of the homeless being Vietnam veterans. Reagan also cut annual spending on subsidized housing programs by 20%. There was the hell of Reagan's tax plan, which raised taxes on the bottom 50% of Americans. And by the end of the 1980s, black Americans were the poorest they have been in relation to whites since the 1950s. By 1983, black unemployment was the highest in history at a tragic 21.2%. Black unemployment did not fall below 11% under Reagan. Reagan also laid out a disturbing vision that churches should bear the responsibility of helping the homeless, saying in 1981 that the crisis would resolve itself if every church and synagogue would take in 10 welfare families. Religious figures were unimpressed. Reverend Paul Moore, New York City's Episcopal bishop, called Reagan's plan absolute balderdash and added, "Housing the homeless and feeding the hungry is the responsibility of the public sector. They should have a permanent policy whereby homeless persons would have a place to live." In a 1984 interview on Good Morning America, Reagan cruelly blamed the homeless spike on homeless people, saying, "People who are sleeping on the grates, the homeless, are homeless, you might say, by choice." Loyal as he was to Reagan, Pierce's legacy was spoiled with political scandals and accusations of influence peddling. A 1989 Washington Post article described Pierce as a private man thrust by white politicians into increasingly public roles, and said he has climbed the ladder of success even while delegating the details to others. Pierce rarely granted interviews, and his nickname was Silent Sam. His staff claimed he came to work after 10 and left before 5, often watching television in his 10th floor office rather than deal with bureaucratic conflict. Quiet incompetence appeared to be Pierce's plan. He was known to use black Republican talking points from the Nixon administration, saying that black people would return to the Republican Party if they only got an economic piece of the pie. That wasn't happening under Reagan. But Pierce was suspected of giving several pieces of the pie to his Republican colleagues. For all the talk about black communities returning to the GOP with policy, his mismanagement at HUD was not a shining example. In 1989, after an internal audit of HUD, a congressional committee alleged that under Pierce's leadership, an enormous amount of money was going to Republican consultants while $18 billion was being cut, which should have been for better housing in low-income communities. There was a 5-year criminal investigation of Pierce. He reportedly didn't give his phone number to House investigators, and they were only allowed to communicate with him via a letter or if he called them. Pierce was never charged, but former aides were incarcerated. When the investigation ended, he said in a statement, "My own conduct failed to set the proper standard." Pierce allegedly lined the pockets of wealthy Republicans. Who knows if or how he profited as poor people suffered. Pierce debased himself for Reaganism. His 2000 obituary in the Washington Post referenced the financial scandal. The investigation ended a career that had been marked by an almost unbroken string of successes. After Reagan's second term ended, President George H.W. Bush was elected in 1988. He made history in 1989 by appointing Dr. Lewis Wade Sullivan as Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, the first black Republican in that role and the only black American in his cabinet. Sullivan brought ample experience to the job, having served as the founding dean of the Morehouse School of Medicine and worked to make the HBCU one of the most respected medical schools in the country. He grew up in rural Georgia, graduated from Morehouse College in 1954, and earned a medical degree from Boston University School of Medicine. While in the Bush administration, he built a diverse team, selecting the first black commissioner of the Social Security Administration, Gwendolyn King, and the first black acting administrator of the Healthcare Financing Administration, William Tobey Jr. He also appointed the first woman and the first Hispanic person as U.S. Surgeon General, Antonia Novello. Sullivan would also introduce a new food label, which allowed Americans to know what was in their food. He launched a minority male health and injury prevention initiative, which allocated $100 million in a 3-year period. However, due to the Republicans' obsession with big government in a woman's uterus, Sullivan nearly didn't get the job. Anti-abortionists protested the possible nomination after an interview with the Atlanta Journal-Constitution appeared to reveal that Sullivan was pro-choice. Even after conservative backlash, he declined 4 opportunities to disavow that he was pro-choice. In time, Sullivan gave in to the outcry. He eventually stated that he was against abortion except in the case of incest or if the mother's life was at risk. This was enough for Republicans, according to a Philadelphia Inquirer article from late 1988 after a 3-hour meeting with Bush. Anti-abortion activists and members of Congress said that they were convinced he opposes abortion and that they would support his nomination. It remains unclear if Dr. Sullivan truly opposed abortion or if he calculated that saying so was necessary to be approved for the presidential cabinet. It wasn't the only controversy to mark Sullivan's time in the Bush administration. In August 1990, a pending civil rights bill was stalled. Representative Pete Stark, a white Democrat from California, was on the House floor slamming the Bush administration's despicable record of poor access to health care in black and brown communities. He aimed for the one black man in Bush's cabinet, the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and called Dr. Sullivan a disgrace to his race. Stark believed Sullivan was pushing policies that were hurting black and poor communities. Sullivan said he was deeply offended, and Republicans in the House were supposedly fuming. Stark responded in the House chamber, which was not quite an apology. I should not have brought into the discussion his race, because it obscures the fact that he is carrying on a bankrupt policy for an administration who inadvertently has been impacting the poor and minorities in this country by denying them decent medical care, by turning away from job training programs that would help those who are mostly minorities, by discharging people from the military and refusing to provide them the extended benefits they need for unemployment, by denying poor women abortions. And I apologize for obscuring that. No white person should ever tell a black person they are a disgrace to their race, just as Trump should never have said Jewish people who did not vote for him show great disloyalty. And Biden should never have proclaimed, "You ain't black," if you weren't his supporter. Stark was way too comfortable. At one point, he tried to join the CBC and was not accepted. The bleeding liberalism of white Democrats like Stark may have backfired, but for all the GOP mortification over the disgrace to his race comments, 2 months later, in October 1990, Bush vetoed the Civil Rights Act of 1990. Sullivan left the Bush administration in 1993, resuming his role as president of Morehouse School of Medicine, where he remained until 2002. Like William Coleman Jr., who became Secretary of Transportation under the Ford administration after a respectable career in service of civil rights, Sullivan's tenure in the Bush administration begs the question, does a black public figure's willingness to serve in a Republican administration translate into an endorsement of Republicans' anti-civil rights policies? If the answer were ambiguous for Coleman and Sullivan, it would become more evident for a new wave of black Republicans. Pierce and Sullivan set the stage for other black Republicans in the Reagan era, who were distinctly different from Jackie Robinson, Arthur Fletcher, or Senator Edward Brooke. Pierce may have been a quiet grifter who was unhappy with his role in Reagan's administration. Sullivan's plan could have been to alter his public positions to gain access to power under Bush. However, Clarence Thomas was an anti-black profiteer who would reinvent the formula of black republicanism more recklessly than Isaiah Montgomery and with an impact more enduring than Booker T. Washington. The rise of Thomas is a watershed moment in the black Republican grift. He is a man who attempted to obliterate the policies he benefited from to become one of the most powerful people in the country. Bishop Henry McNeil Turner said about Booker T. Washington in 1895, "Black people will have to live a long time to undo the harm he has done our race." The same rings true for Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. Clarence Thomas was born in 1948 in Pinpoint, Georgia, a town formerly enslaved people founded. He saw the horrors of Jim Crow firsthand and grew up in deep poverty. His father left the family, and by the first grade, he was sent to live with his maternal grandfather, Myers Anderson. His grandfather, without formal education, managed to own a fuel oil business, allowing Thomas to attend Catholic schools. In his 2007 memoir, Thomas wrote his grandfather said, Don't shame me and don't shame the race. Although Thomas grew up in the Jim Crow South, he wrote about the sting of colorism from black people. He said other children mocked him for being darker skinned. He was nicknamed ABC, which meant America's Blackest Child, a disgusting example of colorism that still plagues black communities today. In 1980, Clarence Thomas had his big grifting break when he spoke at the Black Alternatives Conference, a 2-day event of 100 black conservatives and other leaders in San Francisco. The conference was the brainchild of Thomas Sowell, economist and mentor to Clarence Thomas, and a black Republican named Henry Lucas, who was close to Reagan and one of the first black men to serve on the RNC. The Reagan administration sponsored the conference. The star of this conference wasn't Brooke, Arthur Fletcher, or William T. Coleman Jr., credible black Republicans who were in politics for decades. A young Clarence Thomas was the leading man and featured in a story by Juan Williams for the Washington Post titled Black Conservatives Center Stage. In the article, Thomas questioned black support for the minimum wage, complained about the access affirmative action granted him, and declared that he refused to work on any issue directly related to black people. Thomas was touting the colorblind narrative, which was hypocritical considering he and over 100 others were attending a conference specifically for black conservatives. Juan Williams wrote that at the Black Alternatives Conference, a minority within a minority had finally found a home. The most telling part of the article is how then President-elect Ronald Reagan reacted. Williams wrote that the constant message at the conference was that black people should not focus on black-only issues if they want to be thought of as more than black freeloaders. Reagan's reaction? That attitude has apparently impressed President-elect Reagan. Less than a year later, Thomas was working for the Reagan administration. There was an infamous moment for Thomas at the Black Alternatives Conference. Throughout Thomas's career, he has relied on his black Southern roots when convenient, but shames others who aren't as successful as him, even his older sister. At the conference, Thomas portrayed his sister, Emma Mae Martin, as a welfare queen, a phrase popularized by President Ronald Reagan. Martin, a mother of 4, had briefly relied on public assistance after her husband left her. According to the Los Angeles Times, Thomas aired his disgust and lambasted his flesh and blood at the conference. She gets mad when the mailman is late with her welfare check, Thomas said. That's how dependent she is. What's worse is that now her kids feel entitled to the check, too. They have no motivation for doing better or getting out of that situation. The welfare tale was reportedly an exaggeration, and journalists began digging after Thomas was selected as Bush's pick for the Supreme Court. A 1991 Chicago Tribune headline read, "Thomas's sister's life gives lie to his welfare fable." Journalists discovered that Martin's ex-husband abandoned her and her 4 children in 1973. While Thomas was attending law school, his older sister worked 2 minimum wage jobs in Georgia and was the caretaker for her elderly aunt, who had suffered a stroke. She was on welfare for approximately 4 years and was far from living the glamorous life. Martin was trying to survive on only $169 a month. By 1991, she worked for a hospital and was no longer on welfare. Martin stated that Thomas never criticized her need for assistance in person. Those words only came out when he spoke publicly. Clarence Page wrote for the Chicago Tribune in 1991, "There's a lesson in this, I suppose. A little scapegoating can take you a long way in politics, even when you use your own sister." In 2007, Emma Mae Martin said about her brother, "He's supposed to be a judge, but you can't judge anybody unless you judge yourself. I've never judged anybody, but people judge me all the time." In July and August 2022, I briefly spoke to Clarence Thomas's sister, 76 at the time, and working with children. When asked about Thomas, Martin said, "I don't have any opinion on what he does. I don't get into his politics. I don't follow his politics, because what I think may be wrong. I don't even give an opinion on what he does." Martin also revealed she currently has no relationship with her brother. Willing as Clarence Thomas was to publicly and incorrectly shame his sister, it was obvious that he would have few scruples when it came to strangers. Before he became a Supreme Court justice, Thomas was a perfect example of affirmative action. Thomas admittedly was accepted to Yale University because of affirmative action. In 1983, he was quoted as saying about affirmative action policies, "But for them, God only knows where I would be today." These laws and their proper application are all that stand between the first 17 years of my life and the second 17 years. A contradiction to his comments at the 1980 Black Alternatives Conference. In 1981, under President Ronald Reagan, Thomas became the Assistant Secretary of Education for the Office for Civil Rights in the Department of Education. Reagan then appointed him chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC, in 1982, where he stayed for 8 years. By 1987, as Thomas was rising in the ranks of the Reagan administration, he declared any race-conscious remedy is no good when questioned about affirmative action. For Thomas, it appears that those policies which he had benefited lost their efficacy after he made it into the highest echelons of government. Black Republicans, especially Thomas, who are against affirmative action but simultaneously push the self-help narrative, are offensively contradictory. While white women are massive beneficiaries of affirmative action, from 1969 to 1988, Arthur Fletcher's policy put $18 billion into the hands of black people. Affirmative action resulted in better access to higher education, fair wages, and financial stability, all with self-help. In May 1987, Thomas took a stab at Justice Thurgood Marshall. Giving a speech for the bicentennial of the U.S. Constitution in Maui, Hawaii, Marshall critiqued the Constitution and its framers specifically as it related to slavery. The focus of this celebration invites a complacent belief that the vision of those who debated and compromised in Philadelphia yielded the more perfect union it is said we now enjoy. I cannot accept this invitation, for I do not believe that the meaning of the Constitution was forever fixed at the Philadelphia Convention, nor do I find the wisdom, foresight, and sense of justice exhibited by the framers particularly profound. To the contrary, the government they devised was defective from the start, requiring several amendments, a civil war, and momentous social transformation to attain the system of constitutional government and its respect for the individual freedoms and human rights we hold as fundamental today. By September, Thomas was slamming Marshall's speech. He wrote for the San Diego Union Tribune that Marshall's words were exasperating and incomprehensible. His indictment of the founders alienates all Americans, and not just black Americans, from their high and noble intention. Thus, quite to the contrary of Martin Luther King Jr., Justice Marshall pits blacks, along with women, and all Americans other than defenders of the Confederacy against the founders. Thomas continued, Justice Marshall's understanding of blacks and the Constitution stands in stark contrast to that of notable Americans, from Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln to Martin Luther King. This anti-Thurgood Marshall speech might have been the performance Thomas needed to be rewarded with an appointment to the U.S. Supreme Court. Nathaniel R. Jones, former legal counsel for the NAACP, would describe Thomas's critique of Marshall as auditioning. As the second black man on the Supreme Court, Thomas was an affirmative action move. Thurgood Marshall, the first black man appointed to the Supreme Court, retired in 1991. President George H.W. Bush knew he had to nominate a black man. Bush attempted to convince the American people he was focused solely on qualifications, saying in July 1991, I expressed my respect for the ground that Mr. Justice Thurgood Marshall plowed, but I don't feel there should be a black seat on the court or an ethnic seat on the court. When Thomas was asked about being chosen because he was black, he responded with, I think a lot worse things have been said. I disagree with that, but I'll have to live with it. At the same time, Bush argued that blacks should be grateful for Thomas, saying in 1991, blacks ought to rejoice at his nomination. They did not, and the reaction was decidedly negative, even as it was happening. As William W. Sales Jr. wrote in 1991 about Bush's selection of Thomas, it is the Supreme Court for the era of George Bush's New World Order. Black people will recognize that Judge Thomas is no more nor less than a political hack. Thomas was selected not only because he was black, but because Bush knew he was a staunch conservative, especially on civil rights. Coined the anti-Thurgood Marshal, Thomas had only served on the D.C. Circuit for 16 months before his elevation to the highest court. How does that compare to other justices who made history? Justice Thurgood Marshall served as a judge of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit from 1961 to 1965 and argued several cases before the Supreme Court. Justice Sonia Sotomayor was a judge for the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit for 11 years from 1998 to 2009. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg served on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit from 1980 to 1993. Although Justice Elena Kagan was never a judge, she was a scholar with credentials that included being a law clerk for Thurgood Marshall, the Deputy Assistant to the President for Domestic Policy under the Clinton administration, and the Dean of Harvard Law School from 2003 to 2009. She was also the Solicitor General of the United States at the time of her nomination announcement. Kagan received a well-qualified rating by a unanimous vote from the American Bar Association. Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, the first black woman and the third black person on the U.S. Supreme Court, received a well-qualified rating by a unanimous vote from the American Bar Association. From 2013 to 2021, the former public defender was a district judge for the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. Even with additional experience like her role as vice chair of the U.S. Sentencing Commission from 2010 to 2014 and being a Harvard Board of Overseers member, she was framed by Republicans as a pedophile sympathizer in one of the most disturbing confirmation hearings in history. Merrick Garland was given a well-qualified rating but was infamously blocked by Republicans from being appointed to the Supreme Court, specifically by Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. Unanimous, well-qualified ratings are not just limited to judges appointed by Democratic presidents. Justices Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, John G. Roberts Jr., Samuel A. Alito, Anthony M. Kennedy, and Antonin Scalia all received unanimous, well-qualified ratings from the American Bar Association. In August 1991, no one on the American Bar Association committee found Thomas well-qualified for the Supreme Court, and two members stated he was unqualified. The New York Times reported, "It is highly unusual, if not unprecedented, for a nominee to be confirmed without a unanimous evaluation of at least qualified." The press was highly critical. In September 1991, journalist Anthony Lewis wrote in the New York Times, "He has never been in the private practice of law. He has never been a teacher, a scholar. He has never argued a case in an important court. He was the highly ideological chairman of a federal agency, EEOC, spending much of his time making 150 political speeches and then a federal judge for 1 year." As for Thomas's time as the head of the EEOC, civil rights attorney William L. Taylor said in 1991, "While he was in federal government, he took a view of civil rights laws that was so narrow as to be ineffective. He refused to recognize the affirmative role of the government in protecting against discrimination." While he was head of the EEOC, 13,000 age discrimination claims lapsed. In 1988, according to the General Accounting Office, the investigative arm of Congress, the regional EEOC offices were not wholly studying cases, and 41% to 82% of the cases closed by those offices with no evidence of discrimination found had not been fully investigated. The NAACP also accused Thomas of only focusing on individual random acts of bigotry and ignoring systemic patterns of discrimination. Herbert Hill, the former labor director for the NAACP, wrote in a letter to Thomas in 1987, "Because you and other commissioners reject the idea that Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 was meant to be an instrument of social change, you have transformed the EEOC into a claims adjustment bureau." Dr. John Hope Franklin wrote about Thomas for the New York Times in 1991 that he has placed himself into the unseemly position of denying to others the very opportunities and the kind of assistance from public and private quarters that have placed him where he is today. Also in 1991, civil rights legend Rosa Parks warned the country about the danger of Thomas, writing, "His confirmation to the highest court in the land would not represent a step forward in the road to racial progress, but a U-turn on that road." His statements on the Brown versus Board of Education case and even on the Roe versus Wade, to me, indicate that he wants to push the clock back. The Supreme Court now appears to be turning its back on the undeniable fact of discrimination and exclusion. I believe that Judge Thomas will accelerate that trend, and that will be destructive for our nation. In 2022, Parks's words were haunting. Roe versus Wade was overturned, and Thomas wrote that the right to obtain contraception and same-sex marriage should be reconsidered. Thomas's radical ideology was exactly what President George H.W. Bush wanted. He was the gruesome opposite of Justice Thurgood Marshall. A black man who opposed civil rights was the political tool Bush needed. This was the only qualification. Affirmative action with the expectation of doing the filthy work of the Republican Party. Thomas also appeared to have a mission. According to his friend Armstrong Williams, in 1995, he's going to change these race-based laws in this country forever. Race-based laws to Thomas seemed to mean any policies that sought to create an equal playing field to achieve the so-called American dream. Policies that helped him climb out of the poverty of Georgia to make it to the U.S. Supreme Court. Suppose Bush had sought to appoint a qualified, experienced black Republican. In that case, he might have easily considered William T. Coleman Jr. He served as a law clerk to Judge Herbert F. Goodrich of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Third Circuit and made history as the first black American to be a Supreme Court law clerk, which was to Justice Felix Frankfurt in 1948. He was a protege of Thurgood Marshall, a Democrat, helping to write the legal briefs for Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. Additionally, Coleman was the fourth U.S. Secretary of Transportation under President Gerald Ford's administration. Coleman was no Clarence Thomas. He unapologetically called out the GOP during the 1980s. In 1982, Coleman spoke before the U.S. Supreme Court against the Reagan administration. Reagan attempted to revoke an Internal Revenue Service policy that banned racially discriminatory private schools from receiving federal tax benefits. As a friend of the court, Coleman stated, "Their argument is that because their racism is religiously based, they have a right to tax benefits denied to all others who cannot defend their policies on religious grounds. When fundamental public policy is violated, a defense of religious belief is not available." The High Court sided with Coleman. This was not the escapist black Republican who would meet President George H.W. Bush's quota. At the same time, some hoped Thomas would not be a charlatan. Arthur Fletcher, another black Republican and the father of affirmative action, would eventually endorse Thomas for the Supreme Court. Despite Thomas being explicitly against the affirmative action policy, Fletcher said, "In his heart of hearts, he knows how he got where he is, and that Thomas has benefited from the dramatically improved opportunities environment created by the employment affirmative action enforcement movement and has ridden it all the way to the top." Fletcher was wrong. By 1995, Thomas voted to limit affirmative action in a 5-4 decision. Fletcher told Jet magazine, "As far as I'm concerned, Justice Thomas, who is black, is leaning over to try and think white." Fletcher may have been correct. In 2007, Baltimore Sun writer Clarence Page described Thomas as expressing an odd sort of pride when he testified in the High Court's budget hearing and said his clerks happened to be all white males. Thomas added, "I don't have quotas." Some have attempted to make sense of Thomas's rulings on the court through his temporary embrace of black nationalism. According to Thomas, when he was enrolled at the College of the Holy Cross in Massachusetts, he was an angry black man and a radical who was inspired by author Richard Wright and revolutionaries like Malcolm X. During his years in college, he protested, supported the Black Panthers, and joined the Black Student Union. By 2009, Thomas downplayed his role in the Black Student Union, telling Julian Baum he was only called to join the group because he could type and edit. The Black Student Union had an 11-point manifesto which included: the black man does not want or need the white woman. The black man's history shows that the white woman is the cause of his failure to be the true black man. Thomas opposed interracial unions and would publicly accost interracial couples. All of this is quite ironic considering Clarence Thomas married a white woman in 1987, just 3 years after divorcing his black wife of 13 years. The courtship of his current wife, Virginia Thomas, also known as Jenny, Republican activist and founder of conservative lobbying company Liberty Consulting, is fascinating in its own right. A 1991 feature in the Washington Post revealed they married within a year of meeting. Virginia Thomas's family said they were surprised when they discovered she was marrying a black man. Most people in her family didn't know Clarence Thomas was black until the wedding. Virginia's Aunt Opal also dropped this line to the Washington Post: "He treated her so well, all of his other qualities made up for his being black." Was being black something to make up for in Virginia Thomas's family? Jenny Thomas has been immersed in the radical wing of the Republican Party for years. In 1995, she bragged about being a partisan and political. "I've been on a mission for a long time. I wouldn't be in this town if I wasn't on a mission." When Donald Trump became president, Jenny Thomas enjoyed unusual access, allegedly giving him reports on the most loyal White House staffers. A former senior Trump administration official told the Daily Beast in April 2022, "We all knew that within minutes after Jenny left her meeting with the president, he would start yelling about firing people for being disloyal. When Jenny Thomas showed up, you knew your day was wrecked." On the morning of January 6, 2021, she was cheering on Trump supporters via Facebook. "God bless each of you standing up or praying." She also posted, "Love MAGA people." She admitted to attending the January 6 Stop the Steal rally, the precursor to the January 6 insurrection, but claimed she left because it was cold. The Washington Post revealed that same month that Jenny was ranting on a private listserv called Thomas Clerk World, which included former staff of her husband. Her pro-Trump gibbering caused a rift on the listserv, which she later apologized for. "My passions and beliefs are likely shared with the bulk of you, but certainly not all. And sometimes the smallest matters can divide loved ones for too long. Let's pledge to not let politics divide this family, and learn to speak more gently and knowingly across the divide." A feature by Jane Mayer for The New Yorker stated that Jenny has her own links to the people who participated in the January 6th insurrection. Norman Eisen, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution, told Mayer, "It is hard to understand how Justice Thomas can be impartial when hearing cases related to the upheaval on January 6 in light of his wife's documented affiliation with January 6 instigators and Stop the Steal organizers. Justice Thomas should recuse himself given his wife's interest in the outcome of these cases." In March 2022, the Washington Post reported that Jenny Thomas was texting Mark Meadows, Trump's chief of staff, in November 2020 about overturning the election. There was also a text message on January 10, 2021. Are the American people to believe she never discussed January 6 with her husband, the only justice who voted to seal the January 6 records? In May 2022, reports of Jenny Thomas calling Arizona lawmakers to overturn the 2020 election results emerged. The same month, Clarence Thomas complained that the leaked Roe v. Wade draft opinion impacted the trust of the High Court. But what of the actions of his right-wing activist wife? Jenny Thomas is a spouse of the senior member of the U.S. Supreme Court. If Judge Sonia Sotomayor had a third cousin in the Bronx posting on social media about a Black Lives Matter rally where a police officer was harmed, Sotomayor would be under immediate investigation. Such is the double standard of politics in our times. In my brief conversation with Emma Mae Martin, Thomas's sister, I asked her thoughts about her sister-in-law, considering she was in the news cycle. Martin let out a laugh and declined to comment. Marrying a conservative white woman does not make Thomas a grifter, But it's worth noting, considering his much discussed transformation from alleged black nationalist to a hypocritical Republican. Thomas claims he had a miraculous shift in 1970. In his own telling, after attending a protest in Boston, he returned to Holy Cross and prayed. I just asked God to take hate out of my heart. I just vowed that if he did, I would never hate again. Thomas's whimsical transformation due to prayer makes for a good story. What appears more realistic is Thomas saw black radicalism as too much of a sacrifice. He could not climb the pale ladder of power as a radical. There are no black radicals in government. Instead, Clarence Thomas plotted to become the greatest grifter of them all. In 1998, Thomas reflected on his anger, blaming it on authors and musicians. Perhaps my passion for Richard Wright novels was affecting me. Perhaps it was listening too intently to Nina Simone. Perhaps, like Bigger Thomas, I was being consumed by the circumstances in which I found myself, circumstances that I saw as responding only to race. He continued, perhaps I was empowered by the anger and relieved that I could now strike back at the faceless oppressor. But why was I conceding my intellect and rather fighting much like a brute? This I could not answer, except to say that I was tired of being restrained. This is an ongoing narrative from Thomas. His anger made him a victim who blamed white people for everything and expected the government to take care of him. Maybe that is why he shamed his sister. Before he was officially appointed to the Supreme Court in 1991, Thomas bizarrely misinterpreted Malcolm X, a stunt many black Republican grifters pull today. I don't see how the civil rights people today can claim Malcolm X as one of their own. Where does he say black people should go begging the Labor Department for jobs? He was hell on integrationists. Where does he say you should sacrifice your institutions to be next to white people? Thomas stated this as if he was a segregationist. He is arguably the biggest integrationist of them all. His white wife, affiliation with the Republican Party, lacking black representation, and a Yale degree, partially owed to affirmative action, all point to an identity crisis. If Malcolm X were alive, age 66 in 1991, he would have given hell to Clarence Thomas. Malcolm X probably would have used this line. He identified himself with his master more than his master identified with himself. It's also imperative to note that Malcolm X wasn't a segregationist, but a separatist. In 1963, he stated, "We don't go for segregation. We go for separation. Separation is when you have your own. You control your own economy. You control your own politics." Black self-reliance was not unique to Malcolm X or the Nation of Islam. Ida B. Wells, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Bayard Rustin, Adam Clayton Powell, and the innumerable black Republican elected officials during Reconstruction, and nearly every black leader in American history, fought for black self-sufficiency, from Frederick Douglass to Marcus Garvey to Malcolm X. They were aware of white terror even when black folks achieved independence. Wilmington, North Carolina, 1898. Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921, and Rosewood, Florida, 1923, were prosperous black areas obliterated by domestic terrorism. There was no escaping white supremacy that fed on the blood and bodies of black people. Thomas should know black people are not waiting for good white folks to give them a handout. Fighting for justice in the courts, elections, housing, and healthcare is not begging for charity from white people. It's demanding equal access. To try to grasp what makes Clarence Thomas tick, I spoke to Paul Butler, a professor at Georgetown University. He told me that, in fact, Thomas is not so unusual in some ways. He said that Thomas is obsessed with race in a way that many black conservatives are. However, he maintained Thomas's angst is with white liberals. I think he is probably more angry at white progressives than black progressives. Butler stated that Thomas is concerned about white liberals meddling in the lives of black people with policies like affirmative action. I have endless criticisms of white liberals, but if Thomas's quarrel is with this group, he neglects how white conservatives have meddled in the lives of black people with treacherous policies. Butler also stated that Thomas's roots in black nationalism are consistent in his legal thinking and writing. While it is true there is conservatism in black nationalism, it is not the conservatism of Thomas. Would a man rooted in black nationalism allegedly display a Confederate flag on his desk? In 1991, Thomas was accused of displaying a Confederate flag on his desk sometime between 1975 and 1976 while he was the Assistant Attorney General of Missouri. Two people claimed they saw the flag, but would later say they were unsure if it was the Confederate flag or the Georgia state flag, which included the Confederate emblem at the time. The flag's presence on his desk was summed up as a quirky display of his individuality. Former Democratic Representative William L. Clay called the display of the Confederate flag an insensitive advertisement of Mr. Thomas's lack of respect for black culture and values. Former Senator John Danforth, Thomas's mentor and boss while he was the Assistant Attorney General of Missouri, slammed Clay and the CBC for reckless attacks that had been made on Clarence Thomas, which had been based on misstatements of fact. In 1991, it was unclear if Thomas displayed the Georgia flag or the Confederate flag on his desk. The New York Times said that Thomas's recollection of the flag may have been fuzzy. In Thomas's 2007 memoir, he wrote that in 1976, he brought to the office a miniature Georgia state flag, the same one that had been adopted in 1956, with the Confederate flag and the Georgia state seal displayed side by side. Thomas claimed he displayed the flag for a white coworker to try to imagine how he would have felt growing up under a flag like that had he been black. It's unknown how his white coworker reacted to Thomas's strange lesson on racism. Regardless of whether Thomas proudly propped the flag on his desk or brought the Confederate flag or the Georgia state flag for his white coworker to imagine racism, the question remains the same. Why would a black man who endured the terror of Jim Crow and was allegedly inspired by black nationalism display the Georgia state flag with the Confederate symbol? The fight to remove the Confederate emblem from the Georgia flag and other state flags has been ongoing for decades. It's not far-fetched to argue Thomas's display of the Georgia state flag is an example of his lack of respect for black culture and values. As for Thomas's view of black self-reliance because Malcolm X and other black nationalists inspired him 50 years ago, that might be the storyline some accept. I do not, especially from a man who, as reported in 1995, listened to Rush Limbaugh as one of his few mass media sources and officiated the radio host's third wedding. Thomas's actions are glaringly inconsistent with black nationalism, and the best example is Curtis Flowers. Flowers is a black man in Mississippi who had been tried 6 times for the same crime, a 1996 quadruple killing. He said his constitutional rights were denied after black people were consistently struck from the jury pool. District Attorney Doug Evans, who is white and had a documented history of striking black jurors, convicted Flowers in 2010. He was sentenced to death. And the Mississippi State Supreme Court repeatedly upheld the conviction. Flowers always maintained his innocence. In June 2019, the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Flowers' murder conviction. In his ruling, conservative Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote, "In sum, the state's pattern of striking black prospective jurors persisted from Flowers' first trial through Flowers' sixth trial. In the 6 trials combined, the state struck 41 of the 42 black prospective jurors it could have struck. At the 6th trial, the state struck 5 of 6. At the 6th trial, moreover, the state engaged in dramatically disparate questioning of black and white prospective jurors, and it engaged in disparate treatment of black and white prospective jurors, in particular by striking black prospective juror Carolyn Wright." In response, Thomas appeared gleeful that prosecutors could bring a case against Mr. Flowers for the 7th time. Thomas wrote, "If the Kavanaugh opinion today has a redeeming quality, it is this. The state is perfectly free to convict Curtis Flowers again." One of the most powerful black men in the country wrote this, and it is not black nationalism, pro-black, or self-reliance. It is classic Justice Clarence Thomas, and arguably the most hateful ruling since 2013 when he argued Section 4 and Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act should be eliminated. Only Section 4 was struck down, which is the formula for who is covered by the pre-clearance provision. Section 5 defines pre-clearance and the process of securing it. In light of the expansion of the conservative wing of the court, Thomas may get his wish to dismantle the rest of the Voting Rights Act soon enough. Malcolm X called for black people to have political power in their communities. Justice Thomas, supporting an end to the Voting Rights Act, crushes political power in black communities, and that is not black nationalism. In December 2019, Curtis Flowers was finally released from prison after 23 years. Despite Thomas's hateful wishes, Flowers wasn't tried for a seventh time. And Mississippi Attorney General Lynn Fitch dropped all charges in September 2020. Flowers said in a statement, "Today, I am finally free from the injustice that left me locked in a box for 23 years." In March 2021, Mississippi paid Flowers a measly $500,000 for over 2 decades of bondage. In September 2021, he filed a federal civil rights lawsuit seeking damages from District Attorney Doug Evans and the police officers who wrongfully put him behind bars. Flowers also deserves an apology from Justice Thomas. Despite weak qualifications, Clarence Thomas depended on powerful white men to move forward in life, getting a handout from affirmative action to ignoring sexual harassment claims. From his role on the Supreme Court to his second wife, who cheered on the rally that would mutate into the January 6th insurrection, Malcolm X would be disgusted by Clarence Thomas and his rise in the ranks of the white power structure. Thomas is a textbook grifter who calls on race when it's to his benefit. There is no better example than his appointment to the Supreme Court. In October 1991, Dr. Anita Hill was forced to testify before the Senate Judiciary Committee. She alleged that then Supreme Court nominee Clarence Thomas had sexually harassed her. Hill sat before the country and revealed that while working as an attorney under Thomas at the EEOC, she was subjected to sexual advances from Thomas, including lewd comments about his sexual prowess and the relay of detailed descriptions of pornographic movies. She claimed there were references to a pornographic film star named Long Dong Silver, and pubic hair was found on a Coca-Cola can. Hill was grilled by an all-white, all-male Senate Judiciary Committee, with Senator Hal Heflin, a Democrat from Alabama, asking if she was a scorned woman. But there were others who could have backed up her story. Many people forget Angela Wright, Clarence Thomas's Director of Public Affairs in 1984 when he was chair of the EEOC. Wright wanted to testify against Thomas, which would corroborate Hill's story. Wright was subpoenaed and spent several days in an attorney's office in Washington, D.C., waiting to be called to testify. Wright was told that because of the lateness of the hour, she was never called, but her statement was put in the record. Clarence Thomas delivered his famous retort in a speech before the Senate Judiciary Committee. "From my standpoint, as a black American, as far as I'm concerned, it is a high-tech lynching for uppity blacks who in any way deign to think for themselves, to do for themselves, to have different ideas, and it is a message that unless you kowtow to an old order, this is what will happen to you. You will be lynched, destroyed, caricatured by a committee of the U.S. Senate, rather than hung from a tree." High-tech lynching was a grand grift for Thomas. There was no such thing as a high-tech lynching. But Thomas put the imaginary noose in the hands of uppity blacks. For the older white men on the Senate Judiciary Committee, who may have witnessed a few lynchings in their time, Thomas handed them the ability to become saviors, rescuing him from the savage, deranged black people who didn't support him because he is a Republican. Most disgusting, Thomas blamed Dr. Anita Hill, a black woman, for the lynching of a black man. Thomas became the victim after years of whining that black people victimized themselves. In Thomas's mind, the victims were not Dr. Anita Hill, Angela Wright, Curtis Flowers, his sister Emma Mae Martin, and the black people who suffer at the hands of his power. The victim was him. After griping that black people were sacrificing their institutions to be next to white people, he was sacrificing his pinpoint Georgia soul with the help of elite white men who would crown him the Black King of the U.S. Supreme Court. Thomas was confirmed to the U.S. Supreme Court with a 52-48 vote. 11 Democrats voted for Thomas, one being Illinois Senator Alan J. Dixon. Cook County Recorder of Deeds, Carol Moseley Braun, was so disgusted by Dixon's support of Thomas that in 1992 she ran against him and became the first black woman elected to the U.S. Senate. A key to her historic win was the high voter turnout in the black areas of Chicago, where residents were probably just as repulsed by Dixon's support of Thomas. Justice Thomas represented a new class of black conservatives, extraordinarily different from black Republicans before the Reagan era. John Wilkes, a black Republican who served in the Nixon and Ford administrations in sub-cabinet roles, saw the grift early. In December 1991, 2 months after Thomas was appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court, Wilkes said to the New York Times, "They merely say they're conservative, say they're opposed to affirmative action, and are immediately picked up by a right-wing white sponsor, such as the Hoover Institution, Heritage Foundation, and American Enterprise Institute, groups not known for their sensitivity to black issues. That's the main shortcoming of these new black conservatives." Wilkes saw the future. It's a diabolical formula we would see from Tim Scott, Daniel Cameron, Ben Carson, Herman Cain, Mia Love, and countless others. Today's grifters may be elevated by right-wing white sponsors and supported by cable networks like Fox News, but Justice Thomas is their ideological and tactical blueprint. Clarence Thomas perfected the grift, polished the talking points, and unlike the black Republicans before him, morphed himself into the victim of the angry black mob who were simply outraged because he is the sanctified, independent thinker. With his radical, right-wing activist wife by his side, Thomas lives and breathes republicanism. The record shows he is a political cancer when justices should be apolitical, and his ideology is metastasizing. Chapter 6: Franks and Watts. A quote from J.C. Watts: "I think the issue on the right is that they do not allow an African American to be Republican, conservative, and black. They say you've got to be one or the other." From 1929 to 2022, there have only been 9 black Republicans as voting members in the House of Representatives. When Oscar Stanton DePriest lost re-election in 1934 in Illinois, it would take nearly 60 years for the next black Republican representative to be elected. Republican Melvin Herbert Evans was in the House for the U.S. Virgin Islands at-large district from 1979 to 1981, but he was a delegate, a non-voting member. His name was Gary Franks, and he served in Connecticut's 5th District from 1991 to 1997. But Gary Franks was no Oscar Stanton DePriest. Representing Connecticut's 5th District, which was overwhelmingly white at the time of his election, Franks would make DePriest spin in his grave. Franks was against affirmative action, the creation of a black Republican named Arthur Fletcher, supported the nomination of Clarence Thomas to the Supreme Court, believed Roosevelt's New Deal enslaved black people, blasted the 1995 Million Man March while comparing the Nation of Islam to the Ku Klux Klan, and supported lifting sanctions against South Africa before apartheid ended. As Franks was running for office, Congress nearly passed the Civil Rights Act of 1990, which would have made it less difficult for individuals in race or sex discrimination lawsuits to win. President George H.W. Bush vetoed the bill, arguing that if companies feared lawsuits, they might feel forced to maintain race or gender quotas. In October 1990, Benjamin Hooks, executive director of the NAACP at the time, called Bush's veto a sharp and shocking disappointment and said he was at a loss why the president described the Civil Rights Act of 1990 as a quota bill. Franks carried this bizarre logic even further. According to the Washington Post, his opposition was based on his experience, his fear that companies might use a policy of forced quotas as an excuse to move out of communities. Franks said about the bill, "I question whether some Democrats truly want a civil rights bill or if they want a political issue." Frank's shenanigans did not sit well with the CBC, where he was the first Republican voting member. After he stood in opposition to redistricting that would benefit black communities and voters, he was temporarily kicked out, and his access to strategy sessions was limited. While Franks did support the Civil Rights Act of 1991, his colleagues in Congress saw through his grift. In 1995, Representative Julian Dixon, a Democrat from Los Angeles, said about Franks, "My measure of him is that he does not have any following in the black community, and he does give white Americans cover by virtue of the color of his skin. He makes them feel comfortable in dismantling programs that I think are still well needed." When Franks finally lost re-election to white Democrat James Maloney, he went so far as to blame black people for his loss, even though he represented a 90% white district. You probably didn't know that Jesse Jackson Jr. was in Waterbury recently bad-mouthing Gary Franks. Franks told the Hartford Courant in 1996. You probably didn't know that Al Sharpton was in Danbury telling church audiences not to vote for me, or that the Million Man March people were working night and day to spread lies, distortions, and half-truths about my record. I made myself a target for a number of organizations. To the contrary, the Hartford Courant claimed Franks' critics felt he was too preoccupied with his newfound fame to tend to the nitty-gritty of constituent work. As recently as 2021, Franks was complaining about the CBC, which he described as craziness. He also wrote, "It's very obvious the CBC doesn't have all the answers on improving the lives of black Americans." Frank's remarks are reflective of the post-Clarence Thomas crop of black Republicans. These grifters have little in common with their colleagues across the aisle. Their strategy was to whitewash racism for the benefit of their constituencies, which are usually predominantly white. That plan sometimes runs out of gas and requires a particular level of cleverness to survive, which we would see in J.C. Watts, the next black Republican elected to the House of Representatives in 1995, representing Oklahoma's 4th District. Watts, a former college football star and minister, won in a predominantly white district. He grew up in a home of Democrats, according to the Washington Post, but switched parties because he believed Democrats took the black vote for granted. There is some truth to that, but the idea that the contemporary GOP would be any better is hard to swallow considering the policy records of Nixon, Ford, Reagan, and Bush. Yes, some Democrats have taken black votes for granted, but Republican leaders are pathologizing black communities to win over white voters and pursuing policies few black voters would support. From the Barry Goldwater days of black people literally being evicted from the GOP to the violent racism Jackie Robinson saw at the 1964 Republican National Convention, this was the party of racism, like the Democratic Party was the party of racism in the 1800s. By 1995, when Watts was elected, more than 60 black Democrats either were or had been in the House of Representatives since the early 1930s. Watts was only the third voting black Republican in the House of Representatives since the 1930s. While Watts claimed he switched parties because he thought Democrats took the black vote for granted, his district did not include many black voters. It's hard not to wonder, is it possible that Watts switched parties because he knew he could not win in Oklahoma's predominantly white 4th District as a black Democrat? Did Watts crave political power and realize that the shortest route was as a black Republican? Like Franks, Watts played into the same language popular with Republicans since Nixon and Reagan. While campaigning, he blamed the number of people on welfare as cultural decay. He also ranted about depending on the government and being a victim and spoke out against affirmative action. In taking these views, Watts was the opposite of people who looked like him, including black conservatives. In 1995, conservative African Americans supported affirmative action at 79%, wanted cuts in military spending at 76%, and 81% called for more spending on public education. Watts as a candidate was not aligned with his own community. In an interview with the Washington Post titled J.C. Watts, No Excuses, he boasted that his parents never needed public assistance and called on black voters to hold Democrats accountable. Whenever a candidate comes asking for your vote, make them accountable. I don't believe that the black community has done that with the Democratic leadership. The irony of this is Watts, at this point, wasn't holding his party accountable for their horrific policies, especially against poor whites. Nonetheless, Watts was elected and quickly considered the newest star in the GOP. Taking a cue from Massachusetts Senator Edward Brooke, who had said, "A vote for Brooke is a vote against Stokely Carmichael," Watts adapted the tactic of assuring white voters that he was not that kind of black person. In 1997, Watts was chosen to deliver the Republican response to President Bill Clinton's State of the Union address. In a feature for the Washington Post, published right before the address, Watts was quoted as calling Reverend Jesse Jackson and D.C. Mayor Marion Barry race-hustling poverty pimps. Watts also harkened back to the plantation rhetoric, saying Jackson and Barry talk a lot about slavery, but they're perfectly happy to have just moved us to another plantation. Not very Christ-like language from the minister. Watts's rhetoric was that of a classic bootstrapper. His words weren't on the same level as a predecessor such as Isaiah Montgomery or successor such as Senator Tim Scott or Representative Byron Donalds, and certainly not like the offensive commentary of Trump-supporting personalities like Diamond and Silk. But just because his words weren't as ludicrous doesn't mean black GOPers like Watts didn't pave the way for those who used exaggerated, malicious, and self-serving rants against black people. Watts's language was a gateway drug for the full-blown high of today's right-wing black commentators who don't merely preach opposition to Democratic policies, but malign ongoing civil rights activism, denigrate successful black progressives, and try to broadly pin the nation's woes on trumped-up controversies such as critical race theory, defund the police, and the semantics of systemic racism. They push the narrative that they and only they are independent thinkers. The point isn't to persuade or convert more black voters to their cause, but to place themselves on a pedestal above black voters who typically vote for Democrats and, like Montgomery, win the applause of powerful white interests. Black media rebuked Watts, and so did Barry and Jackson. The initially acrimonious exchanges signaled what would be at least a partial upcoming conversion from Watts. While D.C. Mayor Barry had a complicated history and was not perfect, it was a misnomer to say or insinuate he was pimping out poverty. Barry's administration balanced the city's budget and reinvented downtown D.C. with investment in construction. And his most famous policy is the District Youth Employment Act of 1979, which guaranteed summer jobs to everyone from 14 to 21 years old. Barry responded to Watts by saying, "I worked all my life for poor people. He ought to apologize." Representative Jesse Jackson Jr., representing Illinois' 2nd District at the time, ripped into Watts via a letter, which read in part, "If you were quoted accurately, I am deeply saddened and disappointed that you would not only as a distinguished member of Congress, but as a clergyman and minister of the gospel, make such an uncivil, immature, ignorant, and insensitive statement about my father. I have always known you to be more mature, more enlightened, and more generous of spirit than that." Watts attempted to backtrack. He said he didn't name specific people, only black leaders, insinuating the Washington Post misquoted him. The Washington Post stood by its reporting. Watts then complained that Representative Jackson released his letter to the media, making what should have been a private conversation public. Ultimately, Watts apologized and reportedly had a very pleasant conversation with Barry. But the slamming of black Democrats had done its work. White Republicans loved this performance, and it only made Watts more of a political star. Watts's press secretary bragged they received so many supportive phone calls that the lines were busy. Yes, Watts was grifting in his own way and shaming black leaders with all the trite tropes, but he still surprised his white Republican colleagues by throwing a policy curveball. As much as Watts had previously denounced affirmative action, he stood up for the policy at a crucial moment. In 1998, as House Republicans were trying to demolish affirmative action, Watts joined Democratic Representative John Lewis of Georgia in a Dear Colleague letter. This is not the time to eliminate the one tool we have, imperfect though it may be, to help level the playing field for many minority youth. The year before, Watts debated on a 1997 bill that would have gutted affirmative action in federal contracting and hiring. The Washington Post said in the closed meeting with the House Republicans, there was an impassioned debate. In the end, the bill was tabled, and 4 Republicans joined with Democrats, Representative John Linder of Georgia, chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, reportedly said it was his, J.C. Watts's, objection last fall that really convinced us to hold off on this and talk about it more. The years 1997 to 1998 appeared to be a wake-up call for Watts. He made what seemed to be an implicit jab at his party. I work very hard not to have to play the role of the black Republican, the black conservative. Like it or not, people force me to play the role of the black Republican. Maybe he realized black Democrats were not his enemies. By 2003, Watts sounded like a stone cold progressive Democrat, saying affirmative action isn't the problem. Lousy education for black kids is the problem. Until you fix these schools, don't talk to me about equal opportunity. Watts ended up at war with his party, specifically Representative Tom DeLay, who represented Texas's 22nd congressional district from 1985 until 2006. In November 1998, Watts was the 4th-ranking Republican in the House, and by the following year, according to journalist Jake Tapper, DeLay was charging right for him. Watts was accused of doing an unsatisfactory job as House Republican Conference Chair. But was this about job performance or about being insufficiently in step with the GOP line and insufficiently solicitous of the biases of white Republicans? Watts told Jake Tapper that he was being blocked from doing his job. I didn't get his staff and budget until the middle of March, and everybody was saying, oh, he's gotten off to a rocky start. But I didn't have the ability to do the job I was elected to do. Watts added, there was, I am convinced, an orchestrated effort to cause me problems and to keep me from doing my job. When President Bush was sworn into office in 2001, Watts felt he wasn't getting the same respect as other members of House leadership. No one from the administration would return Watts's calls, even for issues in his district. By 2002, after being ignored by the administration despite being a longtime supporter, Watts refused to attend a House Republican conference where President Bush was scheduled to speak. Not being allowed to do his job and feeling underappreciated by his party would be a similar fate for the first and only black chair of the Republican Party, Michael Steele. By 2003, Watts resigned, and black Democrats were singing his praises. South Carolina Representative James Clyburn said, JC is someone who really has been quietly but very forcefully doing a lot of good. The late great Representative John Lewis agreed. He's not one of the old traditional guys who go around slapping backs, the good old boys. That's not his style. Civil rights legend Rosa Parks wrote him a letter asking him not to resign. He was a different politician than he had been in 1995. To be clear, Watts was and is absolutely a Republican. The American Conservative Union gave him a lifetime rating of 94%. When he was out of office, he supported Bush's war in Iraq and once described same-sex marriage as decay. However, Watts distinguished himself by refusing to kowtow to the GOP, at least after he got into office. For years, Watts has been openly critical of how Republicans handled racial issues and never held back calling out the Trump administration. In August 2020, Watts said, Republicans, conservatives, I think the issue on the right is that they do not allow an African American to be Republican, conservative, and black. They say you've got to be one or the other. And I think it's very difficult for African Americans to say, you expect me to denounce the experiences. It's an essential point from Watts. But another question is, when did Watts know Republicans wanted him to erase his blackness? Did he ever participate in the racial erasure for political clout? And if so, what was his breaking point? In 2022, Watts endorsed Democrat Joy Hofmeister for governor of Oklahoma, saying, "I was a Republican then and I'm a Republican now. And friends, I'm voting for Joy Hofmeister." Incumbent governor Kevin Stitt won by over 10 points. I reached out to J.C. Watts' team for an interview, but his team declined. Black Republicans like Watts may eventually reckon with the racism of their party, but the question remains, how were they blind to it? Did they sincerely believe the party wasn't what it showed itself to be? Or did they convince themselves they were the great black savior who could rescue the GOP from their racism? It's a question that could just as easily be asked of the black Republicans to come, like General Colin Powell and Madam Secretary Condoleezza Rice. Chapter 7: Rice, Powell, and Bush. A quote from Madam Secretary Condoleezza Rice: "Nobody needs to tell me how to be black." In 1992, the GOP's 12-year reign ended. President Bill Clinton was elected and would appoint a historic number of black people to his presidential cabinet during 2 terms. He would also select more black federal judges than any president in history at the time. The black unemployment rate was nearly slashed in half, and the administration increased funding for HBCUs. Still, Clinton's record with the black community was far from perfect. The Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994, also known as the 1994 Crime Reform Bill, solidified mass incarceration. It's important to note that the Crime Reform Bill has its roots with Reagan and Nixon, who were the original law and order presidents. As for the poor of any racial background, the most horrific policy was the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Act of 1996, also known as the Welfare Reform Act, which kicked millions of people off public assistance without better access to jobs or higher wages. That said, considering Republicans, especially black Republicans, so passionately despise welfare, one would think they would love President Clinton for this legislation. The Republican Party was mobilizing for the next GOP takeover. Representative J.C. Watts was the most prominent black Republican elected official in the 1990s. The National Rifle Association, NRA, was gaining massive political power, and white evangelicals were etching in stone their role in politics. The old guard Republicans passed on their racist Operation Dixie tactics to a new generation of elected officials. After the fiasco of the 2000 election, when the race was briefly called for Vice President Al Gore but was retracted due to a dispute over a little more than 500 votes in Florida, George W. Bush eventually became the 43rd President of the United States. Unlike Trump and his big lie minions, Gore conceded. It wasn't a good start for the Bush administration and the black community. Bush had lost the black vote by 9-1. During the 2000 election, many black voters in Florida believed their vote was suppressed, especially after it was reported that more than 175,000 ballots were not counted in the Sunshine State, many in heavily black areas. Speaking of voter suppression, while Bush did sign the Voting Rights Act Reauthorization and Amendments Act of 2006, which he is often praised for, one of the most underreported stories of his administration is his Department of Justice waging a political war on a black man in Mississippi. In 2005, Bush's Department of Justice filed a civil case against Ike Brown, accusing him of discriminating against white voters in Mississippi. For the first time in history, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was used as a weapon against a black citizen. Brown, in his early 50s at the time, had been registering people to vote since he was a teenager and was a legend in Mississippi for turning out the black vote in Noxubee County. He was the chairman of the Noxubee County Democratic Executive Committee, but his civic engagement resulted in him being accused of engaging in racially motivated manipulation of the electoral process in Noxubee County to the detriment of white voters. According to Cole Bragg in Scallywag magazine, in the mid-1960s, Noxubee County was 70% black and all the elected officials were white. By the early 2000s, the racial demographics remained the same, but 93% of the elected officials were black this time. Bush's DOJ was screaming racism with voter fraud accusations, which resonated with some of the county's white residents. In 2006, an unidentified white woman in Noxubee County was quoted as saying, "There's a lot of voting irregularities, but that's all I'm going to say." Words that could easily come from one of Trump's big lie supporters in 2020. The obsession over Brown was quite rich, considering Bush's DOJ hadn't filed a voting rights case for black people since 2001. In 2007, the court ruled against Brown, and he was banned from electoral work for 4 years. In 2018, Brown said about the case, they called it reverse voter rights, reverse discrimination, said I was discriminating against white folks. Brown was also accused of misusing the absentee ballot, to which he responded with, the whole thing is they wanted to stop black people from doing absentee ballots. That's what the whole trial was about. In Mississippi, that's all they did, use absentee ballots, white folks. When black folks started doing it, it was a problem. It was fraud and everything else. As long as they were doing it, it was all right. While the Bush administration made history by twisting the Voting Rights Act, Bush got more attention for having the first GOP administration with 4 black members in a presidential cabinet. As most well know, Colin Powell and then Condoleezza Rice became Secretary of State. Alphonso Jackson was appointed Secretary of Housing and Urban Development in 2004. Rod Page, the former superintendent of the Houston, Texas public schools, became the first black American Secretary of Education in 2001. Bush came into office keen on satisfying his key base, white evangelicals. While Rod Page's appointment as the first black Secretary of Education was historic, he became infamous for his involvement with Bush's ill-fated attempt to remake American education. Using the tagline, "The soft bigotry of low expectations," as his vision, and with No Child Left Behind, NCLB, as the policy, he appealed to hard-right Republicans. In 2002, NCLB was signed into law and was supposed to remedy the racial achievement gap in public schools with federal dollars. Much of the bill was cut and pasted from Clinton's Improving America's Schools Act of 1994, but Page and Bush added their GOP twist with more insidious testing requirements. The policy faced immediate pushback from teachers' unions who saw the disaster of NCLB before it became law. The National Education Association, one of the largest labor unions at the time, and the American Federation of Teachers did not publicly support the legislation. Although the Bush administration committed to improving schools, there were accusations of not adequately funding the policy and that NCLB's biased one-size-fits-all statewide testing requirements left more children behind. Page, who had a long history of working in education in Texas and was close to George H.W. Bush, got into hot water by making statements that sounded more like a white evangelical than someone sincerely concerned about improving education for all. In 2003, the Baptist Press quoted Page as saying, "I would prefer to have a child in a school that has a strong appreciation for the values of the Christian community, where a child is taught to have a strong faith." The reason that Christian schools and Christian universities are growing is a result of a strong value system. In a religious environment, the value system is set. That's not the case in a public school where there are so many different kids with different kinds of values. Page's suggestion that the public school's problem was the presence of so many different kids with different kinds of values set off alarm bells. There were immediate calls for Page to resign. Barry W. Lynn, former executive director of Americans United for Separation of Church and State, wrote in a statement, "You do not appreciate religious diversity in America or the application of church-state separation to public schools. Since you are unable to endorse these important features of American life, I urge you to step down as Secretary of Education." Page reportedly refused to resign or apologize. If anything, he stepped up his overheated rhetoric. After back and forth with the unions, in February 2004, Page outraged the National Education Association when he said it was like a terrorist organization because its members were pushing back against Bush's education policies. At least this time, Page would apologize. Comparing teachers to terrorists just a few years after 9/11 was beyond the pale, but the damage was done. Reg Weaver, who is black and the former president of the National Education Association, said, Secretary Page's comments were pathetic and morally repugnant. They are no laughing matter. Terry McAuliffe, the Democratic National Chairman, stated, Secretary Page and the Bush administration have resorted to the most vile and disgusting form of hate speech, comparing those who teach America's children to terrorists. By the end of 2004, Page resigned. He had little to show for his time in the cabinet. The following year, the National Education Association and school districts from 3 states sued the Bush administration and accused the government of shortchanging schools by at least $27 billion. In 2012, the Washington Post reported several letdowns of NCLB, like failing to increase academic performance, not narrowing achievement gaps, and damaging educational quality and equity. In 2014, even Rod Page admitted disappointment in education reform. So far, most reform efforts have been about re-engineering the system. This is not an engineering problem. It's not about when, how, and where. Kids have to understand why it is important to do this. The why behind Republican education reform had nothing to do with making a system that better served children. It appeared to be about disempowering teachers, attacking unions, and undermining public education altogether. Page was willingly drafted into a campaign of attacking black children and black teachers for decades. Moreover, Bush's mantra of the soft bigotry of low expectations as he was gutting public schools was ironic, considering he was a C student who essentially received undeserved affirmative action due to his political family. In 2017, Page's dedication to Republicanism continued, even in the Trump era. While the interim president of Jackson State University, he sympathized with Betsy DeVos, arguably the worst education secretary in history, who was appointed under Trump. It was clear that she's kind of a target for the group that I loosely refer to as the guardians of the status quo, Page said about DeVos's confirmation hearing. He insisted public education should be interested in positive change. He also criticized some of the questions to DeVos, which he felt were to derail rather than make judgments about her leadership. At the disastrous confirmation hearing, DeVos made wildly bizarre comments all on her own, such as that guns should be allowed in a Wyoming school for protection from potential grizzlies. Low expectations certainly appear to be the HUD motto under Alphonso Jackson. In late 2003, Jackson, former president and chief executive officer of the Housing Authority of the City of Dallas and longtime friend of Justice Clarence Thomas, became the acting Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. By 2004, he was named the permanent secretary. Jackson followed the tradition set by President Gerald Ford of black Republicans being called to the cabinet to oversee HUD. Sadly, this position is tainted by scandal and mismanagement from Republicans and Democrats alike. Jackson's term rapidly descended into a catastrophe when he suggested to a business group that he was weighing politics in awarding federal contracts. Speaking in Dallas in April 2006, Jackson told an anecdote about when he refused to give a minority contractor a contract. His reason? The contractor didn't support George W. Bush. He didn't get the contract, Jackson said. Why should I reward someone who doesn't like the president so they can use funds to try to campaign against the president? Logic says they don't get the contract. That's the way I believe. Adopting a political position in service of personal gain may have been how Jackson approached the world, but what he described was a crime. It is against federal law to refuse government contracts for political reasons. Making things worse, Jackson attempted to backpedal by claiming he had made the whole story up. In a statement, Jackson said, I deeply regret the anecdotal remarks I made at a recent Texas small business forum, and I would like to reassure the public that all HUD contracts are awarded solely on a stringent merit-based process. During my tenure, no contract has ever been awarded, rejected, or rescinded due to the personal or political beliefs of the recipient. The public and press didn't buy it. In May 2004, a writer for East Bay Times wrote, "Either Jackson broke the law and then lied about it, or he lied that he had broken the law. Which of those actions make him fit to be Secretary of Housing and Urban Development?" His comments sparked an investigation into whether Jackson had favored supporters of President Bush when awarding HUD contracts. His chief of staff told investigators that Jackson personally intervened with contractors whom he did not like. Those contractors had Democratic political affiliations. However, the report concluded Jackson did not disclose any pattern or practice of issuing contracts based on political affiliation. There were some limited instances where political affiliation may have been a factor in contracts involving Jackson, but there was no evidence that a contract was canceled, rescinded, terminated, or not issued as a result of the encounter between Secretary Jackson and the contractor. In other words, Jackson was more of a liar than a criminal. It wasn't the end of Jackson's troubles. Also in 2004, he made a clueless and classist comment that poor is a state of mind, not a condition, which received backlash. Another Republican trope to blame the working poor for starvation wages and high rent versus policies that are designed to keep people in poverty. Scandal appeared to be a state of mind for Jackson. He was accused of giving deals to friends and loyalists in the Republican Party. The FBI investigated a connection between Jackson and a friend who was allegedly paid $392,000 by HUD as a construction manager in New Orleans post Hurricane Katrina. The Philadelphia Housing Authority also sued Jackson for allegedly meddling with a land deal, and he was accused of moving thousands of dollars in government contracts to friends in the Virgin Islands. Alphonso Jackson always denied any wrongdoing, and the Justice Department declined to file charges. But by March 2008, he could no longer escape the multiplying scandals. Jackson stepped down, facing demands for his resignation from Democrats like Connecticut Senator Chris Dodd and Washington Senator Patty Murray. His record at HUD was a tarnished one. He maintained that the Bush administration had transformed public housing during his tenure. There was one major transformation. From 2004 through 2008, $1.8 billion was slashed from HUD programs. Jackson had presided over a scandal-ridden agency that had worsened the state of public housing as the country descended into a housing crisis. In 2016, Jackson appeared to still be delusional about HUD and endorsed Ben Carson, who had zero housing experience, as Trump's pick for Secretary of Housing and Urban Development because he's extremely compassionate and he really cares about the inner cities. The disasters of Page and Jackson are due to the Bush administration's policies. They both claimed they worked for the people, but the results were the opposite. Theirs was a grift not as extreme and profitable as others ahead, but they certainly contributed to the downward spiral of black republicanism while undermining key institutions. There was another kind of black Republican during these years, Colin Powell, a four-star Army general who served in multiple administrations. He was seen as a potential presidential candidate for both parties until Powell came out as a Republican in November 1995. He stated he wanted to help the party of Lincoln move once again close to the spirit of Lincoln. In some ways, Powell's role in the GOP reflects the true colors of original black republicanism. For many black people, being a Republican in 1995 would be as illogical as being a Democrat in 1875. Neither party is impeccable, but just as the Democratic Party of 1875 was the party of white supremacists, in 1995 the Republican Party was the party of racism. Racist Southerners gradually shifted to the GOP after President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater and disgraced President Richard Nixon perfected the Southern strategy to win the white vote. President Ronald Reagan weaponized those racist political strategies by supporting apartheid in South Africa, advocating for states' rights, attempting a veto of the Civil Rights Restoration Act of 1987, waging the coded war on drugs, and promoting many other policies that would annihilate black communities across the country. President George H.W. Bush continued Reagan's legacy by bringing on Lee Atwater as his campaign manager for the 1988 presidential election. Despite outcry from several black leaders, Bush vetoed the Civil Rights Act of 1990 and appointed Clarence Thomas, the anti-Thurgood Marshal, to the U.S. Supreme Court. Bush had won the 1988 election partly due to the infamous Willie Horton ad, which used an image of a black man convicted of rape and murder to claim that a weekend furlough program was dangerous. Bush rocketed in the polls, framing his opponent, Democrat Michael Dukakis, as weak on crime. Bush won the presidential election, and the Horton television commercial was a turning point in the campaign. Colin Powell would call the ad racist, cold political calculation and a political cheap shot. Even so, Powell said he never detected the slightest trace of racial prejudice in Bush or Reagan. Powell would serve as Bush's chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I've always wondered, how did Powell reconcile the abhorrent anti-civil rights agenda of the GOP when he joined the party in 1995? The child of Jamaican immigrants and a City College of New York graduate, Powell had to be cognizant of the party's bigotry. A 1995 article from the Washington Post claimed Powell told a friend about Reagan. Reagan himself is colorblind, but he bears a responsibility for being blind to the impact of what his administration has not done for black people. Powell's republicanism could be compared to that of Arthur Fletcher, William Coleman, or Massachusetts Senator Edward William Brooke. These men did not shame black folks for not sharing their political ideology and weren't afraid to call out their party. In a 1990 speech at the University of the District of Columbia during Black History Month, Powell made it clear his ascension to power did not erase his blackness. People say to me, "Gee, you were the first black chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You were the first black national security advisor of the President of the United States. So you had it made, and obviously there is a meritocracy in the Army anyway. You're not black, you're not white, you're just green. And so all of this really doesn't matter anymore. You've made it. What I say to them is, wrong, wrong. I'm black. I'm not green. I'm black. I've been black all my life. I've had to fight the prejudice that came my way all my life." Powell's language was refreshing, completely devoid of paternalizing black people who weren't as successful as him. He would tell Ebony, "I have always tilted toward the black media. I've made myself very accessible to the black press, and I do that as a way of just showing people, hey, look at that dude. He came out of the South Bronx. If he got out, why can't I?" For a time, Powell operated outside conventional partisan politics. Some regarded him as likely to become the first black president of the United States, regardless of his party affiliation. When he joined the Reagan administration, his work was not necessarily an endorsement of Reagan's policies. Powell appeared committed to service above self-interest. After he came out as a Republican in November 1995, he paid lip service to the old line about the party of Lincoln. It would only be a matter of time until Powell became exhausted with the GOP's racism. Like his predecessors, Powell learned he could not reform the Southern Strategy Party. The question remains, Colin Powell was disgusted by the GOP during the rise of Trump in 2016. Where was his outrage decades before? Despite the revisionist history, policy-wise, the GOP in 2016 wasn't that different from the party in 1995. Powell may have developed an affinity for the Republican Party throughout his lengthy military background dating back to the 1950s. He was part of the Army Reserve Officers Training Corps and an Army second lieutenant when he graduated from college in June 1958. Powell served 2 combat tours in Vietnam and earned 3 medals. Vietnam would be the first stain on Powell's record, as he was criticized for participating in what has been described as a cover-up of the My Lai massacre. On March 16, 1968, more than 500 women and children from the village of My Lai, an area of South Vietnam, were murdered. There were horrific reports of mutilation and gang rape. The public would not find out about the massacre until November 1969, and 26 American soldiers were charged. Lieutenant William Calley, Jr., a platoon leader, was the only person who was convicted. He was initially given a life sentence but served 3.5 years under house arrest. Powell, an Army major in 1969, was not tied to any wrongdoing on the ground. However, according to the Washington Post, General Powell received a written complaint from a young soldier accusing U.S. forces of brutality against civilians. The complaint did not refer specifically to My Lai, and General Powell dismissed the allegation of widespread abuses after a cursory investigation. It took a letter from another soldier months later for the Army to open a formal inquiry and for the facts of the massacre to emerge. Powell would eventually discuss his knowledge of what occurred in Vietnam. He blamed the fog of war. In Powell's 2010 book, My American Journey, he wrote, "If a helo spotted a peasant in black pajamas who looked remotely suspicious, a possible MAM, military assistance mission, the pilot would circle and fire in front of him. If he moved, his movement was judged evidence of hostile intent, and the next burst was not in front but at him. Brutal, maybe so, but an able battalion commander with whom I had served at Genhausen, West Germany, Lieutenant Colonel Walter Pritchard, was killed by enemy sniper fire while observing MAMs from a helicopter, and Pritchard was only one of many. The kill or be killed nature of combat tends to dull fine perceptions of right and wrong." Writing years after the event, Powell finally seemed willing to admit the massacre was a massacre. My Lai was an appalling example of much that had gone wrong in Vietnam. The involvement of so many unprepared officers and nomcoms led to breakdowns in morale, discipline, and professional judgment, and to horrors like My Lai as the troops became numb to what appeared to be endless and mindless slaughter. Yet, according to at least one historian, Jeffrey J. Matthews, there may have been another reason for Powell to participate in a cover-up. Matthews noted that if Powell had challenged his superiors, it would have derailed his promising career. What does this mean for Powell's legacy in Vietnam? To be fair, Powell was a career military man. No one could have expected him to be removed from the tragedies of war. Sure enough, Powell's promising career flourished within the GOP as he served in military roles under the Reagan and Bush administrations. From 1989 to 1993, he made history as the first black person to be chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. By 1996, there were calls for him to run for president, but he refused, saying it wouldn't be the right thing for me at this time, and his wife was against it. Powell had a vision for how the GOP might woo black voters away from the Democratic Party. According to the New York Times, Powell believed because he was a moderate on positions favoring gun control, abortion rights, and affirmative action, he may have eased the party beyond its usual conservative rhetoric. He seemed to believe that the key to overcoming partisan differences was moderation on culture war issues. Powell was wrong. Though he was beloved on both sides of the political aisle, it would take more than a moderate position by a single figure. One black Republican with the soundness of history is not enough to convert black voters. Moreover, Republicans in power wanted a black leader to assure them they weren't racist. At the 2000 Republican National Convention in Philadelphia, Powell learned the hard way that Republicans weren't ready for him to speak the truth. He received a clear message from the GOP. During a speech on the convention floor, Powell said, "We must understand the cynicism that exists in the black community. The kind of cynicism that is created when, for example, some in our party miss no opportunity to roundly and loudly condemn affirmative action that helped a few thousand black kids get an education. But you hardly hear a whimper when it's affirmative action for lobbyists who load our federal tax code with preferences for special interests. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You can't make that case." Powell almost sounded like a Democratic socialist, and sure enough, the four-star Army general was booed by delegates, according to journalist Andrea Mitchell. This moment crystallizes Powell's relationship with the Republican Party. As black Republicans have been arguing for decades, it would take meaningful policy changes like Roosevelt's New Deal, which sparked the beginnings of black Americans going from Republican to Democrat, regardless of Roosevelt's racism, to entice black voters to switch parties. The GOP was not willing to change policy. Nonetheless, Powell endorsed George W. Bush for president, and Bush won the Electoral College, losing the popular vote. In 2000, Bush only received 9% of the black vote, the lowest since Reagan in 1980. Powell signed up for his third Republican administration. In January 2001, Powell became the 65th U.S. Secretary of State and the first black man to hold the position. 8 months later, on September 11, 2001, the country suffered the worst terrorist attack on American soil, which prompted an unnecessary war in Iraq. And Colin Powell found himself in the middle of an international scandal. The war in Iraq is extremely complicated, but the simplest explanation for how it came about is that it was a matter of overreach by the Bush administration. The terrorist organization Al Qaeda, founded by Osama bin Laden and predominantly based in Afghanistan, was behind the 9/11 attacks. The U.S. declared war on Afghanistan and then, after a few months, Iraq. Saddam Hussein, the fifth president of Iraq, was not involved with bin Laden, Al Qaeda, or the attacks. As for why the Bush administration wanted to go to war with Iraq, there are many theories, but the most popular was that the next terrorist attack on U.S. soil could be from Hussein. The administration allegedly believed there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. In fact, there weren't. And some in the administration may have known better. The Bush administration worked closely with UK Prime Minister Tony Blair, settling on weapons of mass destruction as the reason to start a new war. The case would be presented before the United Nations. This was when Powell stepped in. On February 5, 2003, Powell, one of the most trusted people on the globe, famously spoke before the United Nations Security Council and claimed that there were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. Powell held up a tiny vial, which was supposed to symbolize anthrax and the threat of biological warfare from Saddam Hussein. Powell dramatically stated, "My colleagues, every statement I make today is backed up by sources, solid sources. These are not assertions. What we're giving you are facts and conclusions based on solid intelligence." While all politicians make mistakes, the United Nations speech was on a larger order. Powell cannot be blamed for Bush's warmongering decision, but he allowed himself to become a face of an unnecessary war. In March 2003, at the war's outset, when it was still incredibly popular with the American public overall, Gallup found that fewer than a third of black Americans supported the war. Colin Powell resigned as Secretary of State in 2004, letting Condoleezza Rice take the Bush reins of the State Department. Though he didn't forcibly rebuke the Bush administration, according to CNN, a senior State Department official characterized Powell's resignation by saying he was not asked to stay. His break with the Republican Party was coming. In 2008, he endorsed Illinois Senator Barack Obama for president. Just 16 days before the 2008 election, Powell said, "I firmly believe that at this point in America's history, we need a president that will not just continue, even with a new face and with the changes and with some maverick aspects, who will not just continue basically the policies that we have been following in recent years." He continued, "We need a transformational figure, a president who is generational change. That is why I'm supporting Barack Obama." Rush Limbaugh and Pat Buchanan suggested Powell supported Obama because he's black. Funny how Republicans never accuse other Republicans of endorsing each other simply because they are white. Powell supported a much younger, less experienced political figure, not fellow Vietnam veteran Senator John McCain. This signaled a clash with the GOP's Iraq policy and his turn toward a more outspoken critique of the party's racialized politics. In 2013, years before Trump, Powell blasted Republican voter suppression laws in North Carolina and fake outrage over voter fraud. What it really says to the minority voters is, we really are sort of punishing you, he stated. You can say what you like, but there is no voter fraud. How can it be widespread and undetected? Powell would never endorse another Republican president. In 2012, he endorsed Obama for a second time over Mitt Romney. Like Limbaugh and Buchanan, future President Donald Trump implied in a dog whistle tweet that Powell endorsed the 44th president due to something other than his qualifications. Obama is about to destroy the military through the sequester. The Middle East is a mess. Yet, Colin Powell still endorses him. Wonder why. In 2016, Powell supported Hillary Clinton, the third ever female Secretary of State. After the horrors of Trump, he endorsed Joe Biden in 2020. In a June 2020 CNN interview, Powell called Trump a liar who had drifted away from the Constitution when the former president threatened to use active duty military on protesters. After the January 6th insurrection, when domestic terrorists ransacked the U.S. Capitol, assaulted police, and threatened to kill elected officials, Powell officially left the Republican Party after nearly 26 years. Why did it take a full-on insurrection to finally convince Powell to break away from the venomous forces of the party? The bigotry in the Republican Party did not begin with the 45th president. Trump was the latest distillation of what Republicans have been brewing for decades. General Colin Powell died at 84 years old in October 2021. Obama showed his appreciation for Powell's support upon his death. He eulogized him and offered nuanced insight. General Powell was an exemplary soldier and an exemplary patriot. Obama said in a statement on his personal Twitter account, "Everyone who worked with General Powell appreciated his clarity of thought, insistence on seeing all sides, and ability to execute. And although he'd be the first to acknowledge that he didn't get every call right, his actions reflected what he believed was best for America and the people he served." Obama added that on a personal level, he was deeply appreciative that someone like General Powell, who had been associated with Republican administrations in the past, was willing to endorse me in 2008. But what impressed me even more was how he did it. At a time when conspiracy theories were swirling, with some questioning my faith, General Powell took the opportunity to get to the heart of the matter in a way only he could. Obama continued, "That's who Colin Powell was. He understood what was best in this country and tried to bring his own life, career, and public statements in line with that ideal." Powell demonstrated that black Republicans are not a monolith, but he revealed the limits of what black Republicans could accomplish without compromising themselves. Working in tandem with General Colin Powell during President George W. Bush's administration was Condoleezza Rice. She was the 20th National Security Advisor from 2001 to 2005, the first black woman in the role. Replacing Powell, Rice served as the 66th U.S. Secretary of State from 2005 to 2009. Rice was born in 1954 in Birmingham, Alabama. She grew up as the civil rights struggle was gathering strength and would reference her childhood in the Jim Crow South in political speeches. In 2004, at the commencement from Michigan State University, Rice told the graduating class, "I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama, before the Civil Rights Movement, a place that was once described, with no exaggeration, as the most thoroughly segregated city in the country. I know what it means to hold dreams and aspirations when half of your neighbors think of you as incapable of or uninterested in anything higher." The lesson Rice seemed to take from her childhood was self-reliance, which was admirable, but she would also push the harmful victim narrative. In her 2012 book, A Memoir of My Extraordinary Ordinary Family and Me, Rice wrote, "I'd grown up in a family that believed there was no room for being a victim or depending on the white man to take care of you. Despite the gross inequities my ancestors faced, there has been progress, and today, race no longer determines how far one can go." These are redundant black Republican talking points. Collectively, Black people have not depended on the white man to take care of them. Quite the opposite. From slavery to sharecroppers to domestic servants, black people have been taking care of rich whites for decades. As Wiley A. Hall III wrote in 1991, when Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was ranting about black people being victims, this myth that black people have become obsessed with their role as history's victims is one of the more obnoxious developments. Not only is the victim word obnoxious, it is deeply anti black. But Rice's game is a familiar one. Like Thomas and unlike Powell, Rice selectively calls on her roots to sell the pull yourself up by your bootstraps mantra. If she, raised in the Jim Crow South, could make history, why can't every black person be as successful as her? If you aren't as magical as Rice, there must be something wrong with you. And she never seems to consider that being a rarity, a black female Republican contributed to being elevated in Republican ranks. Rice, personally successful and with a story to tell about her upbringing in the segregated South, painted an image partly around the idea that any racial obstacle could be overcome if her example was followed or you simply work harder. The numbers tell a different story. A 2015 report showed that white high school dropouts are wealthier than black people with college degrees. A 2017 study from Brookings stated that even though black women are earning college degrees in higher numbers, that has not impacted the racial wealth gap. Black women are 3 times more likely to die from a pregnancy related cause compared to white women, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In 2021, the New York Times reported the median earnings for black men in 2019 amounted to only 56 cents for every dollar earned by white men. The gap was wider than it was in 1970. It would be more accurate for her to claim that race no longer determined how far she could go. Rice achieved her proximity to power. Although Rice came of age in the Jim Crow South, she enjoyed a middle class lifestyle. According to the Birmingham News, her maternal grandparents managed to push their way into the middle class, bought land, and sent their children to college. Rice's paternal grandfather was a sharecropper turned minister who founded several churches and private schools. Her parents were educators at Fairfield Preparatory School. A 2001 feature in the Washington Post remarked that she was dressed always like a vision in the finest clothes her middle class parents could buy. Rice herself said, I was going to do all of these things that were revered in white society so well that I would be armored somehow from racism. I would be able to confront white society on its own terms. Obviously, there is nothing wrong with being a thriving middle-class family in 1960s Jim Crow Birmingham. I salute anyone who finds success, but her comments come across as if there were no socioeconomic constraints that make it difficult for others to achieve her level of material success, regardless of the aspirations to do all of these things that were revered in white society. Her outlook, which is celebrated by white conservatives, pushes the imaginary victim narrative. It's not only classist, but clueless about others who aren't as successful. Rice also knew one of the 4 little girls who died in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in 1963. Rice's friend, Denise McNair, was murdered along with 14-year-olds Carol Robertson, Addie Mae Collins, and Cynthia Wesley. Yet the way that Rice drew on this history was callous. According to Rice, out of great tragedy, people began to recognize our humanity, and it brought people together. Children shouldn't be sacrificial lambs for bringing people together, and it is questionable whether the killing of the 4 little girls in Birmingham led to significant change. Although the Civil Rights Act was signed the following year, white terror continued throughout the South. 9 months later, in June 1964, Mount Zion Methodist Church in Longdale, Mississippi, was burned to the ground. By 1967, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said his dream had turned into a nightmare. Moreover, no one was charged for the 16th Street Baptist Church bombing until 1977. Rice's perspective feeds today's GOP narrative that says, let's skip from the Jim Crow era to a non existent colorblind era without taking stock of or responsibility for injustices that still occur and can't be explained by anything else but racism. Her willingness to make those kinds of statements helps other Republicans when they try to claim that MLK was a Republican, even though he was a progressive. Yes, Rice grew up in the Jim Crow South, but her middle class life may have been a shield which could have resulted in classism that created detachment, especially in the case of affirmative action. In 1993, the same year Chevron named an oil tanker after Rice, she became provost at Stanford University. At 38 years old, she was the first and only black person in the role. Although highly qualified, she admitted that she was hired because of affirmative action. Rice was quoted as saying in 1998, I am myself a beneficiary of a Stanford strategy that took affirmative action seriously, that took a risk in taking a young PhD from the University of Denver. Contrary to popular misconceptions and political myths, you do have to be qualified for an affirmative action hiring. No one is handed a job because of a policy to create equal access for qualified individuals. And though Rice benefited from this policy, launched by black Republicans like Arthur Fletcher, her actions at Stanford revealed much more ambiguity about affirmative action in practice, especially around teachers applying for tenure. A 2005 story from the Los Angeles Times, which interviewed colleagues at Stanford, stated, some who believed that Rice would emerge as a champion of blacks and women were disappointed. Students protested Stanford University President Gerhard Casper for weeks when the university's highest ranking Latina administrator was terminated. Students were also angered by open hostility toward minorities and Rice's unsuccessful attempt to consolidate the ethnic community centers into one building. Students camped out in tents outside Rice's and Casper's offices. And 5 students went on a hunger strike. Rice's reaction? I'm not hungry. I'm not the one who's not eating. Casper and Rice would eventually agree to a list of some student demands, but this would not be her only conflict as provost at Stanford. Although Casper and Rice supported affirmative action for junior faculty, there were several high-profile denials for tenure. During a May 1998 meeting with the Faculty Senate, Rice was questioned as to why she wasn't advocating for affirmative action for tenure. She reportedly responded with, I'm the chief academic officer now, and I am telling you that in principle I do not believe in and in fact will not apply affirmative action criteria at time of tenure. Rice was granted tenure at Stanford University in 1987. More on that later. Some professors insisted the school was moving backward on diversity, but Rice argued that wasn't the case, presenting a report that contradicted a report from the Faculty Senate Women's Caucus. According to Marcus Mabry's Twice as Good, Condoleezza Rice and Her Path to Power, Rice contended there was no structural problem at Stanford. She even stated, it's just that this is a very competitive and tough place. Kind of like when a company is questioned about why they have so little diversity, and the response is, we just couldn't find a fill in the blank who was qualified. Yet it was clear that there was a race issue at Stanford. According to an April 1998 article from Stanford Report, protesters claimed women made up only 13% of tenured faculty, and Latinas and Latinos composed 2.4% of faculty, African Americans 2.7% of faculty, and Asian Americans 8.4% of the faculty at Stanford. Rice insisted affirmative action for tenure was not the university's policy. However, Ewart Thomas, former dean of the School of Humanities and Sciences, who is black, said regardless of the policy, affirmative action was utilized in borderline tenure cases from at least 1983 to 1989. Thomas even sent a letter to Rice's office to notify her of this fact. To make matters worse, former Stanford University president Donald Kennedy, who passed away in 2020, agreed with Ewart and said so to the media, which prompted Stanford University president Gerhard Casper to have a hissy fit. President Casper called me and read me the riot act, Kennedy told the San Jose Mercury News. I said, wait a minute, I'm reporting history here. Essentially, his position was, you shouldn't have told a reporter. It made a problem for my provost and my administration. There is no doubt that Rice was a qualified scholar when she received tenure at Stanford University in 1987. She earned a PhD in political science at the University of Denver. She won a Ford Foundation Dual Expertise Fellowship in Soviet Studies and International Security and took a year-long fellowship at Stanford University, which began her relationship with the school. According to biographer Marcus Mabry, two professors on her tenure review said affirmative action was not considered. However, Coit Blacker, a Stanford University professor and Rice's friend, told biographer Mabry that in social sciences, a candidate typically needs 2 published books and articles in the most prestigious journals to get tenure. Rice only wrote 1 book and 1 very important journal article in World Politics. Blacker believed she was granted tenure due to that article. Regardless of what motivated approval of her tenure and launched her high-profile career, the fact is that affirmative action was designed for someone like Condoleezza Rice. After all, countless black and brown teachers have been denied tenure with credentials as impressive as Rice. Being twice as good should not be the standard. If she earned the authority to level the playing field, especially for black or female professors coming after her, why wouldn't she? To instead deny there was a structural problem was harmful. This is a conversation that still happens today. In 2021, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Nicole Hannah-Jones, who is black, was denied tenure at the University of North Carolina, her alma mater. The last 2 people in the role Hannah-Jones would have held, the Knight Chair in Race and Investigative Journalism at UNC's Hussman School of Journalism and Media, were granted tenure. Only after backlash was Hannah-Jones offered tenure, which she then declined, instead taking a position at Howard University. Rice could have been a vessel of change during her 6 years at Stanford. In 1998, a year before she left the university, the faculty at Stanford was 2.7% black. In 2020, the faculty was 2% black. There are many reasons for this worsening statistic, but Rice did not appear to have an enduring net positive effect on the women, black, or brown people working within the institution. As for Rice's embrace of Republicans, she was a Democrat until 1982, allegedly changing her affiliation because she disagreed with the Carter administration on foreign policy. Rice has also claimed she is a Republican because when growing up in Birmingham, Alabama, it was Democrats who were fighting against the right of her father to vote. It's mind-boggling that as brilliant as Rice is, she doesn't know the basic history of the Republican Party, especially the ways that it absorbed the racists who left the Democratic Party during and after the 1964 Goldwater campaign. Stanford University professor Coit Blacker told Mabry, you basically have to be ahistorical in order to be a Republican if you're a member of any minority group. She has chosen to be that way because she is forward-looking, and she likes the notion of being a positive agent for change. Rice is too smart to be ahistorical. Forward-looking? That is accurate, but not a positive agent for change, only for herself. Rice began her work at the State Department under the Carter administration. She would also serve on the National Security Council as the Soviet and Eastern Europe Affairs Advisor to President George H.W. Bush during the dissolution of the Soviet Union and German reunification from 1989 to 1991. In January 2001, a year after leaving Stanford University, she joined the Bush administration as President George W. Bush's National Security Advisor. Then there was 9/11. Thousands of Americans died due to the largest foreign terrorist attack in the United States, and fingers were pointed at the Bush administration's incompetence. Rice was right in the middle of that conversation. An August 6, 2001 presidential memo written by Rice was titled, Bin Laden Determined to Attack Inside the United States. While testifying at the 9/11 Commission in April 2004, Rice claimed the memo was information based on old reporting and was not a particular threat report. Rice continually deflected whenever she was asked about the warnings and memos she had written. A year before, in a 2003 interview with CNN, she made an infamous statement in support of going to war with Iraq. The problem here is that there will always be some uncertainty about how quickly he can acquire nuclear weapons. But we don't want the smoking gun to be a mushroom cloud. Rice was a strong proponent of the unnecessary war in Iraq. After the invasion and the discovery that there was indeed no weapons of mass destruction, Rice came under heavy scrutiny. Like Powell, Rice was accused of aiding George Bush to pull America into an unjust war. It was another GOP big lie. Nonetheless, Bush nominated Rice to be Secretary of State on January 26, 2005. She won confirmation in an 85-13 vote, although it was the highest number of nay votes against a candidate since 1825. Critics felt her nomination was based on her allowing Bush to continue abusing his war powers beyond the executive branch. Thomas E. Mann, a specialist at Washington's Brookings Institution on relations between the presidency and Congress, told the Los Angeles Times, "She is widely seen among Democrats and a few Republicans as being too loyal to the president and insufficiently forthcoming about problems encountered and mistakes made." Senator Evan Bayh, a Democrat from Indiana, said, "The list of errors is lengthy and profound. And, unfortunately, many could have been avoided if Dr. Rice and others had only listened to the counsel of lawmakers from both parties." Senators Barbara Boxer of California, Mark Dayton of Minnesota, Robert Byrd of West Virginia, and Edward Kennedy of Massachusetts also spoke out against Rice. It wasn't just politicians who disapproved of Rice. Cartoonist Aaron McGruder depicted Rice as a female Darth Vader in the Boondocks and called her a mass murderer to her face. Julian Bond, chairman of the NAACP, agreed with McGruder's assessment. The frustration over Rice wasn't just in foreign policy. She was meddling in domestic policy when it related to race. Rice's history at Stanford resurfaced as affirmative action came into play during the Bush administration. Before Bush took office in 2000, Reverend Jesse Jackson had a message for Bush and his stance on affirmative action. He must support affirmative action. Colin Powell would not have been considered for Secretary of State if affirmative action had not allowed us to experience his leadership skills. We shouldn't burn the bridge that brought him over. Bush didn't listen. In 2003, Bush spoke out against affirmative action at the University of Michigan, arguing it was a quota system. He also used the reverse discrimination argument, saying, "The motivation for this administration policy may be very good, but the result is discrimination, and that discrimination is very wrong." Rice made a series of statements that appeared to support Bush's stance against the University of Michigan. "I could not be more supportive of what the president did." She would also say, "I've been a supporter of affirmative action that is not quota-based and that does not seek to make race the only factor, but that considers race as one of many factors. There is no form of affirmative action that makes race the one and only factor. Applicants still need to be qualified on various levels." It was a bizarre statement, considering her role as the head of foreign policy in Bush's administration. Yet there were reports that she had taken a personal interest in the issue. The Washington Post stated, "The official said Rice, in a series of lengthy one-on-one meetings with Bush, drew on her experiences as provost at Stanford University to help convince him that favoring minorities was not an effective way of improving diversity on college campuses." And officials described Rice as one of the prime movers behind Bush's announcement on Wednesday that he would urge the Supreme Court to strike down Michigan's affirmative action program. For her part, Rice denied that was the advice she gave to President Bush. The High Court agreed with Bush and upheld a ban on affirmative action in Michigan in 2006. Predictably, black enrollment at the University of Michigan quickly nosedived. As of 2019, a study stated Michigan ranked the third worst out of 41 states the report examined for black student enrollment at four-year institutions in 2016. The dismantling of affirmative action is one of the many detrimental policy moves under an administration with an awful record in the black community. By 2003, a study found that during the war in Iraq, 19.4% of the soldiers killed were black. even though Black Americans represented only 13% of the country's overall population. Black unemployment hit 12.7% when Bush was in office, a mess that Obama had to clean up. It was a record that challenges the claims of today's Black Republicans, particularly those who care about upward mobility. Moreover, it followed on the heels of the highest Black unemployment rate since the metric was recorded, a staggering 21.2% under President Ronald Reagan in 1983. Additionally, Bush refused to issue an apology for slavery and allegedly said behind the scenes that Africans were also to blame because they sold their own and participated in slavery. A racist statement that shifts the bloody burden of chattel slavery to Africans who had no idea of Europeans' version of slavery. In September 2001, just days before 9/11, on NBC's Meet the Press, Rice signaled that she agreed with this propaganda. While discussing the prospect of reparations for descendants of enslaved people, Rice said, "Given the fact that there's plenty of blame to go around for slavery, plenty of blame to go around among African and Arab states, plenty of blame to go around among Western states, I think we're better to look forward, not point fingers backward." As masterfully educated as Rice is, she could have benefited from multiple Black history courses at one of the many elite institutions she attended. She might then have learned there is a distinct difference in the practice of chattel slavery and how slavery existed in most parts of the world, including Africa. While slavery was practiced worldwide, Europeans used race-based slavery. Europeans purchased enslaved people from African kingdoms after warfare. They often supplied guns to increase violence. War has always been profitable, creating refugees who would be put into slavery for Europeans to purchase. As Africans were selling other Africans, they had no concept of a crucial distinction: chattel slavery. In chattel slavery, people were enslaved for life and considered property. In Africa, slavery was not based on race or color, and enslaved people were often reintegrated back into society. Additionally, people were not born enslaved in Africa. In chattel slavery on plantations in the New World, a person was enslaved if their parent was enslaved, and every descendant after that was also enslaved unless they were somehow freed. Slavery of a person's offspring was specific to chattel slavery. Furthermore, by the 1860s, most enslaved people in the United States were third, fourth, or fifth generation Americans. During that time, the United States held the title of the most powerful and profitable system of slavery in the modern world. While Rice may have been an expert on the Soviet Union, she is miseducated on the history of slavery and its legacies. Rice faced something of a scandal in August 2005 when, as the torrential rains of Katrina ripped through Louisiana and Mississippi, she was seen living the glamorous life in New York City. While she was shopping at Ferragamo, the luxury shoe store, a fellow shopper allegedly noticed Rice and said, "How dare you shop for shoes while thousands are dying and homeless?" According to the New York Daily News, the woman, who happened to be white, was allegedly removed from the store. A Ferragamo store manager confirmed to us that Rice did shop there yesterday, but refused to answer questions about whether the protester was removed and whether by his own security or the Secret Service. Rice denied there was an encounter with an angry woman at the Ferragamo store, but Ferragamo wasn't the end of her day on the town. She was later seen at the Broadway show Spamalot while people who looked like her were suffering from the aftermath of Katrina's storm surge. The response from the Bush administration was deplorable. Bush dragged his feet and remained on vacation in Texas while people died. He eventually traveled back to Washington, but Air Force One flew over New Orleans so he could gaze at the destruction as the press snapped photos. In his memoir, Bush wrote, "When the pictures were released, I realized I had made a serious mistake. The photo of me hovering over the damage suggested I was detached from the suffering on the ground." Many argued Bush would not have been so detached from the suffering if it were predominantly white people begging for their lives in news footage. Before he was swallowed whole by the sunken place, Rapper Kanye West said during a live relief telethon on NBC, George Bush doesn't care about black people. Rice infamously told the president during the Hurricane Katrina backlash, "We clearly have a race problem." Yet, at least while speaking to the public, she was flabbergasted that anyone would question President Bush's intentions toward black people. According to American Urban Radio Networks in 2011, Rice said, "It still makes me angry that people would even think that he, President Bush, would let people suffer because they were black." Did that make her angrier than people suffering in real time? Or more furious that she was part of an administration that didn't bother to assure Americans that the people of New Orleans were their priority? The delayed response to Hurricane Katrina and desperate people screaming for rescue off rooftops was rooted in a Republican administration's indifference to poverty and black Americans. Instead of pushing Republicans to address these issues, Rice had been speaking out against reparations, co-signing the destruction of affirmative action, and drumming up support for the war. Nevertheless, Rice blamed herself for the media nightmare of the Katrina aftermath. "I should have known better than to leave for New York with that hurricane approaching for the south of New Orleans," Rice said. "Yes, I was Secretary of State. That was very much on my mind. I was one of the president's closest advisors and the highest ranking African American. I really do feel I let him down in the first days of Katrina." Interestingly, Rice still defended Bush and called her reaction tone deaf. She claimed she should have known better. How could she not? She is brilliant, a Soviet Union specialist who was rubbing elbows with the most influential people in the world. Was Rice, like Bush, too detached? Rice was removed from how most black Americans felt. According to a Gallup poll, more than 75% of black Americans did not believe George W. Bush cared about black people. In Mabry's biography, Rice said about her reaction to Hurricane Katrina, "I responded like the Secretary of State, which is to worry about the foreign contributions, worry about the New Orleans Passport Center. I'd be the first to say I learned something from that. I thought of myself as Secretary of State. My responsibility is foreign policy. I didn't think about my role as a visible African American national figure. I just didn't think about it." This is a perfect example of how Rice behaved as a shapeshifter around race for the Republican Party. When it came to affirmative action and Bush co-signing to slam the door of education on countless black and brown students in Michigan, Rice released a statement about the policy, even though her role in government was confined to foreign policy. But in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, Rice didn't think about being a black national figure. She miraculously forgot her blackness during one of the biggest news stories about black citizens in the 21st century. After the storm, Rice hit the road for the Damage Control Tour, which included the Tavis Smiley Show, Fox News, and MTV News. Bill O'Reilly asked her, "Does it hurt your feelings when some anti-Bush people say that you're a shill for him and have sold out your race?" "Oh, come on," Rice reacted. "Why would I worry about something like that? Bill, the fact of the matter is I've been black all my life. Nobody needs to tell me how to be black." O'Reilly's question was a tactic to make Rice the victim with all the so-called radical black people attacking her to his predominantly white audience. And Rice's answer is pitch perfect contemporary republicanism. Rice's race is not up for debate. She is and will always be a black woman. Considering the record of Republicans stretching from the early 1960s to her boss's anti-black and anti-poor policies, the real question is, why is she defending the president without even the slightest nuance? Rice's individualism and cherry picking around race will never make her less black. They make her a grifter and another model for the wave of grifters still to come. When the Bush administration ended, Rice returned to academia but remained vocal about politics and America's culture wars. In 2017, just 5 months into the Trump administration, during the debate over Confederate monuments, Rice, who grew up with the racist monuments in the Jim Crow South, said the statues should not be removed because I'm not much for whitewashing history. I don't like the renamings. I don't like the taking down of the various monuments. It's bewildering that Rice believes removing white supremacist monuments would be a whitewashing of history, considering the erection of the monuments was a literal whitewashing of the Confederacy's history. The statues of treasonous white men were built all over the South, mainly in the early 1900s, to sell the lie that Confederates were good, patriotic Americans who fought for the country, a lost cause narrative that began right after the Civil War. As Jane Daly, an associate professor of history at the University of Chicago, told NPR in 2017, most of the people who were involved in erecting the monuments were not necessarily erecting a monument to the past, but were rather erecting them toward a white supremacist future. Rice doesn't know or care that she was spitting out a white supremacist talking point, but it gives us a glimpse into how much Rice's loyalty to the modern day Republican Party had captured her thinking. Even after the Trump administration had ended in disgrace, she continued to offer cover for the GOP. In a June 2021 interview with NBC News, Rice fired back at anyone who said racism was worse under the Trump administration. It sure doesn't feel worse than when I grew up in Jim Crow, Alabama. So let's drop this notion that we're in worse race relations today than we were in the past. I think the hyperbole about how much worse it is isn't doing us any good. Either out of cynicism or naivete, her words miss the point. Life for Black Americans during the Trump years was not worse than in Jim Crow, Alabama. But Trump's divisiveness froze in place progress that had been made since the Jim Crow era. His rhetoric dog whistled to a time, if not the laws, of the Jim Crow era when the blacks knew their place. Just because life isn't as terrible as the segregated South doesn't mean racism should be ignored and doesn't mean it's not worth criticizing. Rice told Face the Nation in 2019, I think it's time to stop labeling each other and using explosive terms like she's a racist, he's a racist. That stops the conversation. When you say that, that's meant to stop the conversation, and we need to have the conversation. Even if you don't want to call someone racist, how loudly did she call out Trump's housing discrimination lawsuits in the 1970s? The racist birther movement against Obama? The Muslim travel ban, a federal judge determined it was racist. Trump's persecution of the exonerated five. He called for the execution of 5 black teenagers with a full-page ad in the New York Times in 1989. His statement that a judge of Mexican heritage could not do his job because he's Mexican. His ban on racial sensitivity training for federal grantees. The Patriotic Education Commission. And the lack of appointments of black circuit judges by June 2020. This posture from Rice persisted. In October 2021, Rice appeared on The View and expressed her tone-deaf views on race and history. In a response to a question about critical race theory, she said, the way we're talking about race is that it either seems so big that somehow white people now have to feel guilty for everything that happened in the past. I don't think that's very productive. Or black people have to feel disempowered by race. I would like black kids to be completely empowered, to know they are beautiful in their blackness, but in order to do that, I don't have to make white kids feel bad for being white. She continued, in order for black kids, who quite frankly for a long time, the way they were portrayed, the way their history was portrayed, it was second-class citizenship. But I don't have to make white children feel bad about being white in order to overcome the fact that black children were treated badly. Human beings aren't angels now, and they weren't angels in the past. Never mind that none of this has anything to do with actual critical race theory, the legal school of thought that holds that the end of de jure discrimination did not end systemic racism. But it shows her impulse to downplay rather than confront the persistence of societal racism. Co-host Sunny Hostin pushed back at Rice with, I think that's been an issue, that there's been this sort of rollback of history. People want to hide history. Oh, come on now, Rice retorted. Hostin held her ground, adding, what we are seeing is this rollback of history. Parents don't want children to hear about the real history. I think that is when we will really have true racial reconciliation. Hostin was correct. States like Texas were actively rewriting history, yet Rice, in her dedication to GOP comfort, argued it was part of the plan to make 7 and 10-year-olds feel that they are somehow bad people because of the color of their skin. These comments indicate that Rice is far removed from the Alabama roots she trots out. Here, she appears more concerned with white children than with educating all children about American history. General Colin Powell and Secretary Condoleezza Rice were both secretaries of state equally responsible for egregious decisions at home and abroad. The profound difference is Rice unapologetically continued to toe the Republican line, while Powell found a moral high ground. He endorsed Obama, criticized the direction of the Republican Party, and denounced Trump. In later years, Powell channeled the black Republicans before him who had no issue calling out GOP leadership. Additionally, he not only addressed Trump's racism, inefficiency, and inability to lead, but narrowed in on the Republicans who continue to support Trump. Powell knew it was necessary to vote Trump out to protect our democracy. Rice, on the other hand, gave Trump the grace he didn't deserve. She said in June 2020, "The president has used some language that I really very much admire, like the resilience of the American people. Just be careful about those messages. I'm not advising the president, but if I were, I would say let's put tweeting aside for a little bit and talk to us, have a conversation with us. And I think we need that, and I think he can do it." Powell and Rice both have fallen victim to the same Republican flimflam. But at a point, there was a fork in the road where, despite past mistakes, Powell realized the Republican Party's racism could not be reformed. Powell said on Meet the Press in 2015 that there are still unappealing shreds of old-fashioned racism among segments of the GOP. At this point, even if we are hesitant to paint the Republican Party with a broad brush, the post-Trump Republican Party is more than unappealing shreds. It's the party of neo-Confederates. How so? Like the Confederacy, the GOP supports the erasure of history, dismisses violence, like the January 6th insurrection, and calls for a national divorce. As for Rice, she may have grown up in the Jim Crow South, but she flashes her race card when convenient. She appears to shame others who do not align with her version of black republicanism, becoming complicit in Trump's cult. Powell was never a good fit for the Republican Party. Rice fits perfectly. Chapter 8: Steele. A quote from Michael Steele on why he stays in the Republican Party. "Because I know it pisses them Republicans off." The historic election of President Barack Obama in 2008 ushered in a new wave of black Republicans. Unlike any other Democratic president in recent history, Obama successfully managed to reshape the Republican Party. The ascension of a black man to the nation's highest office ripped away the GOP's thin veneer of discretion, bringing deep-seated white fragility to the surface. A slew of high-powered political figures threw temper tantrums, promising to obstruct Obama's presidency to the detriment of the American people. When Obama spoke before a nationally televised joint session of Congress in defense of health care reform, South Carolina Representative Joe Wilson screamed, "You lie." John Boehner, Speaker of the House, vowed, "We're going to do everything, and I mean everything we can do, to kill it, stop it, slow it down, whatever we can." Kentucky Senator Mitch McConnell assured reporters, "The single most important thing we want to achieve is for President Obama to be a one-term president." Obama was elected to clean up the toxic, warmongering economic recession Republicans created, yet the GOP pledged to stop him. Black Republicans were divided. "I always knew it would have to be a black president who was approved by the elites and the media," Justice Clarence Thomas said, "because anybody that they didn't agree with, they would take apart." as if Justice Thomas wasn't himself handpicked by the wealthy elite. Meanwhile, General Colin Powell endorsed Obama over his opponent, Senator John McCain, and Oklahoma Congressman J.C. Watts made glowing comments about the president and attended his 2008 inauguration. Other, less prominent black Republicans declared war on Obama in an attempt to advance themselves. Alan Keyes was an early example. Having previously lost to Obama by more than 40 points in the 2004 Illinois Senate race when he was a resident of Maryland, Keyes subsequently became a birther, upholding the lie that Obama wasn't born in the United States. In November 2008, Keyes filed a lawsuit challenging Obama's citizenship, which went as far as Keyes' political career, nowhere. Keyes refused to call Obama his president. Instead, he used terms like radical communist and an abomination. There was also this in 2009. The person you call President Obama, and I frankly refuse to call him that. At the moment, he is somebody who is kind of an alleged usurper, who is alleged to be someone who is occupying that office without constitutional warrant to do so. This is insanity. Keyes lost every single election he ran for, 3 presidential elections and 3 Senate elections, but his rhetoric continued. Donald Trump would carry the birther conspiracy theory forward. White Republicans were eager to throw their support to black Republicans, willing to question Obama's identity, nationality, or race. Herman Cain, the former CEO of Godfather's Pizza, was briefly seen as the great black Republican hope. In June 2011, when Cain attempted to run for president, the businessman claimed Obama was raised in Kenya, and that's why he's out of the mainstream. Obama was not raised in Kenya, and it's unclear what mainstream Cain was referring to, considering the 44th president earned 69.5 million votes in 2008, the most for any presidential candidate until 2020. After sexual misconduct allegations surfaced, Cain dropped out of the presidential race by December 2011. But the GOP was ready to elevate a black Republican as never before. Michael Steele would make history in January 2009 as the first black chairperson of the RNC. However, the GOP power players once again faced their recurring conundrum. They were willing to uplift a black face so long as the person involved would hold off from demanding policies that would help black communities. And that wasn't Steele. The GOP wasn't prepared for a black Republican critic, and after Steele, they were on the hunt for a new kind of media grifter, which would arrive in the form of a D-list actress. As for Steele, he was well qualified for the position and called for a hip-hop makeover of the party. A Republican since he was 17 years old, Steele was a founding member of the Republican Leadership Council and the first black man elected to statewide office in Maryland, serving as lieutenant governor from 2003 to 2007. In Maryland, although a conservative, he developed relationships with black communities and, most importantly, wasn't pushing anti-black policies. In January 2003, days before being sworn in as lieutenant governor, he spoke at a fundraiser for Delegate Howard P. Rawlings, a Baltimore Democrat and chairman of the Maryland House Appropriations Committee. Steele received a standing ovation from the mostly black and Democratic crowd. In 2006, a Washington-based National Black Republican Association ran 60-second radio ads claiming Democrats founded the Ku Klux Klan, an ahistorical claim that Republicans, especially black Republicans, love to push even though it has been debunked. The ad also declared black voters were bamboozled by Democrats. Steele, who was running for the U.S. Senate, denounced the ad, saying it was insulting to Marylanders and should come down immediately. Steele lost the Senate race, but refused to pathologize black voters. Clearly and appreciatively, Steele was not a Gary Franks, Alan Keyes, Justice Clarence Thomas, or even J.C. Watts early in his congressional career. Despite Steele's record, from the onset, his serving as RNC chair was critiqued as tokenism, that he was only named the chairman because of Obama's whim. There could be some truth to that sentiment, but Steele was qualified. He wasn't a former NFL player or a random celebrity. In 2006, Kurt Anderson, a political consultant and friend of Steele, warned him about being an outreach pawn. Anderson told the New York Times, I have a dim view of the typical Republican outreach. It's like, yeah, look, we have a black guy. We have a Hispanic guy. Look over there, we have a Jewish guy. It's surface. It never bears fruit. Like others before him, Michael Steele believed he could bear the fruit. Similar to Colin Powell, he was trying to reach black voters without shaming them. There was no talk of the Democratic plantation or insults about social safety nets. He listened and understood why black communities had a mistrust of the GOP. Steele acknowledged the Republican Party needed to do serious work to reach black voters, attempting to release his party from the death grip of the Southern strategy. While he was sometimes mocked for the hip hop makeover narrative, Steele was sincerely making an effort to expand the GOP's base. While his policies resembled some of the limitations of black capitalism from Nixon, he was the last of black GOP leaders who believed in the roots of Douglas Republicans. There were high hopes for Steele within the GOP. Senator Mitch McConnell was quoted as saying, Chairman Steele will be judged on the basis of how much money did he raise and how many candidates did he elect. Judged by that standard, Steele was a success. Under his leadership, the Republican Party racked up historic wins during the 2010 midterms, broke fundraising records, and had the biggest GOP House victory in a midterm since 1938. However, Steele had detractors, especially in the Tea Party, who believed those wins should not be credited to him. Allegations of poor leadership and excessive spending spread, including expenditures at a nightclub in Los Angeles. Karl Rove accused Steele of bloated entourages, sweetheart deals. The problems came early on as Steele followed Colin Powell's example and tried to address issues within the party ahead of the midterms. In 2009, Steele said in a CNN interview with D.L. Hughley that radio host Rush Limbaugh, who Hughley said was the de facto leader of the Republican Party, was incendiary, an entertainer, and not the leader of the GOP. All conservative hell broke loose. Limbaugh fired back. He accused Steele of attempting to be a talking head media star. He also implied Steele was unfit to lead the party. I would be embarrassed to say that I'm in charge of the Republican Party in the sad sack state that it's in, Limbaugh ranted. If I were chairman of the Republican Party, given the state that it's in, I would quit. I might get out the Harikari knife because I would have presided over a failure that is embarrassing to the Republicans and conservatives who have supported it and invested in it all these years. While it was reported Steele apologized to Rush Limbaugh, he did not, but he did say in a statement, My intent was not to go after Rush. I have enormous respect for Rush Limbaugh. I was maybe a little bit inarticulate. There was no attempt on my part to diminish his voice or his leadership. In an October 2022 interview with me, Steele said about the conflict with Limbaugh, for the first time in the recent history of the party, people were asking who is leading the Republican Party. He questioned why, when a black man was chair of the RNC, people asked who the leader was. Therefore, when he was told Limbaugh was the de facto leader during the Hughley interview, he explained the radio host was an entertainer, not a leader in the party. Due to the GOP heat, Steele called Limbaugh, who he said was a friend at the time. According to Steele, the shock jock laughed and replied, No big deal. I knew exactly what you meant. It's not a big deal. But the next day, Limbaugh blasted Steele on the radio. Steele said Limbaugh was only pretending to be offended and described the moment as a lesson learned. Steele told me he felt pressure to clarify his comments about Limbaugh because for the next 3 weeks, we lost close to a third to half of our funders because Rush went on air and basically exercised the base. Limbaugh is the same man who frequently aired a racist parody song called Barack the Magic Negro and reportedly said, Have you ever noticed how all composite pictures of wanted criminals resemble Jesse Jackson? By March 2010, Republicans were distancing themselves from Steele. According to The Hill, a GOP lawmaker who requested anonymity, said the Republican National Committee chairman's relationship with House Minority Leader John Boehner, Republican Ohio, and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, Republican Kentucky, is not good at all. The final nail in Steele's Republican coffin was when he admitted race was a factor in how he and President Barack Obama were treated. In an April 2010 Good Morning America interview, Steele was asked if he had a slimmer margin of error because of race. The honest answer is yes, Steele answered. Barack Obama has a slimmer margin. A lot of folks do. It's a different role for me to play and others to play, and that's just the reality of it. But you take that as part of the nature of it. Steele committed the cardinal sin that no black Republican had explicitly done since Jackie Robinson. He admitted to the intersection of racism and politics. Plus, he acknowledged that our first black president was experiencing racism when Republican leaders assured themselves that the existence of a black president and a black man heading the RNC proved that the country was magically post-racial. Steele revealed to me that was the moment the GOP truly turned on him. It seemed like to them I was defending Barack Obama, and that was just untenable. To the GOP, Barack Obama was an object. He wasn't a human being, and he certainly wasn't a black man in a sense that I could connect to him. The way they saw him as a black man was very different than the way I saw him as a black man. They saw him as a threat, as a stereotype. Barack Obama was not some left-wing ideologue progressive. That's how they wanted to project him because that's how they saw black Democrats. The GOP clearly had a racial obsession with Obama. Michael Steele explained that the RNC wanted him to push birtherism, the conspiracy theory that President Barack Obama was not an American citizen, in his speeches. Steele refused to be the GOP's puppet. In my interview, he slammed the birther narrative as profoundly racist and coded. I don't even need to call you a nigger. You weren't even born right. Steele continued to go rogue. While speaking at DePaul University in Chicago, he admitted that the Republican Party had failed black voters. This party was co-founded by blacks, among them Frederick Douglass. The Republican Party had a hand in forming the NAACP, and yet we have mistreated that relationship. People don't walk away from parties. Their parties walk away from them. It wasn't the first time Steele spoke out about race in his party while chair of the RNC. In a November 2009 interview with Roland Martin, Steele admitted white Republicans are scared of black voters and him. I've been in the room and they've been scared of me, Steele said. I'm on your side. Steele was attempting to thwart the rise of the Tea Party. Previously, he had embraced and even defended Tea Party activists when they were accused of racism. Nonetheless, Tea Party Nation founder Judson Phillips had attacked Steele when he took credit for the 2010 midterms and fundraising while he was chair. He demanded that Steele not be reelected. Michael Steele's incredible mismanagement of the party and his blatant ignoring of the Tea Party movement dictate that he cannot be reelected as RNC chair. Republicans, whether they were vocal about it or not, were disturbed by the doses of racial truth from their RNC chair. Michael Steele refused to be a grifter. He was ousted by January 2011. And Reince Priebus became the new chair of the RNC. In 2012, Steele wasn't even invited to the Republican National Convention. Black voters rarely see an option for themselves in a Republican Party unwilling to deviate from their white base's refusal to acknowledge racism. When Colin Powell is booed for supporting affirmative action, or Michael Steele, in a high-ranking position, can't get the party to see the value of the black vote, black folks cannot be blamed for voting Democratic in high numbers. The Republican Party will never regain black voters by ignoring or rejecting history. Shaving off just a few percentage points of the black vote would significantly shift the Electoral College. More than Colin Powell or J.C. Watts, Michael Steele had a chance at achieving this goal and making inroads with black voters. But the party could not accept even mild criticism and self-reflection. As Michael Steele was on the way out of the party, a new brand of black republicanism was taking shape. An early iteration of the celebrity-minded grifter we recognize today from television and social media became prominent as Obama ran for a second term. Actress Stacey Dash. Years before Trump, the erstwhile actress, who had no political experience, suddenly became a pundit on Fox News. After voting for President Barack Obama in 2008, Stacey Dash came out in support of Mitt Romney in 2012, and, just like that, Fox News quickly put her in rotation. By 2014, she was hired at the right wing outlet for cultural analysis and commentary. Fox gave her a platform because they loved that a black woman was giving her stamp of approval to what some white Republicans were thinking, and Dash was willing to play the role. While appearing on Sean Hannity's show in 2014, she attacked black voters in Louisiana for voting Democratic, employing language that has become all too familiar. Black voters have a plantation mentality. As long as they give you this much money, you'll stay right there. You don't need to know too much because if you do, you might start thinking for yourself. Dash doesn't know how plantation worked. Enslaved people weren't given money. Enslaved people didn't stay right there. Millions of enslaved people thought for themselves, which would explain uprisings from the United States to Haiti to Brazil. Furthermore, Louisiana is a red state, not to mention one of the poorest states in the Union. In 2014, Louisiana had a Republican governor, and the state legislature was majority Republican. Claiming black Louisianians were voting Democratic in response to some kind of payoff is to ignore that in 2014 it was reported that 33.7% of black Louisianians lived in poverty. But this was Stacey Dash. Her career was struggling, and she needed a new gig. When challenged, her expertise would evaporate. In 2015, Dash appeared on The Meredith Vieira Show and embarrassed herself when she said the gender pay gap was a myth. When Vieira listed statistics, Dash froze like a deer caught in the headlights and stated, "I don't know if that's true." "It's true," Vieira shot back. "It's documented." What was interesting about this exchange in the time before alternative facts was the fact that Dash faced any challenge at all. Today, a pundit or even a politician can say data is a lie, and people will believe the lie over the truth. That same year, Dash blamed the high divorce rate by saying women don't know how to take care of their men anymore. Dash has been married 4 times. In January 2016, Dash went viral for saying there shouldn't be Black History Month or BET, Black Entertainment Television. Dash told Fox and Friends, "We have to make up our minds. Either we want to have segregation or integration. And if we don't want segregation, then we need to get rid of channels like BET and the BET Awards and the Image Awards, where you're only awarded if you're black. If it were the other way around, we would be up in arms. It's a double standard," she added. "Just like there shouldn't be a Black History Month. You know, we're Americans, period. That's it." BET swatted back, tweeting an image of Dash in their hit show The Game and captioned it with, "Can we get our check back or nah?" Dash wouldn't have had a career if not for the support from the black community and black media. But now that her career was on the ebb, she was willing to undercut the institutions that had built her up. She continued lashing out. Later that year, when actor and activist Jesse Williams received the Humanitarian Award at the 2016 BET Awards, Dash wrote on her blog that Williams' response to receiving the award for his black activism was nothing short of an attack on white people. Dash continued, "You've just seen the perfect example of a Hollywood plantation slave. Sorry, Mr. Williams, but the fact that you were standing on that stage at those awards tells people you really don't know what you're talking about, just spewing hate and anger." Dash added, "That chip on the shoulders of people like you will weigh you down and keep you from flying free. But true freedom is never free. You have to know how to fly. If anyone is making you feel this way, it's you, living in a psychological prison of your own making. If anyone is ghettoizing anyone, it's people like you letting the BETs and other media outlets portray us in stereotypes." By January 2017, she had supported the Trump campaign, but Dash's novelty washed away amid a flood of new grifters. Fox News fired the actress. Without her propaganda platform, Dash unsuccessfully attempted a run for Congress, but quickly fell into obscurity. 4 years later, in March 2021, Dash was apologizing for her sunken place shenanigans. In an interview with the Daily Mail, she implied that she was typecast on Fox News. I've lived my life being angry, which is what I was on Fox News. I was the angry conservative black woman, and at the time in my life, it was who I was. I realized in 2016 that anger is unsustainable and it will destroy you. I made a lot of mistakes because of that anger. It was an anticlimactic end to someone who wasn't a skillful grifter. It must have been mind boggling for Dash to witness many others perfecting her weak playbook to get hired at conservative organizations, work in the White House, gain millions of followers on social media, and land multi-million-dollar book deals. What's most interesting of all, however, is the way that Dash's rise outraged sincere, hardcore black Republicans. In 2014, conservative commentator Crystal Wright reprimanded Dash for her statement about black voters in Louisiana. Many black people may want Obama to provide more productive policies, but to suggest, as Dash does, that blacks are largely uneducated and getting money for free is a racist narrative that conservatives need to stop perpetuating. That kind of talk is an offensive non starter in getting blacks to consider voting Republican. Longtime conservative Sonny Johnson, who Candace Owens would later call angry and washed up, wrote about Dash calling Williams a plantation slave. This is why we continue to lose, and there is a generation of us that are tired of this. She continued, if we can stop calling them slaves, stop talking about the plantation, and start talking about the American dream, what it has to offer, what we as the right wing have to offer, freedom, liberty, financial independence, those are things that we could sell. But it's sad that we would rather pick and prod and call names to try to fight Democrats instead of actually accomplishing something. And that's the point. The grifters make it impossible for black Republicans of integrity to operate. During an October 2021 episode of the Michael Steele podcast, former Clinton White House aide Keith Boykin, a lifelong Democrat, suggested that black people join the Republican Party to help Republicans understand why it's in their interest to reach out to black people. Steele, a Republican for over 4 decades, disagreed with Boykin's strategy, saying, I've had this battle for the 45 years I've been in it. When Boykin asked if he thought the Republican Party was irredeemable, Steele answered, in this iteration, with this infection of Trumpism, absolutely. When questioned earlier in the podcast why he remained a Republican, Steele replied, because I know it pisses them Republicans off. Steele is correct. The party is irredeemable, and Trumpism is not dissipating. It's flourishing with or without him. However, Trump did not happen in a vacuum. As I stated before, Trump is the hate that Republicans created. The GOP has been irredeemable for decades, from Operation Dixie to the war on drugs, from the welfare queen narrative to the Willie Horton ad, from vetoing the Civil Rights Acts to gutting the Voting Rights Act, the rap sheet is endless. The Democratic Party is imperfect and certainly has racist elements. But there are redeemable elements, especially with new progressive Democrats on the rise. The Republican Party has shown us exactly who they are with impunity. Let's believe them. As Steele expressed to me, they, the GOP, love the idea of blacks in the party as long as they sound and act white. I don't mean that in the sense of white people. I just mean in terms of how the white power structure wants to talk about these issues. For all these reasons, Steele's original vision to bring in black voters failed, and Dash signaled what was on the grifting horizon. More space had been cleared within the GOP for black people to access power as Republicans if they were willing to excuse racism, withhold criticisms of party leadership, and stand against policies that most black communities supported. With these terms understood, the first black senator representing the Deep South since Reconstruction would emerge as another face of the black Republican grift. Chapter 9: Cotton to Congress. A quote from South Carolina Senator Tim Scott. Our family went from cotton to Congress in one lifetime. When South Carolina sent Tim Scott to the House of Representatives in 2011, he made history as the first black Republican in Congress from the Palmetto State since the late 1800s. He was on track to be appointed as a U.S. Senator just a year later. Scott's rise was made possible by the original black Republicans during Reconstruction. Still, he was a far cry from former members of the House of Representatives Robert Smalls and Joseph Rainey. Scott is more like the Democrats of the late 1800s, who downplayed racism with a voting record that was fiercely against civil rights. In the recent past, there were Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas, who the people did not elect, and a handful of black Republicans in the House. Scott's level of power in Congress, coupled with his allegiance to the power of Trump, is stunning. If Clarence Thomas is the anti-Thurgood Marshall, then Scott is the anti-Edward Brooke, the first black Republican officially elected to the U.S. Senate by voters. Scott might be known now for giving a dramatic speech about being stopped by police or for occasionally chastising, in the lightest possible way, former President Trump, but his chief role has been to lend cover to the antics of his fellow Republicans. A closer look at his background reveals troubling roots. In 1995, Scott became the only black man elected to the Charleston County Council in South Carolina. The Post and Courier applauded his win by calling him intelligent, articulate, a framing that amounts to a racial pat on the head, whether it's being applied by Joe Biden to Barack Obama or by Joe Rogan to Michelle Obama, and pointing out that his victory came with an overwhelming white vote. The reasons why a majority of white South Carolinians would cast a vote for a black man would become clear soon enough. Charleston County structural racism would become the subject of legal action in just a few years. In 2001, the U.S. Department of Justice sued the county, more than 30% black at the time, due to its at-large voting system. The controversial at-large voting system makes several districts into one district, usually combining black districts with multiple white districts, resulting in whites significantly outnumbering blacks, making it nearly impossible to elect black candidates. These at-large voting systems were so effective at shrinking black voting power that Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg referred to them as second-generation barriers to ballot access. The DOJ believed smaller districts would allow for equal representation, but Barrett S. Lorrimore, the county council chairman at the time, insisted Scott's presence on the council was enough representation. As Lorrimore told the New York Times, "We've already got a minority on the council." Scott backed his chairman up, claiming that smaller districts equaled segregation. "I don't like the idea of segregating everyone into smaller districts. Besides, the Justice Department assumes that the only way for African Americans to have representation is to elect an African American, and the same for whites. Obviously, my constituents don't think that's true." The irony of Scott's 2001 quote is that most black voters in his area did not vote for him. As the New York Times stated, he was rejected by voters in the county's black precincts. Scott, who claimed his family had gone from cotton to Congress, learned early on that the key to staying in Congress was suppressing voters who looked like him. His voting record, including not supporting the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, even calling it a scheme, is reflective of just that. By 2011, Scott was elected to the House of Representatives, representing South Carolina's 1st District. The last black Republican to represent the South, George W. Murray, had been elected in that very same district in 1896. Murray had initially represented the 7th District, but was voted out due to redistricting and set his sights on the 1st District. He lost but contested the election citing voter fraud and was eventually declared the winner, but Murray was out of office within 9 months. In 1895, South Carolina amended their state constitution, which equaled disenfranchising black voters, taking over 100 years for another black Republican to be elected. Tim Scott is no George Murray. Endorsements from the likes of Sarah Palin and former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee clearly showed who Scott would be working for in the House. Like J.C. Watts before him, Scott refused to join the CBC as early as 2010, saying, "My campaign was never about race." Quite the contrary, like many black conservatives, Scott appears fanatically obsessed with race, just on the wrong side of the line. He was part of the same class of congressional freshmen as Allen West, who was elected to Florida's 22nd congressional district. West was notorious for incendiary comments like saying President Barack Obama was probably the dumbest person walking around in America right now. He claimed the mantle of a modern day Harriet Tubman trying to rescue black people from the Democratic Party. After only serving one term with fewer seats in Congress, West lost re-election. By 2021, West resigned as the chairman of the Texas Republican Party and was reduced to posting anti-vaccine rants even though he was hospitalized with the coronavirus. Scott was less of a loose cannon than West, which made all the difference. In 2012, South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley appointed Tim Scott as U.S. Senator of the Palmetto State, replacing retired Senator Jim DeMint. Scott was the first black American to be a U.S. Senator from the South since Reconstruction. Despite their friction with him in the House, the CBC attempted to be optimistic about Scott. Missouri Representative Emanuel Cleaver II wrote a month before Scott's historic appointment that he was an honorable man whose voting history seems to be in complete harmony with those of the majority of South Carolinians. It's unclear which South Carolinians' voting history Cleaver was referring to, but Scott's voting record was deeply conservative and Republican. Yet merely being conservative did not make Scott a grifter. To truly embrace the grift, someone needs to play a wicked game at the expense of their community to get ahead. Scott would qualify soon enough. Fast forward to April 28, 2021. President Joe Biden delivered his first address before a joint session of Congress, a speech full of policy priorities and an expansive vision of the future. It was no surprise that the Republican Party chose to put South Carolina Senator Tim Scott forward for their rebuttal. In this case, 15 minutes of pleading to voters that Democrats are the racists. One of the main requirements for today's black Republicans is navigating the tricky logic of downplaying racism while simultaneously playing the race card. This has been Senator Scott's battle cry for years, and he was ready to perform that number in his rebuttal. Scott quickly went viral for saying, "I get called Uncle Tom and the N-word by progressives, by liberals." Minutes later, he added, "Hear me clearly, America is not a racist country." In one breath, Scott will cry, "See, I'm black just like you." Then in the next, he wants to make sure everyone knows he's not like the rest of those whining victims. First, it's hard to imagine a country where people are calling you the N-word, no matter what side of the political aisle they sit on, as not being racist. Second, as much as Scott's pronouncement of an unracist America may have appealed him to some voters and endeared him to Republicans desperate for an alternative explanation for why their party can't get more than a paltry share of the black vote, it wasn't a rebuttal to anything in Biden's speech. Biden never said America was a racist country. Scott created a straw man talking point so he could tell his party's base what it wanted to hear. His performance, and I do mean performance, wasn't quite as brazen as that of his Reconstruction era predecessor Isaiah Montgomery, who suggested that black voters were uncivilized, but Scott's motivation is similar. It's worth pausing here to set the record straight about Biden or other elected leaders calling America racist. National politicians rarely do. In January 2020, the New York Times asked presidential candidates at the time if the United States was a racist country. Not one of them said yes. Former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg answered, "I don't think it's fair to categorize it as a racist country." Even Senator Elizabeth Warren said, "I think that racism is a serious problem in this country." Mayor Pete Buttigieg avoided saying the country was racist. "I'm convinced that white supremacy is the force most likely to destroy the American dream." Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, the standard bearer for the left wing of the Democratic Party, focuses more on class disparities rather than race and did not say America was racist. In July 2020, Biden came under fire for saying Trump was America's first racist president. by which he meant that Trump was the first president to make a nakedly divisive appeal based on race as a central selling point. It was the presidential candidate's watered down version of Ta-Nehisi Coates' argument that while Trump's predecessors may have made their way to high office through the passive power of whiteness, Trump reached the White House by consistently embracing over time white supremacy in all its truculent and sanctimonious power as his ideology. In that first address to Congress, Biden only mentioned racism when he called to root out systemic racism in our criminal justice system, something Scott was supposedly trying to do when he negotiated then smothered the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. And also said, we have a real chance to root out systemic racism that plagues American life in many other ways. If Scott wanted to argue that there's no systemic racism, he could have done that, but he didn't. Scott wasn't there to rebut Biden's speech. He had one job, to soothe racial guilt at any cost, and he pursued it with precision. Back to Scott's rebuttal. The Charleston, South Carolina native repeatedly called on his Christianity catnip to white evangelicals, those who supported an adulterer, a historic liar, and a person who never asked God for forgiveness at 80%. After telling his audience that the real story for our souls and our nation isn't original sin, but redemption. It was as if he was dismissing systemic racism by washing it away with holy water. Republicans' racist policies, from a voter suppression bill that civil rights organizations sued over to bills that grant immunity to drivers who hit protesters, speak louder than their words. For all Scott's anxieties about delusions like woke supremacy, the targets of Republican policies are apparent. In Scott's remarks, he defended Georgia's voter suppression bill by saying it will be easier to vote early in Georgia than in Democrat-run New York, but the left doesn't want you to know that. What Scott conveniently left out was that Senate Bill 202 limited ballot drop boxes in predominantly black areas, criminalized handing out water to voters, and worst of all, gave more power over elections to the Republican state legislature. That said, defending racist policies isn't a shocker from Scott. He often brags about so-called opportunity zones. The Investing in Opportunity Act, introduced by Scott and New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker in April 2016, was a remixed version of trickle-down economics. Make the rich richer and hope the wealth would trickle down to middle-class and low-income folks. The program was supposed to revitalize urban neighborhoods by giving tax breaks to corporations to invest in specific areas. In 2019, RealDeal.com reported that the program designated more than 8,000 census tracts across the United States as distressed communities. However, the so-called opportunity zones increased gentrification, displacing black people from their neighborhoods and giving a tax bonanza to corporations. In April 2019, the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy reported, opportunity zones incent gentrification. Low-income communities can be defined by a comparison of income to the surrounding area, and opportunity zones can also qualify if they are adjacent to a low-income community. Thus, opportunity zones are in communities already vulnerable to gentrification. The program lacks adequate protections to ensure capital investors do not push out current residents or businesses. Areas for opportunity zones are 63% black and only 28% white. In October 2019, the New York Times reported that friends of the Trump administration were profiting from the Opportunity Zone's tax break, specifically Michael Milken, the man who partly inspired the character Gordon Gekko in the 1987 film Wall Street. New Jersey Senator Cory Booker, Missouri Representative Emanuel Cleaver, and Wisconsin Representative Ron Kind, all Democrats, called for an investigation, but not Scott. In November 2019, House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn released a statement about opportunity zones. From the start, I've raised concerns that the opportunity zone incentive would turn out to be a tax credit for rich investors with limited benefits for low-income communities. This program needs to be tweaked if it is to accomplish its stated purpose. And this legislation makes the necessary reforms to ensure it is making an impact in the communities that need investments the most. Clyburn wanted to prohibit the investments in developments such as casinos, stadiums, parking lots, or luxury apartments, and ensure the incentives only go to new investments within the zones, not projects that were already underway, according to the Post and Courier. Clyburn was trying to prevent opportunity zones from creating more gentrification. Scott complained that any changes are a misguided attempt by congressional Democrats that would wreck the Opportunity Zone initiative under the guise of improvement. He also claimed Democrats needlessly punish low income communities who are hoping to use Opportunity Zones to transform areas left behind. By September 2020, John Harmon, CEO of the African American Chamber of Commerce of New Jersey and former chairman of the National Black Chamber of Commerce, told Bloomberg, "We see development occurring in the urban centers today, but the people who are doing the building and getting the benefits do not look like us." The facts backed up Harmon's claim. A feature that same month in Bloomberg reported how federal tax breaks via opportunity zones in Norfolk, Virginia were being used to plow under its historically black neighborhoods. And in June 2020, Bloomberg reported only a small percentage of the more than $10 billion invested as part of the program has benefited existing businesses. A study by the Urban Institute stated it appears that opportunity zones are neither on a trajectory to democratize access to capital, nor will they at scale incentivize mission oriented projects that align with community goals and priorities. The facts made no difference. Scott refused to concede opportunity zones were not helping. Police reform is another area where Scott uses his blackness when it's convenient, but stops short of supporting a policy that would help black people. He will say police have stopped him for driving while black, but then craft a weak Justice Act that doesn't end qualified immunity. He had a chance to support the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, but instead went on national television to either lie or show he was wildly incompetent. In September 2021, Scott appeared on CBS News and claimed the bill defunded the police when even the International Association of Chiefs of Police and Fraternal Order of Police released a statement confirming that it gave more money to police departments. Scott voted with Trump over 90% of the time, including to weaken the Dodd-Frank Act, which aims to stop discrimination from mortgage lenders, with black businesses and owners being disproportionately affected, a far cry from the days of black Republicans in the Nixon era promoting black capitalism and support for black businesses. What do grifters reap from the grift? For some, it's money. For those like Tim Scott, it's also power, which allows him to participate in blocking legislation that has material manifestations on the lives of all Americans, black people in particular. In June 2021, Scott did not support the For the People Act. In November 2021, Scott joined Senate Republicans to block Democrats from advancing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. This is the same person who in 2015 traveled to Selma, Alabama for the 50th anniversary of Bloody Sunday, a 1965 demonstration for the right of black people to vote. The late John Lewis had his skull fractured. For Scott not to support a voting rights bill with John Lewis's name on it, knowing the significance, is egregious. Arguably, Scott's most shameful act is blocking the inquiry into the January 6th insurrection by voting against creating a bipartisan commission to investigate. Domestic terrorists took over the U.S. Capitol and threatened to kill Scott's colleagues, and the man carried a Confederate flag in the Capitol. Scott didn't think a commission on the attempted coup was necessary. Scott often mentions his family has gone from cotton to Congress, a talking point to prove that he has pulled himself up by his bootstraps. The translation is, if he could make it from cotton to Congress, so can any other black person in America. Scott has stated his grandfather, Artis Ware, dropped out of elementary school to work in the fields and pick cotton, hence the cotton to Congress one-liner. It's a point that's popular with the GOP. Here is where Scott's cotton to Congress one-liner gets complicated. In April 2021, Glenn Kessler, a journalist from the Washington Post, claimed census records showed Scott's great-great-grandfather, Lawrence Ware, owned a farm and a home without a mortgage. According to Kessler, Scott's great-grandfather, Willie Ware, would go on to be one of the biggest landowners, white or black, in Aiken County, South Carolina. Also, census records in 1940 showed that Willie owned his home. Willie Ware died when Scott was 10 or 11. Was his grandfather, Artis Ware, picking cotton if the family owned more land than anyone in Aiken County, South Carolina? Kessler's reporting confirmed that Scott's grandfather dropped out of school to pick cotton, but presumably he was picking cotton on his father's land. Therefore, the Cotton to Congress narrative feels disingenuous because it does not appear Scott's grandfather was living in the depths of Southern poverty, which seems to be the storyline Scott is attempting to push. He came from a family of landowners. Picking cotton on your father's land is very different from suffering the exploitation of sharecropping and debt peonage. It's admirable that Scott's family appear to be entrepreneurs, but it's disappointing that he might be manipulating the story to once again grift around the realities of class and race. While it's possible Scott did not know his complete family history, incorrect oral history can be passed down. Kessler said he gave Scott and his team 4 weeks to respond to the piece, but they declined. Scott was just as shameless in using his family background to disenfranchise black people. In January 2022, Scott argued on the Senate floor, while referencing his grandfather once again, that voting rights legislation isn't needed and that it's hard to deny progress when 2 of the 3 black U.S. senators come from southern states, which people say are the places where African American votes are being suppressed. According to U.S. Virgin Islands delegate Stacey Plaskett on MSNBC, Scott's claim that because he is in the Senate, the Voting Rights Act is not necessary is the most ludicrous thing I could hear out of his mouth. Who told him that black people voted for him in the first place? She's right. In 2016, Scott received just 8% of the black vote in South Carolina. It's clear he doesn't speak for most black voters, even in his home state, but that isn't his role. Scott is the mouthpiece to make white conservatives feel good about their anti-black policies. Scott's anti-voting rights rant is equally outrageous if he believes voter suppression has been washed away after only 11 black U.S. senators in history as of 2022. The U.S. Senate first convened in 1789. Only 4 black U.S. senators have represented southern states. Former RNC Chair Michael Steele had some pointed words for Scott. The fact that he is embracing Donald Trump and Trumpism, when you value your party more than your own conscience, your own community, they'll have to live with that. In April 2022, Scott spoiled his legacy even further when he opposed Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson's nomination to the U.S. Supreme Court. Judge Jackson was the first black woman nominated to the High Court with a superb record and a well-qualified rating from the American Bar Association. It wasn't enough for Scott. He stated, "I cannot support her record of judicial activism." The statement was creepily similar to what proud racist North Carolina Senator Sam Ervin said when he refused to support Judge Thurgood Marshall for the U.S. Supreme Court in 1967. It is clearly a disservice to the Constitution and the country to appoint a judicial activist to the Supreme Court. Later that month, Democratic South Carolina Representative Wendell Gilliard called into the Karen Hunter show on SiriusXM and opened up about an experience with Scott. In a 2009 protest over a voter suppression bill in South Carolina, former Representative David Mack, chairman of the South Carolina Black Caucus at the time, asked everyone to exit the chambers. According to Gilliard, Scott was the only black person who remained. Gilliard said he later saw Scott in the hallway and reminded him of him being black and the fact that he was standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. Gilliard said he told Scott he was supposed to represent the people, many of whom are black in his state. Gilliard claimed Scott responded with, "That's the difference between you and me, Representative Gilliard. You come up here to represent the people. I came to make money." In August 2022, Gilliard confirmed this alleged conversation with me. Lastly, in April 2023, Senator Tim Scott launched his exploratory campaign for president at Fort Sumter, where Confederates launched the war against the Union. It was a racist bullhorn from a black man who stands by a political party that proudly celebrates the Confederacy. I would never call Scott an Uncle Tom. It's an insult to the character Uncle Tom, who was the opposite of Scott's buffoonery in Harriet Beecher Stowe's 1852 novel. While a problematic character in other ways, Tom is a man who sacrifices himself for the good of others. But in his unswerving devotion to party politics, Senator Scott is an embarrassment on his own, not just for his lies or cavalier dismissal of systemic racism, but for his pursuit of political gain at the expense of our democracy. Chapter 10: Love and Heard. A quote from former Utah Representative Mia Love. This election experience and these comments from Trump shine a spotlight on the problems Washington politicians have with minorities and Black Americans. It's transactional, it's not personal. Except for Madam Secretary Condoleezza Rice, who was never an elected official, the story of Black Republican politicians thus far has mainly been a story of men. Those drawn to Black conservatism tend to be more preoccupied with traditional gender roles and might be less comfortable with Black women holding power in the halls of government. In 2015, the GOP made history by electing Mia Love, the first Black woman to join the House of Representatives as a Republican, representing Utah's 4th District. How was a Black woman finally elected? She used the Black Republican formula. Around the same time Stacey Dash found her footing on Fox News, Love distinguished herself by spouting hyper-conservative rhetoric. In 2012, Love vowed to destroy the CBC and made this bewildering comment. Yes, yes, I would join the Congressional Black Caucus and try to take that thing apart from the inside out. It's demagoguery. They sit there and ignite emotions and ignite racism when there isn't. That same year, Love utilized another tactic that would become a must-use tool for Black Republicans auditioning for the GOP. Claim our first Black president was dividing America. While speaking at the 2012 Republican National Convention, Love roared, President Obama's version of America is a divided one, pitting us against each other based on our income level, gender, and social status. His policies have failed. The crowd erupted, ecstatic that a Black woman was attacking a Black president. Love had the audacity to say this after Obama pulled us out of a recession, saved the auto industry, killed Osama bin Laden, and signed the Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act, all in his first term. Love's speech was a success and the perfect performance for the GOP. She fundraised $250,000 within days after the anti-Obama rant and was the #1 search person on Google the next day. In 2014, she continued to hit all the typical Black Republican notes, telling the Salt Lake Tribune that she had never experienced racism in Utah. Ironically, in 2018, on the way to losing her reelection bid to her Democratic opponent, she claimed that her critics do not like the fact that I am a Black female Republican. She was a shapeshifter, claiming that racism didn't exist when speaking about her allies, and crying that racism was inescapable when speaking about her enemies. Love would succeed if she moved in a way that supported her white Republican voters' racist assumptions. But once the racism turned on her and she spoke out, Love would lose her base. Future Black Republicans would take note of the red lines as they crafted grifter personas of their own. For a while, Love was able to thread the needle. In 2014, she was elected in a predominantly white district of Utah. Then, in what the Washington Post called a move that seems at odds with much of her rhetoric, she joined the CBC. In January 2018, midway through her second congressional term, Love got a rude awakening about racism coming from her party. President Trump reportedly referred to Haiti, El Salvador, and African nations as shithole countries during a meeting about immigration, and allegedly said, "Why do we need more Haitians?" Love, who is Haitian American, rebuked him. She issued a statement. The president's comments are unkind, divisive, elitist, and fly in the face of our nation's values. This behavior is unacceptable from the leader of our nation. My parents came from one of those countries, but proudly took an oath of allegiance to the United States and took on the responsibilities of everything that being a citizen comes with. She called on Trump to apologize. Trump denied the comments, and months later, Representative Mia Love lost re-election. Trump famously said, "Mia Love gave me no love and she lost. Too bad. Sorry about that, Mia." For once, Trump may have had a point. What mattered to him, as the leader of the GOP, wasn't censoring his race baiting, but getting uncritical loyalty from the only black female Republican in Congress. Additionally, Love is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, which has substantial support within the Republican Party in Utah. The church did not allow black men in their priesthood until 1978 and remained just 3% black as of 2022. Over 75% of Mormons identify or lean Republican. Love skillfully positioned herself for leadership, but could not sustain her residency in Trump's Republican Party. In her concession speech, Love reversed course after years of emphasizing colorblind politics. She suggested racism ended her time in Congress. The president's behavior towards me made me wonder, what did he have to gain by saying such a thing about a fellow Republican? It was not really about asking him to do more, was it? Or was it something else? Well, Mr. President, Love said, we'll have to chat about that. Sure enough, it was something else. The president didn't appear to value Mia Love as a person. Trump was accused of calling Haiti, the first black nation, a shithole country. That's the chat she should have had, not with the former president, but with herself once Trump turned on her. She was a black woman in a party drifting further toward white nationalism. Love's concession speech continued. This election experience and these comments from Trump shine a spotlight on the problems Washington politicians have with minorities and black Americans. It's transactional. It's not personal. She went on. This election was horrible, and it has cost us greatly. I saw the media write uneducated, unfair, irresponsible stories. My ethics, my record lied about, tarnished, and repeated over and over again. Though Love may have belatedly recognized the truth about the transactional nature of her relationship with the Republican Party, she had no grounds to claim that her record was unclear. She voted to table articles against the impeachment of President Trump. She voted to give the government more power to deport immigrants suspected of being in gangs. She supported rolling back bank regulations by the Dodd-Frank Act. She voted to repeal the Department of Education rule on teacher preparation programs and Obama-era rule to assist teachers. Mia Love proudly tarnished her record, voted with the disgraced president 95.7% of the time, all on her own. Mia Love had the option to represent black women or Haitian Americans. Instead, she supported a political party that trafficked in racism. Once she lost, she attempted to issue warnings and threats about the president to whom she had given racial cover. I believe that we've elected a wolf in sheep's clothing. But the question remains, at what cost to the people of Utah? The good news is I'm not going away, but now I am unleashed, I am untethered, I am unshackled. She was never on a leash. She was never tethered. She was never shackled. Most black Republicans who rose to prominence during Obama's presidency are classic grifters. However, there was a black Republican from Texas who briefly attempted to break the GOP mold. In 2015, Will Hurd, a former undercover CIA officer, was elected to represent the 23rd Congressional District in Texas. The Texas A&M grad was a throwback Republican. There's no record of Hurd telling black Democrats to get off the plantation. He did not racialize welfare and won an election in a predominantly Hispanic district. It is rare for a black Republican to win a district that isn't white, and in some ways, Hurd was unique. Hurd was known for his bipartisan efforts. In 2018, he was awarded the prize for civility in public life by Allegheny College, along with Beto O'Rourke. But precisely because he refused to toe the party line, he would not be in office long. The following year, Hurd, the only black Republican in the House, attempted to warn the party about their lack of inclusivity and refusal to expand the base. He was quoted as saying, "This is a party that is shrinking. The party is not growing in some of the largest growing parts of our country. Why is that? It's real simple. Don't be an asshole. Don't be a racist. Don't be a misogynist, right? Don't be a homophobe." These are real basic things that we all should learn when we're in kindergarten. A few months after this comment, Hurd resigned in August 2019. This is an old school move for black Republicans in the tradition of Jackie Robinson, former Senator Edward Brooke, and Colin Powell, and Hurd would face the same woeful trajectory as all of them for daring to defy a party that has devoted itself to the Southern strategy. Although Hurd did not vote to impeach Trump in 2019, he publicly took him to task and was one of 4 Republicans who voted for a resolution to condemn Trump's racist tweets after he attacked Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, Representative Ilhan Omar of Minnesota, Representative Ayanna Pressley of Massachusetts, and Representative Rashida Tlaib of Michigan. Hurd told CNN's Christiane Amanpour, "I'm the only black Republican in the House of Representatives. I go into communities that most Republicans don't show up in order to take a conservative message. This makes it harder in order to take our ideas and our platform to communities that don't necessarily identify with the Republican Party." Hurd's congressional career was running out of steam. In his last term, he only voted with Trump 64.8% of the time. However, Hurd's record is far from admirable. He did not support the Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2019, which will haunt his political career. In 2019, when he announced he would not run for re-election, Hurd wrote on Twitter, "I'm going to stay involved in politics to help make sure the Republican Party looks like America." Hurd would not succeed. The black Republicans who would come after him and Mia Love wouldn't look much like America. They were carbon copies of the worst of the MAGA movement. I contacted Will Hurd's team for an interview, but they declined. In 2020, 2 black Republicans were voted into the House of Representatives. Byron Donalds, endorsed by the Tea Party, represented Florida's 19th district and was elected with a criminal past. In 1997, a misdemeanor arrest for distribution of marijuana. In 2000, a felony charge for receiving a bribe, which was later expunged. Burgess Owens was elected to Utah's 4th district, the same district Mia Love represented. Donalds and Owens stuck to the same black Republican script, but they went a horrendous step further. They both fed into the big lie that Trump was the winner of the 2020 election and fought to overturn votes. On January 6, 2021, just hours before the hellacious insurrection, Donalds vowed to challenge the presidential election certification and was quoted as saying, "Actually, my plan is to object to the votes in several states." That morning, Congressman Donalds attended the Stop the Steal rally, which was hours before the January 6th insurrection. He was on the House floor during the attack on the U.S. Capitol, ready to disenfranchise Americans. Thankfully, he failed. Donald's voting record in his first 2 years in office was reprehensible. He voted against the Build Back Better Act, the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2021, the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, the For the People Act of 2021, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act of 2021, the Right for Contraception Act, and the COVID-19 Hate Crimes Act, which even Senator Scott supported. Perhaps most disturbing, both Donalds and Owens did not support the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2022, which was legislation in reaction to the horrific mass shooting by a white supremacist in Buffalo, New York. The bill would have specifically combated extremism by white supremacists. That same year, Donalds voted against the Marijuana Opportunity Reinvestment and Expungement Act, which would decriminalize cannabis. His vote didn't match his criminal record, considering his 1997 marijuana arrest. After this alarming record and advocating to delegitimize the 2020 election, Donalds complained that he was denied entry to the CBC. The CBC said in a statement, "The Congressional Black Caucus remains committed to fighting for issues that support black communities, including the Police Accountability Bill, protecting voting rights, and a jobs bill that helps our communities. We will work with those who share our values and priorities for the constituents we serve." The CBC and Donalds share different values, which was good enough for the kingmakers of the Republican Party. By December 2021, Trump endorsed Donalds for re-election. Owens was nearly a carbon copy of Donalds. In January 2021, the Trump-endorsed congressman said, "No question in my mind that Trump won the election." Maybe endorsing the big lie was the cost for remaining in the good graces of the supreme leader of the Republican Party. In January 2023, during the fiasco of California Representative Kevin McCarthy begging Republicans to elect him as House Speaker, Donalds was nominated by Texas Representative Chip Roy, clearly unqualified to be Speaker, considering he had only been in the House one term. Donalds was deliberately used as a diversity prop. Yes, there were other representatives nominated, but only with Donalds was race mentioned. For Republicans who claim to detest identity politics, Roy offered up race, bragging that now 2 black members have been nominated, then claimed it wasn't about race and quoted Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Donalds was only nominated in response to well-qualified New York Representative Hakeem Jeffries, who made history as the first black person to be House Minority Leader. It was an eye-rolling performance, and Donalds insisted the nomination had nothing to do with race or diversity. Grifters all pay the price of admission. Hurd refused to pay, and Love's payment was insufficient. Black Republicans have been on a duplicitous downward spiral for decades, and those with integrity are pushed out of the party. The majority of black Republicans in power, especially on a national level, oppose policies designed to advance black communities. Being an outlier can get you far in politics, especially when your supporters are nurtured by decades of big lies and propaganda. Chapter 11: Trumpism. A quote from actress Cheryl Lee Ralph to Omarosa Manigault Newman. "Girlfriend, I'm going to have to miss that train." Donald Trump began his debasement of the Oval Office on January 20th, 2017. His administration introduced a newfangled era of politicians and conservative leaders bartering in lies to gain political clout. The racist rhetoric of his presidency was not shocking, but Trump ushered in high-octane foolishness and court gestures disguised as politicians and pundits. Yes, Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was a trailblazer in profiting from the grift, but possessed an understanding of government and policy. Today's motley crew of hucksters are grifters for attention who are more than willing to demean themselves to be the next buffoon. The Trump era also flushed, willingly or unwillingly, several black Republicans out of the GOP. Social media stars or struggling actors were not in this bunch. These were political operatives with professional experience in the Republican Party. In 2015, the RNC, chaired by Reince Priebus, employed a handful of black staffers, including Tara Wall, Crystal Quaker Hartsfield, Rafi Williams, and Orlando Watson. There were others as well, like Chelsea Henry, who in 2014 was deemed a rising star in the Republican Party, and conservative columnist Crystal Wright, who was making the rounds on cable news. Yes, some brought the same exhausting rhetoric. Tara Wall told Essence in 2012, "There's no institutional racism in the Republican Party. Show me a fact that shows it exists." This language will consistently turn off black voters, especially with endless facts going back to the party of Lincoln. Nonetheless, their outreach, which comprised working with HBCUs, the National Urban League, and the National Association of Black Journalists, and a joint venture with Black-owned Radio 1, had shown some success. During the 2014 midterms, Republicans received a surprising 10% of the black vote. Still a small share, but the highest the GOP had seen since 1996. But after years of some black Republicans trying to convince black voters that racism was not an issue in the Republican Party, along came Donald Trump. By April 2016, it was clear that Trump would be the Republican nominee for president. None of the staffers mentioned above remained with the RNC. NBC News described their departures as a mass exodus of black staff from the RNC. That was undeniable. Rafi Williams, son of Fox News analyst Juan Williams, claimed he didn't leave because of Trump. That same month, the RNC hired GOP communications strategist Telly Lovelace as the national director of Black Initiatives. Lovelace resigned in August 2017. Even Ruth Guerra, the RNC's director of Hispanic outreach, exited in June 2016 after saying she was uncomfortable working for Mr. Trump. Others, like lifelong Republican Tara Setmeyer, blasted the party during the rise of Trump and left in November 2020 due to the malignancy of Trumpism. Republican Shermichael Singleton, 26 years old at the time, briefly worked at HUD under Secretary Ben Carson in Trump's administration. Although a conservative, Singleton had a history of engaging black communities, never chastised black Democrats, and would freely call out racism in the party. He maintained his goal was never to convert all black voters to the Republican Party, but like others before him, he hoped for black people to have a voice in the GOP with their vote. In an interview with Singleton, he told me, "I always tried, when I was a strategist, when I was advising candidates, to remind them you need to do the things to reach black people. Unfortunately, I was not as effective as I would have hoped." Singleton's time at HUD didn't last long. He was fired after articles surfaced of him being critical of Trump. The New York Times reported Singleton was led out of the department's headquarters by security. Singleton considered Secretary Carson a hero of his, but his hero made no public comments when he was terminated. In an interview with Singleton, I asked if he felt Carson sold him out by not making a statement. He hesitantly answered, "Knowing politics as well as I do, I don't know if I would have necessarily wanted him to say anything." For the first time publicly, Singleton did reveal that Carson made sure he was financially stable and had jobs lined up for him. But after he was fired, Singleton said, "All of my political friends turned against me. From the Romney campaign, from my time with Gingrich, all these campaigns I worked on." Although Singleton was in a lesser role than Michael Steele, Colin Powell, and J.C. Watts, just as with them, the GOP had no loyalty to him. Singleton has since left the Republican Party and identifies as an independent. He conceded the rise of black Republican grifters ruined the work of sincere black Republicans like Steele, Powell, and former Congressman Will Hurd. "I've never needed the grift and insulting my people to elevate me for financial means," Singleton said. With actual black Republicans who didn't have a grifter record nearly extinct from the Republican Party in leadership roles, a flurry of flash-in-the-pan celebrities and unknowns followed Stacey Dash's playbook. Black Republicans who joined the party out of principle were replaced with dangerous, power-hungry escapists. former NFL player Herschel Walker, Pastor Daryl Scott, Diamond and Silk, Candace Owens, and Pastor Mark Burns were just a few of the ascendant grifters. They discovered there was a robust market for the delusional black Republican in the cult of Trump. Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron is one of the most horrific examples in the Trump era. In November 2019, 33-year-old Cameron made history as the first black man elected to statewide office in the bluegrass state. Former Democratic Kentucky Attorney General Greg Stumbo warned a month before the election, "My opponent has never even prosecuted a traffic ticket citation." He also claimed Cameron admitted under oath how little law he has practiced. Rather than law experience, Cameron had something and someone more important on his side: the support of Senator Mitch McConnell. Cameron was awarded a McConnell Scholarship and spent several years as a clerk and legal counsel for the Kentucky senator. McConnell would endorse his protege for Attorney General despite his lack of experience. McConnell and Cameron were a perfect match. Mitch McConnell groomed a black man to execute his policy agenda throughout the state of Kentucky. As Cameron said in 2015 about one of the greatest political obstructionists in American history, "When I first met McConnell, I knew he was somebody I wanted to emulate." And emulate he did. Shortly after midnight on March 13th, 2020, Louisville police officer Brett Hankinson, Detective Miles Cosgrove, and Sergeant John Mattingly executed a botched no-knock warrant at Breonna Taylor's apartment. Her boyfriend, Kenneth Walker, a licensed gun owner, believed the officers were intruders and fired a single shot. The officers fired back, striking Taylor multiple times. The 26-year-old emergency room technician died in a senseless act of police violence. Kenneth Walker was charged with the attempted murder of a police officer. After the story of Taylor's death went viral, the charges were eventually dropped. Taylor was not the target of their investigation. Police were looking for her ex-boyfriend, Jamarcus Glover, who was arrested the morning of March 13th after police killed Taylor. The people were waiting for Kentucky Attorney General Daniel Cameron to bring criminal charges against the officers, but McConnell's protege would perform just as his mentor would have wanted. In August 2020, Cameron, who was taking his time investigating the Taylor case, was one of the few black men who spoke at the Republican National Convention. He had the nerve to speak Breonna Taylor's name over the course of a fiery speech condemning the Black Lives Matter activists and supporters who had been fighting for justice for Taylor. Even as anarchists mindlessly tear up American cities while attacking police and innocent bystanders, we Republicans do recognize those who work in good faith towards peace, justice, and equality, Cameron said. Whether you are the family of Breonna Taylor or David Dorn, these are the ideals that will heal our nation's wounds. David Dorn was a retired police captain who was fatally shot in June 2020 after attempting to stop the burglary of a pawn shop in St. Louis, Missouri. The legal system moved swiftly for Dorn. Within 5 days of the senseless killing, a 24-year-old named Stephen Cannon was charged with his murder. Cameron's convention speech would reference Joe Biden disrespectfully, saying, "You ain't black," if you weren't voting for him. Unlike Trump, who never apologized for saying Jewish people who did not vote for him show great disloyalty, Biden apologized for his statement within hours. "I think often about my ancestors who struggled for freedom," Cameron said. "And as I think of those giants and their broad shoulders, I also think about Joe Biden, who says, if you aren't voting for me, you ain't black, who argued that Republicans would put us back in chains, who says there is no diversity of thought in the black community." He continued, "Mr. Vice President, look at me. I am black. We are not all the same, sir. I am not in chains. My mind is my own, and you can't tell me how to vote because of the color of my skin." Breonna Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, reacted to Cameron's speech by saying she hoped the next time we see him, he's telling the country he's charging all officers responsible for my daughter's death. It was not to be. In September 2020, Cameron announced the grand jury's decision to issue counts of wanton endangerment in the first degree against Hankinson for shooting into another apartment. A $15,000 cash bond was attached to the charges. The other two officers were not charged. At the time, no one was charged with homicide for the death of Breonna Taylor. In a disturbing press conference on September 23, 2020, Cameron called on his roots to explain his failure to deliver justice for Taylor. I understand that as a black man, how painful this is, which is why it was so incredibly important to make sure that we did everything we possibly could to uncover every fact. My heart breaks for the loss of Miss Taylor, Cameron continued. And I've said that repeatedly. My mother, if something was to happen to me, he took a dramatic pause, performatively holding back tears, would find it very hard. I've seen that pain on Miss Tamika Palmer's face, he said, referring to Taylor's mother. I've seen that pain in the community. Republicans had got exactly what they wanted. After the press conference, Trump praised Daniel Cameron as a star and brilliant. Cameron may have seen that pain in the community, but many in the black community did not feel him. Weeks later, Megan Thee Stallion called out Cameron on an October 2020 appearance on Saturday Night Live. During a performance of her hit song Savage, the Houston rapper made a strong statement about protecting black women. Megan stood with her fist in the air as the audio of activist Tamika Mallory played. Daniel Cameron is no different than the sellout Negroes that sold our people into slavery. Mallory famously made this statement after the grand jury's decision not to indict the officers involved in Taylor's death. Days after the performance, Cameron made appearances on Fox News. He complained about Megan Thee Stallion. Let me just say that I agree that we need to love and protect our black women. There's no question about that, but the fact that someone would get on national television and make disparaging comments about me because I'm simply trying to do my job is disgusting. Cameron's victim playing after critique is a recurring pattern among black Republican grifters. He whined that the performance showed something that I've had to experience because I'm a black Republican, because I stand up for truth and justice as opposed to giving into a mob mentality. And those are the sorts of things that will be hurled at me in this job, Cameron babbled on. Obviously, people preach about being tolerant. You've seen a lot of that from the left about being tolerant. But what you saw there is inconsistent with tolerance. In fact, it's her espousing intolerance. Cameron did not enlighten us on how demanding justice for Taylor was intolerant, but instead shifted gears to complain about attorney Benjamin Crump, who was representing the Taylor family. This is the Ben Crump model. He goes into a city, creates a narrative, cherry picks to prove that narrative, creates chaos in the community, misrepresents the facts, then he leaves with his money and then asks the community to pick up the pieces, he alleged. It is terribly irresponsible on his part to push such narratives, such falsehoods. Whether trashing a Houston rapper or an attorney, Cameron's playbook demands that he work to counter any black political uprising while justifying himself as an independent thinker. If black people, or anyone who believes in a fair system, don't respond by singing Kumbaya, my lord, then we are not acknowledging progress. But it's a twofold game. Cameron gives the Fox News audience the comfort of having a black ally. He keeps his job and money. In Cameron, McConnell has a stone to throw in the political waters to get the right amount of ripple. According to grand jurors, Cameron influenced the process to achieve his preferred end. Two grand jurors claimed that Cameron was pushing falsehoods. They demanded to be released from the gag order, blocking them from speaking out about the Breonna Taylor case. An anonymous juror sued for the order to be lifted. Cameron aggressively opposed the jurors' motion. In early October 2020, he responded, allowing this disclosure would irreversibly alter Kentucky's legal system by making it difficult for prosecutors and the public to have confidence in the secrecy of the grand jury process going forward. Cameron claimed he didn't object to an opinion about how he oversaw the Taylor investigation, but stated, while the duty of a grand jury to meet in secret is firmly established, the right of the alleged grand juror to proceed anonymously is anything but. Cameron insisted that the secrecy of the grand jury proceeding was based on centuries of history, practice, and custom in the country and the Commonwealth. Like McConnell's approach to the filibuster, Cameron fell back on custom and tradition when it suited his agenda. Breonna Taylor's family asked Cameron to recuse himself from the case, but he declined. By late October 2020, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear demanded in a public statement that Cameron release everything from the grand jury. The current situation raises serious concerns, as multiple grand jurors are now claiming Attorney General Cameron has not been truthful to the public about what occurred in the grand jury process, Beshear said. I trust Kentuckians with the truth, and the next step should be to release all information, evidence, grand jury conversations, recorded or not, everything. A juror, identified only as anonymous grand juror number 1, claimed in a statement released by their attorney that Cameron had not allowed them to consider homicide charges. The grand jury was not presented with any charges other than the 3 wanton endangerment charges against Detective Hankinson, the juror said. The grand jury did not have homicide charges explained to them. The grand jury never heard anything about those laws. Self-defense or justification was never explained either. Questions were asked about additional charges, and the grand jury was told there would be none because the prosecutors didn't feel they could make them stick. 2 other grand jurors confirmed this account. By January 2021, 3 grand jurors called for Cameron to be impeached. Attorney Kevin Glowgrower said in a statement, Cameron, lied about what was presented to the grand jurors. He lied about what options were given to the grand jurors, and he lied about the decisions the grand jury made. Cameron was never impeached, and Brett Hankinson was acquitted on the 3 felony counts of wanton endangerment. Attorney General Daniel Cameron was able to dodge any reckoning for his actions. Cameron would have people believe his handling of the Breonna Taylor case was a sober application of the law, and the angry black mob was unfairly attacking him. The fight for justice did not stop with Cameron. In August 2022, the Department of Justice charged the 4 officers involved in Taylor's death. Charges included unlawful conspiracies, unconstitutional use of force, and civil rights offenses. Cameron defended his work in several tweets. I'm proud of the work of our investigators and prosecutors. There are those, however, who want to use this moment to divide Kentuckians, misrepresent the facts of the state investigation, and broadly impugn the character of our law enforcement community. Cameron also stated that he would not participate in that sort of rancor. But in November 2020, Cameron participated in another kind of rancor by supporting the big lie that Trump won the election. He fought to disenfranchise voters, many of whom are black, and helped to secure Biden's win. The Louisville Courier-Journal reported Cameron's efforts to challenge the legitimacy of Pennsylvania's mail-in ballots. The Keystone State is nearly 500 miles outside of Cameron's jurisdiction. Republicans argue for small government, but calling for elections to be overturned in states they do not represent, that sounds like big government. On November 9th, Cameron, McConnell, and others plan to take major legal action. Republican state legislatures in Pennsylvania tried to block mail-in votes from being counted when they arrived. Votes were still being counted days after the election because Pennsylvania allowed universal mail-in voting for the first time due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Republicans refused to allow ballots to be processed when they arrive, only on Election Day, which caused the delay. Cameron joined McConnell and other attorneys general from Louisiana, Texas, and Missouri to challenge the validity of Biden's win in Pennsylvania. The Republican AGs are already stepping up to the front lines of America's insurance policy against the possibility of a Biden-Harris administration and their liberal extremist agenda, a Cameron spokesperson said in a statement provided to the Courier-Journal. There was no evidence of widespread voter fraud in Pennsylvania or any other state. Cameron's efforts in support of the big lie failed, but he should not be ignored. With the backing of Mitch McConnell, he could easily rise in political ranks. Don't dismiss Cameron as a sellout. That oversimplifies his impact as a grifter. Justice for Breonna Taylor should not have been elusive for an attorney general who claims to be so familiar with the needs of the black community. He is materially dangerous because his actions manifest in black communities. Sadly, Cameron's shape-shifting logic is what we have seen from too many black Republicans over the decades. It's a strategy Reagan, Bush, both, and Trump used masterfully, harming black people with a black person willing to do their work. This brings us to the most loyal Trump administration member and the only black person who served in his presidential cabinet, Dr. Ben Carson. Carson was appointed Secretary of HUD in a logical role for a doctor with zero housing experience. In November 2016, according to business manager and close friend Armstrong Williams, Carson felt he had no government experience. He's never run a federal agency. Experience obviously meant nothing to Trump. It was all about loyalty, and Carson was loyal. Carson was raised by a single mom in working-class Detroit, briefly living in public housing, but he was by no means a subject matter expert. Section 8 housing, for example, is not an exclusively black issue. Nearly 50% of Section 8 recipients are white. Carson seemed to view his role in conjunction with the black Republican who demands people who look like him pull themselves up by their overworked bootstraps. Although Carson insisted he provided self-sufficiency to black communities, slashing resources did not facilitate independence for the working poor of any color. Under Carson, there was a proposal to cut the HUD budget by 14%. He also fought to reverse Obama-era policies that required cities to prevent housing segregation and create equitable housing. In 2017, he grumbled that low-income people are too comfortable. A year later, Carson sought to remove the word discrimination from HUD's mission statement. President Lyndon B. Johnson launched HUD in 1965 to mitigate discriminatory housing practices. Like most people in the Trump administration, Dr. Ben Carson appeared in over his head. In early 2018, he said brain surgery was easier than his role at HUD. Yes, Carson was blessed with gifted hands as a brain surgeon, but he operated with no bedside manner as the secretary of HUD, wearing Christianity on his sleeve. His approach to service wasn't Christ-like. Carson's tenure was not without scandal. HUD was investigated for his family's involvement and using his position for private gain. A lawsuit accused his team of demoting a HUD official, Helen Foster, for refusing to approve pricey office renovations. Marcus Smallwood, another HUD official, confirmed these accusations in an email saying that HUD employees have operated in fear. In February 2018, the New York Times reported on the expensive renovations after HUD announced plans to slash $8 million in funding for the homeless, elderly, and poor. Carson would blame the upgrades on his wife, Candy Carson. Carson said at a House hearing in March 2018, "The next thing that I, quite frankly, heard about it was that this $31,000 table had been bought. Under pressure, grifters reliably fold, casting blame on the nearest target to protect themselves." Katrina Hubbard, an executive assistant to HUD's chief information officer, Johnson Joy, claimed she was fired in January 2018 for reporting misuse of public funds. Hubbard told The Guardian, "I reported information about fraud, waste, and abuse, and as a result, I was retaliated against." Joy would resign by March 2018. There were also accusations of taxpayer dollars being used for private planes and White House Bible study sessions. Corruption and inexperience were the new normal in the Trump era. Carson was such a disservice that he was even kicked off the grounds of a black church in Baltimore. He was attempting to hold a press conference to celebrate Trump after the president attacked the late Representative Elijah Cummings, who represented Baltimore. Trump called his district a disgusting rat and rodent infested mess and a very dangerous and filthy place. Ironically, Trump labeled Cummings a brutal bully for speaking out against detention centers on the U.S. southern border. Carson's predecessor, Julian Castro, appeared on my SiriusXM show in July 2019 and said, "It just doesn't seem like he really believes in the mission of the organization. This administration thinks that if you're poor, there's something wrong with you." He added, Secretary Carson, in his own upbringing, he grew up in tough circumstances. I wish that they would extend that ladder down and help folks be able to rise and climb instead of pulling that ladder out. Extending the ladder, whether it's through affirmative action, voting rights, or housing, is not the way of black Republican grifters. Carson stayed with Trump until the bitter end. After the January 6th insurrection, there were several resignations, from Secretary of Transportation Elaine Chao to Secretary of Education Betsy DeVos, not Carson. He condemned the violence but insisted Trump was not to blame. Like Samuel Riley Pierce Jr., President Ronald Reagan's HUD secretary, Carson's loyalty to his boss spoiled his legacy. His allegiance to Trumpism overshadows his record as a groundbreaking pediatric neurosurgeon. Even after Trump left office, Carson used his platform to say there was too much talk about race while screaming racism. In a May 2022 interview with Politico, Carson complained everything is circling back to race these days. Yet in the same interview, he compared cancel culture to race. Disturbingly, Carson defended an analogy that cancel culture and Jim Crow racism have much in common. This comment is reminiscent of when Carson compared the Affordable Care Act to slavery. I asked former HUD staffer Shermichael Singleton about Carson's history of vile and anti-black rhetoric. He said when he worked with Carson and assisted with press releases or statements, he was always very conscientious of how he would articulate certain things as it pertains to issues of race. Singleton added, while he has a tremendous amount of respect for Carson, he doesn't always agree with him. In a telling statement, he added, I know my experience with Dr. Carson, and then I know the political version of Dr. Carson. Although not a politician in any sense, Minister Omarosa Manigault Newman worked for the Trump administration and rode the gravy train as far as she could. The Youngstown, Ohio native is undoubtedly a trailblazer who paved the way for the likes of Candace Owens. It's unclear if Newman is a Republican, Democrat, or independent, but she is a grifter who campaigned for a proud racist. In the 1990s, she worked for the Clinton administration in the office of Vice President Al Gore. Mary Margaret Overby, Gore's former office administrator, told the New York Times in 2017 she was the worst hire we ever made. Newman was eventually transferred to the Commerce Department. Cheryl Shavers, the Commerce Department's Undersecretary for Technology Administration and the first black woman in the position, described Newman as unqualified and disruptive and needing to be removed. Newman's claim to fame was in 2004 with the first season of Donald Trump's The Apprentice. The breakout star from the reality series, Newman was cast as the villain, a role she would continue to play. She famously feuded with Wendy Williams, LaToya Jackson, model Claudia Jordan, and others. In 2014, Newman had a weak presence in media but tweeted out her support of Hillary Clinton. By 2016, she was no longer supporting Clinton. Newman was on board with her boss at The Apprentice, despite her alleged knowledge of him using the N-word. That didn't stop the opportunist from jumping on the Trump train. The reality star, who was once fired from Clinton's administration, proudly wore the Make America Great Again hat. She also declared that all Trump's detractors would bow down to him, establishing her role in Trump's cult. After Trump's win, Newman joined the White House as assistant to the president and director of communications in the White House Office of Public Liaison. She immediately made it clear that she was out for herself alone. Reports emerged that she was blocking other black Republicans from joining the administration. In 2018, black Republican Eugene Craig, chair of the Maryland Republican Party at the time, stated to the Cincinnati Herald, "I was blocked personally. Essentially, my file was pulled and I wasn't deemed pro-Trump enough." In true Newman fashion, there could only be one winner in her White House reality show. Newman proceeded to bend the rules as she saw fit. The floodgates were open, but Omarosa held all of us to a different standard, Craig said. She had a say over a lot of the black resumes. I know for a fact from promises that she made us directly. According to Craig, there was a January 2017 conference call specifically for African American activists and party loyalists. Newman bogarted on and made us these promises that this would be the most diverse administration in history, and she'll help us with whatever we needed and wherever we wanted to go into government and to shoot our resumes over to her, and she gave us her official transition email. She said this administration has a goal of having 25% minority hiring. She positioned herself as the end-all, be-all for black things for black people in the administration. But the reality of Newman's White House was much stingier when it came to hiring black people. Aisha Connors, the former deputy director of African American engagement at the RNC, claimed resumes of black Republicans were ignored. Omarosa, she didn't want other black Republicans there. She wanted to be the big shot. She wanted to be the only one. Newman was also accused of blocking Kay Coles James, the first black woman to serve as president of the Conservative Heritage Foundation. Kwame Jackson, also on the first season of The Apprentice with Newman, said about her role in the Trump administration. The master plan of Omarosa's vision for African American outreach: deny reality, laugh it off with a fake and venomous smile, implore and praise Mr. Trump like the smiley butler Sam Jackson played in the film Django Unchained. Then there was Newman's alleged attack on black women, like veteran White House reporter April Ryan. According to the Washington Post, Newman and Ryan got into a heated confrontation outside Press Secretary Sean Spicer's office in February 2017. The Washington Post reported that several staffers and Abby Phillips, a Washington Post reporter at the time, witnessed the argument. Phillip didn't hear the entire exchange, but she said Ryan explained that Newman's behavior was secret serviceable. Ryan told the Washington Post about the incident. She stood right in my face like she was going to hit me. I said, "You better back up." She thought I would be bullied. I won't be. Newman also supposedly warned that President Trump was keeping a running list of black journalists who were the subject of negative dossiers, according to Ryan. The grudge had been long in the making. In fall 2016, Newman reportedly sent two emails to Ryan. One email allegedly implied that Ryan accepted money from the Clintons for favorable coverage, which Ryan denied. Another email from Newman allegedly read, "Protect your legacy. You have worked too hard to have people question your ethics as a journalist. People talking trash about the reporters on that list having no integrity. It's hurtful to hear people say those things about you." Ryan spoke out against the smears. "She's trying to harm my integrity and my career. I've been covering the White House for 20 years. I plan to be here for the next 20 years. You don't mess with someone's livelihood." Newman responded in an email to the Post calling Ryan's claims fake news. Newman's disturbing behavior continued at the National Association of Black Journalists Convention in August 2017. Newman was working for the Trump White House and sat on a panel about police brutality along with the mother of Philando Castile, who was fatally shot by police in July 2016. Newman was reportedly added at the 11th hour. It's unclear why the National Association of Black Journalists thought Newman would be a good fit for the panel. Simone Sanders, who was a CNN commentator at the time, tweeted on August 10, 2017, "Who at NABJ17 said Omarosa and Philando Castile's mother belong on the same panel? Does the president even believe Black Lives Matter?" According to the Griot, veteran journalist Ed Gordon agreed to moderate the panel after other moderators, like Nicole Hannah-Jones, the creator of the 1619 Project, pulled out due to learning of Newman's participation. During the panel, while Newman was talking, some attendees turned their backs and others walked out. Gordon, who had interviewed everyone from Tupac Shakur to President Barack Obama, asked Newman about Trump's comments around policing in black communities. Trump was calling for more police and rapidly rolling back Obama-era police reform policies, including restricting consent decrees. Newman became unhinged. At one point, she stood from her chair and accused Gordon of being aggressive because he stepped away from his podium. Newman paced around the stage and demanded, "Ask about my story. I'm not going to stand here and defend every single word or decision." She professed, "I fight on the front lines every day," which made the audience laugh. Gordon responded with, "I've seen you do this, and you're not going to railroad this," which received claps and cheers from the audience. Newman also referred to Freddie Gray, who died in police custody in April 2015, as a boy. He was 25 years old at the time of his death. After that performance and accusing Gordon of being aggressive, according to American Urban Radio Networks, Omarosa cornered CNN commentator Simone Sanders and verbally accosted her for talking trash on social media, suggesting Omarosa shouldn't have been there at all. Gordon told the Griot in 2018 about the exchange with Newman, "I knew what her MO was, and I felt like, not today." Newman was too explosive and self-aggrandizing even for Donald Trump. By December 2017, the reality star was terminated from the White House. After she was fired from the Trump administration, Newman dropped a mixtape of damning recordings of Trump aides, promising an N-word recording would drop before the 2018 midterms. It never did. It appeared she was willing to tell any story to sell a product, just as Trump taught her. The shamelessness is what propelled her 2018 book, Unhinged, to the New York Times bestsellers list. In September 2018, I interviewed Newman live on SiriusXM for Unhinged and got to experience firsthand what it was like when a grifter was held accountable. I came prepared. During her press tour for the book, Newman repeatedly defended standing by Trump because she was blindsided by him, even though she had known Trump for 15 years. Therefore, my first question was, in Unhinged, you talk about your journey. You talk about growing up in the projects and experiencing gun violence. You went to 3 HBCUs, so you're clearly a smart woman. So I guess I'm confused. How does someone as smart as you get blindsided by someone like Trump? Newman shot me the death stare. She was stumped. I used her own talking point to ask the question. I wasn't the only one in America. Donald Trump was a successful businessman who was running an amazing company and who was a very interesting person, as we saw in The Apprentice, she said. I was duped, but I wasn't alone. That wasn't a real answer to my question, and I wasn't convinced someone as sharp as Newman could be duped. Nevertheless, I moved on. I asked her about sisters Diamond and Silk, whose real names are Hernethia and Anethia Hardaway. The YouTubers became famous for their worship of Trump and bizarre monologues at his rallies. They were also fixtures on Fox News for years and, in grifter fashion, cried racism when they were no longer with the network. I began. You campaigned with Diamond and Silk. Newman quickly interjected, "No, they campaigned with me." I corrected myself and continued. I think they are really dangerous propaganda. What was your impression working with them? Are they sincere or are they just trying to get attention and make money? Newman answered, I thought they were nice girls. I'm never going to knock anybody's hustle. So if that's their hustle and they want to make money, why knock them? But do you think it was sincere? I asked, because people feel like it's a joke, it's a gimmick. It was sincere to them, she replied, but I'm never going to knock another sister's hustle. That's not my position. Moments later, she was knocking the hustle of April Ryan, who, unlike Diamond and Silk, had a real job as a White House press reporter. The week before, April Ryan was a guest on the Karen Hunter Show, also on Sirius XM Urban View, and went into detail about how Newman tried to have her fired. When I asked about attempting to fire Ryan, Newman denied any truth to her comments and added with sarcasm, I don't have a beef with her. I wish her well. I heard she has a project out. I haven't seen much about it. God bless her. Hopefully, people will read it. She added it was ignorant for anyone to believe she could get Ryan terminated, even though the question was whether she tried to get her fired. Newman continued, it's surprising she gives me that much power in her life, but I didn't have that power, nor was she even on my radar at all. I like her, so I hope that people will find some benefit in the stuff that she's saying. But I think if you look at our two projects, our books came out around the same time. I'm number one on the bestsellers list. That's a very Trump line, I said with a laugh. I'm not being shady, she shot back. I'm number one on the New York Times bestsellers list. I don't know where she is. Newman became more frustrated when I questioned her infamous bow down comment, suggesting that it reeked of a dictatorship. She argued it was hyperbolic and hyperdramatic, but added, everything that I say I support with facts. I don't just pull it out of the air. Politics is a rough game. If you can't deal with it, don't step in the arena. Newman couldn't explain how bow down was supported with facts and clearly didn't like the arena she was stepping into with me. I asked about her claims that Trump made advances to her, but she could not specify what he said. I questioned her insistence that she knew of a tape of Trump using the N word. In August 2018, Newman told NPR she had heard the tape despite saying in Unhinged that she had only heard of the tape. Newman said that the slur had been directed toward Black Apprentice cast members but could give no specifics, at least not in my interview. Newman's bizarre claims of an M word tape expose a shapeshifter in motion. In August 2018, she released an audio clip from October 2016 of a discussion she had with Trump campaign aides Katrina Pearson and Lynn Patton, two other black women. They appear to discuss the possibility of Trump using the racial slur on tape. That means Newman was having this conversation about the N word tape less than a month before the 2016 presidential election. It's alarming that she recorded this conversation, appearing to know or at least have an idea that the tape existed, and still supported him as president on the campaign trail. If she truly cared about the Republic, why didn't Newman release this audio of Pearson, Patton, and herself before the November election? This could have been another October surprise. The recording could have changed the election's outcome, considering Trump won by such a small margin in swing states. Newman strategically sat on the audio for her own opportunistic purposes. The interview continued to go left when I questioned her advocating for the Trump administration. She began talking over me and asked a question, trying to turn the tables on me. What's your point? I calmly answered, here's my point, Omarosa. I don't believe you. I don't believe that you went in the White House thinking you were going to help black people. I believe that you knew he was a con artist, and I believe you're a con artist as well. I believe that you were being an opportunist, and I'm speaking for a lot of African Americans and the majority of black women who voted 96% for the other candidate. Newman went full Trumpian. She stood up with her phone recording and got extremely close to me, right in my personal space. I was immediately reminded of when April Ryan said she thought Newman might hit her. Her physical behavior would have been considered threatening if I were a woman and she was a man. She attempted to bully me like she bullied Simone Sanders, Ed Gordon, and many other black people in the media. Just like her 2017 performance at the National Association of Black Journalists and Gordon saying, not today, that is how I felt. Not today and not on my radio show. I told Newman she was in the same category as Sean Spicer and Sarah Huckabee Sanders, which was accurate, considering she worked in the same administration. She accused me of being part of petty black people, lowbrow, and then claimed I had a jerry curl, which I thought was hilarious. At one point in the interview, I played a 2017 clip of legendary actress and Broadway icon Cheryl Lee Ralph saying Newman offered for her to join the Trump train. Omarosa and I met at this church event, Ralph recalled, on Hollywood Today, and I said, girlfriend, please don't tell me you're doing, what, why? And she said, Cheryl, I'm going to the White House. I will have an office in the White House. I'm riding this train, and I've got a ticket for you if you would like to come along. And I was like, girlfriend, I'm going to have to miss that train. I asked for a response to the clip, which obviously called her out for being a grifter. Newman was mortified that I played the clip, calling me gutter and saying, an actress, an actress. I replied, Cheryl Lee Ralph is a national treasure. She refused to leave the Sirius XM studio and insisted I end the show, which I couldn't because it was live radio. My final words to her were, have a great day, good luck with Unhinged, good luck with your bestseller. I look forward to the next book, the next reality show. Sell out as many black folks as you can. The minister responded by calling me a bitch and used a favorite line from black conservatives, telling me to get off the plantation. Newman continued to fume outside the SiriusXM studio as she recorded me through the glass walls. I was later told SiriusXM talent reps asked if she wanted to cancel her next interview. She reportedly said no and conducted the following interview like nothing had happened. Just a year before the interview, Newman had been defending Trump's comments about Charlottesville. She left the White House in December 2017, 9 months before my interview with her. She was fresh off the Trump train. In today's culture, things move quickly, and con artists rely on short memories and revisionist history, but I was prepared, as we all need to be when facing off against con artists. Newman and Trump have many things in common. They are both hungry for fame and money. They each respond to being held accountable by hurling insults. They are both anti black. Yes, Newman is a black woman, but she is not for black people. She's solely for herself. I tell this story because I don't think every black Republican is a traitor. As I've detailed in this book, there are black people with sincere Republican views who believed they could change the GOP from within. But those who joined the cult of Trump cannot claim to be sincere or truthful about anything. For the children at the border who were locked in cages, for the people living in public housing who were threatened with massive rent increases under Ben Carson's HUD, for the black people who are disproportionately affected by gun violence as Republicans bow down to the NRA, for the threat to our democracy via Vladimir Putin and Russian interference, for the black and brown people who felt less safe under the Trump administration. It was my job to hold anyone accountable if I were interviewing them who advocated for that atrocious man. Moreover, any person who vouched for this president has blood on their hands. Minister Newman stood by Trump, knowing who he was, all while smiling like a game show host. It will take decades to recover from Trump's tragic legacy. Anyone who helped that contagion infect the White House while conveniently recording people for an upcoming book should never be sanitized. Newman is a textbook grifter, and many others have followed in her footsteps, especially in the Trump era. There is Candace Owens, Omarosa 2.0. Before she became famous, she was the CEO of a website called Degree 180, which frequently published anti-Trump posts. Even after the site stopped publishing in 2016, no one knew her name until she came out as a conservative on YouTube a few months later. Her videos quickly went viral, and soon she was on Fox News. Owens called the NAACP one of the worst groups for black people, even though the organization helped her win a $37,500 settlement over racial discrimination in 2007. Owens accused white children at her high school of leaving her racist and threatening voicemails. Connecticut NAACP President Scott X. Esdale, who helped with the case, told Mike in April 2018, "We're very saddened and disappointed in her. It seems to me that she's now trying to play to a different type of demographic." Esdale compared her to Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas. It's the same type of thing Clarence Thomas did. Thomas reaped all the benefits of affirmative action and then tried to roll over on it. It's that kind of mentality and disrespect. Owens once falsely claimed on Fox News that the NRA was founded as a civil rights organization that protected black people from the KKK. She was rewarded with airtime that wouldn't have been given to her as a liberal commentator or via her failed doxing site. In 2018, she launched Blexit, her self-indulgent movement for black people to leave the Democratic Party, which failed. A 2023 feature from the Center for Media and Democracy stated Blexit was bankrolled by wealthy conservatives, with Owens getting a six-figure salary, probably more than she ever earned before she came out as a conservative. She now speaks all over the country and has millions of followers on Twitter. Outside attacking black men who were murdered, like Ahmaud Arbery and George Floyd, another vile moment was when she blathered that she would be okay if Adolf Hitler just wanted to make Germany great. After comments like these, though she later tried to clarify them, Owens was still invited by Republicans to speak before the House Judiciary Committee hearing on hate crimes and the rise of white nationalism. In late 2022, Owens, along with rapper Kanye West, proudly wore White Lives Matter shirts, a popular slogan for white supremacists. Candace Owens may have given up her soul for fame with white Republicans, but arguably the saddest casualty of the Trump administration is Herman Cain, former CEO of Godfather's Pizza. Along with leading the National Restaurant Association for several years, the successful businessman ran for the Republican nomination for president in 2000 and for U.S. Senate in Georgia in 2004. Sexual misconduct claims derailed his second run for president in 2011, but he remained outspoken in GOP politics and was a Tea Party activist. The rise of Trump gave Cain newfound political legs. He quickly boarded the Trump train and was named the co-chair of Black Voices for Trump. In June 2016, despite Trump's extensive record of bigotry, Cain called on his Georgia roots to insist that Trump was not racist. I grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. I know what a racist looks like when I see one. Donald Trump is not a racist. As COVID-19 ravaged the country in 2020, many people refused to wear masks, even at crowded Trump rallies. Cain, a cancer survivor, was one of them. On June 20th, 2020, Cain was reportedly flown in by the Trump campaign to a rally in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was pictured maskless and smiling. After 9 days, Cain tested positive for COVID. 2 days later, the 74-year-old was hospitalized. On July 2nd, Cain's staff released a statement saying there was no way of knowing for sure how or where he contracted COVID. On July 30th, 2020, Herman Cain died due to complications from COVID-19. Trump's reaction? Unfortunately, he passed away from a thing called the China virus. He also called Cain a very special person. Do Republicans know what they are doing in the name of Trump is wrong? According to journalist Jonathan Karl, the Tulsa rally was a toxic super spreader event. Trump staffers reportedly blamed themselves for Cain's death. One senior staffer reportedly said, "We killed Herman Cain." Like members of a cult, people were willing to risk their lives for loyalty. Shilling for Trump and courting his worshippers has consequences, but for some frauds, the rewards are worth it if they can avoid being exposed. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, as an unknown 26-year-old wannabe politician learned the hard way. In May 2021, Alex Stovall announced he was running for Congress in Arizona. His announcement tweet said he was running for Congress to take on AOC, even though Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez represents a district in New York City. Stovall coveted her name recognition. A press release read, "We are proud to launch this historic campaign for Congress." Alex was spurred into running by seeing the actions of AOC and her squad. He knew that our nation needed a young conservative voice in Congress to counter her socialist agenda. Alex loves this country and will fight to make sure that it continues to be the greatest country in the world. By mid-July, Stovall had collected $33,000 and had $18,000 in cash and was on the rowdy Black Republican train. Stovall said in an interview about the Arizona audit, which was a wasteful deep dive into ballots cast in Maricopa County during the 2020 presidential election, I try and tell people the audit is paramount. Once the audit is done and the truth will come to light, we can make those corrections and make sure it never happens again. However, a right wing site exposed Stovall. An insider from his campaign leaked audio of him saying the exact opposite. The whole audit bullcrap thing that they're doing, it's just another way to funnel money from the American people. Do you know how much money they raised from this audit? Over 10 million. Stovall knew his possible constituents were being scammed. He was also caught saying there was no significant election fraud to have overturned the 2020 election. But I'm not going to broadcast that everywhere. Stovall gave another interview stating, "We need guys or girls to implement policies and bills that are going to make America stronger, continue what Trump started." But when he didn't know he was being recorded, he called out the people continuing Trump's lies and dropped the truth of why anyone would vote for him. The stuff that they're doing should be criminal, and they should all be thrown in prison. They want to vote for me just so they can say that they elected the youngest black Republican in American history. Stovall knew his conservative blackness was an asset. He eagerly raised his hand to be a token for profit. Stovall also said, when he didn't know he was on camera, that Trump would more than likely endorse him, but I'm not going to publicly advertise that. He dragged Candace Owens. No, I don't have respect for Candace Owens anymore. Will I take her donation and take her donors? Absolutely, but it goes no further than that. I would never invite her to a Christmas party. The video showed a photo of him smiling with Candace Owens. Stovall made it clear his only goal was to win and even referred to himself as a monkey. You don't win Arizona by being super right Republican. You never show all your cards, right? Yes, I'm a conservative, but I'm not going to beat on my big old monkey chest, running around telling a whole bunch of people I am. It's going to turn people off, and no one's going to want to give me money. As for racism, which his party consistently downplays, Stovall admitted racism is real. What the news is telling you, what Tucker Carlson is telling you, what Candace Owens is telling you, it's a bunch of baloney. The last piece caught on camera was, you want to be less white? Vote for the young black candidate. Stovall didn't know that if you are a hustler and in charge, everyone around you is going to be a hustler as well. That's why he was exposed. He is an obvious grifter, but it didn't take a secret recording to prove that fact. Conservative media knew who he was from start to finish, just as they know Candace Owens, Pastor Darrell Scott, and Diamond and Silk were also grifting. The stunt Stovall pulled is a shortcut to black Republican relevance. It's not to be a Colin Powell. It's to be a buffoon and defend white supremacy at any cost. He was copying the clownery that has proven successful. Most importantly, if Stovall hadn't been outed and had made it to Congress, he would have voted against black and brown people. Why would he do that? Because there is a price to be paid to climb further in the ranks. Stovall was an opportunist, and there are more coming. Consider State Representative Walter Blackman, the first black Republican elected to the Arizona legislature. During his 2020 campaign, he said, "This is my thought on Black Lives Matter. First of all, it's a terrorist organization because it's been deemed or it's been identified by the FBI already." He also thought it would be winning politics to insult a man killed by a police officer with a knee in his neck in May 2020, George Floyd. While Blackman wished the family justice, he posted a Facebook video with a title that read in part, "I do not support George Floyd, and I refuse to see him as a martyr." The American Civil Liberties Union of Arizona and the American Friends Services Committee Arizona, a justice reform organization that once worked with Blackman, denounced him. In January 2021, the former combat veteran supported the Stop the Steal movement, which was behind the lie that Trump won the presidential election nationwide and in Arizona. 8 months later, Blackman also praised the far-right group the Proud Boys, saying it was one of the proudest moments of my life when the group attended one of his events. He added, not because of what the media portrayed them to be, but the patriots they showed young people, the example on how to be an American. After backlash, Blackman, 62 at the time, claimed he wasn't familiar with the totality and breadth of the Proud Boys' conduct and condemned the group. Fast forward to January 2022, Blackman was crying racism. The combat vet said it wasn't possible to decertify the 2020 presidential election. Not that he didn't want to, just that he didn't believe it was possible. A right wing site complained black men sounded like a Democrat. Blackman's family began receiving racist messages, according to him, due to a story on the right wing site. A text message to his daughter allegedly read, "Your nigger dad is a rhino." Rhino stands for Republican in name only. The site accused Blackman of sending the message to himself, which he denied. Blackman said, "This is what happens when your opponents can't run a campaign on the issues. They resort to disgusting smear attacks with a word that has no place in our Republican Party or society in general. This is what happens when you support the Proud Boys and rally to overturn an election for a congressional seat." By 2022, Blackman was running for the 2nd Congressional District in Arizona. He lost to Trump endorsed Eli Crane by over 9 points. In 2020 and 2021, we saw many losers in the land of black Republicans, including Kimberly Klacik, lost Maryland's 7th Congressional District by more than 40 points. Angela Stanton lost Georgia's 5th Congressional District by 70 points. And Larry Elder, California rejected a recall of Governor Gavin Newsom by over 30 points. In the 2022 midterms, former Newsmax host Joe Pinion lost the New York U.S. Senate race against Charles Schumer by over 10 points. I interviewed Pinion in October 2022 on my SiriusXM radio show, and he ahistorically called Schumer a modern-day George Wallace, to the disgust of the listening audience and obviously the people of New York. Trump-endorsed candidate Christina Caramo, a former trivia host who received press in 2020 on conservative media for claiming she witnessed fraud in Michigan, lost Michigan's Secretary of State race to Jocelyn Benson by double digits. Over 24 hours after Caramo's clear loss, she was refusing to concede. Another loser was Kathy Barnett, whose abhorrent history included hateful comments about Muslims, peddling conspiracy theories about President Barack Obama, and marching near Proud Boys on January 6. In 2022, she was rejected twice over, losing to Dr. Mehmet Oz in the Republican primary for Pennsylvania's Senate seat, and then again in her bid to represent Pennsylvania's 4th Congressional District. Being in the gutter of the sunken place didn't even get them a seat at the white supremacist table. At the same time, in 2022, there were some significant wins. After John James, endorsed by Trump, was a 2-time loser for the Michigan U.S. Senate race in 2022, he narrowly won the 10th Congressional District in Michigan. Wesley Hunt, also endorsed by Trump, lost Texas's 7th Congressional District in 2020, but in 2022, he won a seat in the House in Texas's predominantly white 38th Congressional District, which was newly created due to redistricting. Hunt has hit all the current black Republican talking points. In 2021 and 2022, he frequently appeared on conservative media and ranted about woke culture and critical race theory and accused the left of trying to defund the military, even though President Joe Biden has done the exact opposite. There was also the unruly absurdity of Herschel Walker's Senate campaign in Georgia, which was a warning. The former NFL player was the shameful face of black republicanism in 2022. Incoherent, a proven liar according to his son, and deeply hypocritical on issues ranging from abortion to fatherhood. Walker's political success among Southern white Republicans is yet another reminder of how original black republicanism has been pulverized. In the 2022 midterms, despite his far from Christ-like behavior, including abortions with alleged receipts, he received a whopping 88% of support from white evangelicals. Walker earned a higher percentage of the evangelical vote than Senator Ted Budd, who voted against certifying the 2020 election in North Carolina, showing the ability of a black Republican, even one tarnished by scandal, to command even greater support than a conservative white candidate. This so-called Christian demographic supported Walker over Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock, a longtime faith leader who is the senior pastor of Ebenezer Baptist, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s church. Politics is more important than their Jesus. And the elevation of the black Republican grift is blaring in Walker. Shamefully, Walker and Warnock headed to a runoff due to neither reaching the 50% threshold of votes. In the end, Walker lost by 99,000 votes, but considering his nauseating record, the race should have never been so close. Although not black, even though he claimed to be part black in a July 2020 tweet, George Santos was elected to represent New York's 3rd Congressional District, defeating Democrat Robert Zimmerman, helping to give Republicans a slim majority in the House. The first openly gay Latin person elected to Congress as a Republican gave Herschel Walker a run for his grifting money, with an endless train wreck of lies, education, employment, property ownership, and even questions about his sexual orientation. There were reports that senior House Republicans knew he was a chronic liar, but they didn't care. On the campaign trail, Santos loved to remind people he was Latin, gay, and an immigrant, when in reality, he was a hustler. Just like today's black Republicans, Santos provided cover for bigotry. The party of alleged morals wouldn't demand that Santos step down until after he was sworn in, because they knew he would do their bidding in the House. It's the GOP version of identity politics. Find a token in a minority group to downplay their hate, and hopefully their base will be incentivized. If Santos attempted to pull this stunt as a Democrat, he would have been thrown out of the party faster than former Minnesota Senator Al Franken. The Republican Party is actively recruiting grifters. In October 2022, Pam Keith, a Florida native and CEO of the Center for Employment Justice, revealed on SiriusXM's The Karen Hunter Show that she was solicited by the Florida GOP to run as a Republican. And their view was that they could fund me to the moon and beyond because I was an articulate, conservative-looking black woman that they could have made a star. Keith, who is a Democrat, refused to take the GOP blood dollars and underscored that the money came with a price. You are step and fetch it when you take that money. Look at Herschel Walker. She also said, while South Carolina Senator Tim Scott isn't a step and fetch it, he was neutered. Reginald Grant, who began identifying as a Republican in the early 2000s as a teenager, was once a rising political star in the Texas GOP. He formed a black Republican group in college and was making connections in the Republican Party. The former Marine supported Obama in 2008, but dissatisfied with his decision on foreign policy, he supported Mitt Romney in 2012. The power players in the Texas GOP took notice, and so did Grant. He began to play the black Republican game. Grant told me that he shaped himself into the mold of what white Republicans required, using misleading and intellectually dishonest talking points like Lincoln freed the slaves, quoting Booker T. Washington, saying pull yourself up by your bootstraps, and downplaying racism. Grant acknowledged he played the role for white Republicans, tout my military service, try to be over the top with the talking points, let them know I'm the safe guy. Grant was rewarded for his performance. He was elected as a delegate at the 2016 Republican National Convention, beating out a founder of the Tea Party in the Harris County, Texas area. Grant said he was strategically selected to be on stage with Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. He claimed the RNC representative for Texas told him, "We want to showcase how diverse and youthful our party is here. So we want you to stand next to the Lieutenant Governor as he reads out the Texas delegate count for our presidential nomination." Grant was fully aware he was being used as a prop, but he believed this is going to propel me to political stardom. This is the type of exposure I need. Yeah, they are using me, but I'm also going to use them too. Grant's hustle would soon fold. In 2018, he primaried Texas State Representative Dan Huberty to represent House District 127. He claimed the GOP quickly turned on him. According to Grant, he was told by white Republicans, "Don't forget you're black. You need to stay in your place." His black Republican colleagues demanded that he not challenge Huberty. They told me if you don't drop out of this race, they are going to paint you out to be as the typical black man who walked out on his family. Grant was in the middle of a divorce. Huberty's campaign challenged his residency. A judge eventually ruled against Grant, which, according to him, impacted the election, and he lost to Huberty. Like many black Republicans before him, Grant believed he was ultimately pushed out because he didn't know his place. He said if he had obeyed the black Republican rules, he could have possibly had a huge political career. Reginald Grant officially left the Republican Party in 2019. He insisted that he was not intentionally grifting. He felt there needed to be a black presence in the Texas GOP and said he would have supported policies that helped black communities. I asked for his reaction to critics who might say he only left the party once he saw and experienced the GOP's bigotry. In a sense, that is absolutely true, Grant conceded, but he stressed he was naive to the racist power structure of the Republican Party. He said black people cannot exist in the GOP unless they are saying the right things and championing policies of white supremacy. The GOP appreciates the optics of a black Republican, but only if they know their place. During Black History Month, the Republican Party bragged in a 2022 tweet about a record number of black Republicans running for office and winning at all levels. According to their count, over 40 black Republicans are running in GOP primaries for both local and federal office. This is their record. There were thousands of federal and state races in 2022, and the GOP celebrated 40. No matter how small the percentage, the GOP seeks black Republican co-conspirators in their plan to subvert democracy. On the likes of Candace Owens, Herschel Walker, and the other black Republicans in the cult of Trump. Former Republican Shermichael Singleton remarked, "I've never needed the grift and insulting my people to elevate me for financial means. It becomes a question of character. It becomes a question of values for the Owens and the Walkers of the world." Michael Steele, the one and only black man to be chair of the RNC, said, "They are very dangerous because they are not moored to anything that is identifiable in the traditions of the Republican Party. It's about the grift. There is money to be made here. Identify the black person, prop them up, put them out there, and they'll spew out what you want them to spew out." Days before the 2020 election, California Representative Maxine Waters said on SiriusXM's The Joe Madison Show, "It just hurts me so bad to see blacks talk about supporting Trump." Waters added, "Any of them showing their face, I will never, ever forgive them for undermining the possibility to help their own people and their own communities. It's absolutely unconscionable." Waters is right. These charlatans should never be forgotten. Thankfully, Joe Biden won the 2020 presidential election. Polls indicate Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris were victorious partly due to black voters. Black women and men supported the former vice president in historic numbers. Despite how black male Trump supporters were presented in early exit polls, black men voted for Biden more than any other male demographic. During the distressing 4 years of the Trump administration, we saw a flock of disingenuous opportunists gain notoriety by supporting a president with a long history of racism. There were black Trump supporters who proudly went viral after insulting black men who were killed by police, claiming people like Representative Maxine Waters had a low IQ, and telling Congress white nationalism was not an issue, despite reports from the FBI. Let's not forget the hip-hop pop stars who allegedly had secret meetings with Trump's son-in-law outside the White House, or Kanye West, who ran for president with a history of insulting freedom fighters like Harriet Tubman, and his publicist who reportedly harassed a 62-year-old Georgia election worker, which resulted in death threats. Trump's cult brought the grifters out of the closet, and most disappointingly, the work of black Republicans who were not snakes was undermined. I spoke to black Republicans who worked for the Republican Party before Trump with the promise our conversations remain off the record. They made biting statements about the racism in the GOP and the existing crop of black Republicans. When I questioned why they only spoke off the record, I was told more than once they had moved on from politics. I walked away not believing they had truly moved on. I was convinced they hoped to one day re enter GOP politics in a post Trump Republican Party. They witnessed the racism from the inside, but refused to speak out publicly. While they appeared to believe they were perched on moral high ground, how much better are they than a Candace Owens or a Herschel Walker? Their deafening silence is complicity. What's next? A quote from legendary actress Jennifer Lewis. They are taking your rights away as you sleep. The Republican Party is hopeless in its current state. If there was doubt, the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol was bloody proof. The cult of Trump is not a small cluster within the GOP's base, and it's feeble-minded to doubt Trump's influence. As Republican Kevin McCarthy said after finally being elected Speaker of the House in January 2023, I don't think anybody should doubt Trump's influence. QAnon conspiracy theories are the fundamental principles. Regardless of their failures in the 2022 midterms, Republicans are not moving away from the ideology of Trumpism. Repulsive behavior is normalized. Make America Great Again rage is a strong voting bloc. And the next insurrection won't be as loud as January 6th. Expect the sequel to play out within local governments under the veil of states' rights, and elected officials like a Secretary of State or a governor will follow their demands. With a propaganda infrastructure, the GOP seeks to rule, not govern. Like the Confederacy, the Republican Party is establishing torment by policy. There is a thin line between MAGA Republicans and mainstream Republicans. We must stop them. It might surprise you that I think there is an answer in black Republicanism, but not the kind pushed by the grifters of today. Can a black leader function in the current Republican Party and not be an accomplice to the GOP's gruesome agenda? No. There is no saving the GOP. Full stop. Privacy rights, voting, marriage, education, healthcare, democracy. The Republican ranks are plotting to reverse settled law. GOP leaders would sooner establish easier access to military-style rifles than to voting. Colin Powell, J.C. Watts, Will Hurd, Michael Steele, and others have proven that black Republicans are not welcome if they are invested in helping diverse communities. As Watts stated nearly 20 years ago, the GOP expects black Republicans to denounce the experiences they have as black Americans. In October 2022, Steele told me he sees no space for black people in the GOP. The reality of it is the party needs to account for its sins against the black community. In 1864, the country would not have survived a Democratic administration. Incumbent President Abraham Lincoln was running against Democratic nominee George B. McClellan. At the time, the Democratic Party was a haven for white supremacy. Was Frederick Douglass begging for bipartisanship with Democrats in the 1860s? Was he trying to understand where they are coming from, like many passive, liberal pundits argue today? Absolutely not. We must stop coddling Republicans with narratives like, they're not all bad, and we must hear the other side. Were all Democrats terrible in the 1860s? Who cares? Our political crisis cannot be measured in degrees of anecdotal goodness. Douglass knew the danger of apathy for bigotry. He was visionary enough to mobilize citizens who believed in liberation, freedom, and a collective America. The pluralistic America of today, where Black Americans' aspirations and rights are respected, will not survive a Republican administration in 2024. The current GOP is as threatening as the Democratic Party was 160 years ago. America is at the edge, but all is not lost just yet. My call to action is not to Black Republican grifters. The book has exposed them for who they are. My ask is to the people who can save humanity, not just democracy. We can reshape the current Democratic Party, where we have the most power, to push for an inclusive agenda that accepts no residue of worker exploitation, inhumane housing, poisonous healthcare, and white supremacy. Not just for Black people, but for poor whites, the middle class, women, Native American communities, and every marginalized group beaten down by corporate goons disguised as leaders. Whether we are Douglas Republicans or post Obama Democrats, we can win the long game if we learn from our past and play to win. Many of us do not know our power or refuse to capitalize on it. Combined, nearly 180 million eligible voters did not participate in the 2016 and 2020 elections. Grabbing just 10% of non voters, we can reimagine America to the Reconstruction vision intended to repair the country after the Civil War. How do we activate a non voter? I understand the non voter. I used to be one. In 1995, I turned 18 years old. I lived in West Philadelphia, watching drug wars ravage the city, infrastructure in shambles, and violent crime normalized. I would complain about my city, but when I was eligible to vote, I didn't register. I was convinced the system would never work for me or anyone in my community. This wasn't about partisan politics. In 1995, Philadelphia had Democratic Mayor Ed Rendell, and Pennsylvania elected Republican Governor Tom Ridge. I knew of Mayor Rendell, but had no clue who my two U.S. senators were, both Republicans, and one being the horror that was Rick Santorum. I couldn't name Pennsylvania's Attorney General and was unaware of who represented my district in the House of Representatives. How could I criticize my city but not know who represented me nationally or locally? I soon learned that politics will impact your life regardless of your engagement. My disengagement began with miseducation. While I was a solid student in school, I knew nothing about my history. Every February, I could predict our redundant Black History Month lessons. I heard the line, "People died for your right to vote," but there was no context. The Philadelphia school system did not teach me civics. I didn't know how the Electoral College functioned. I didn't see the haunting 1964 congressional speech on voting rights from Fannie Lou Hamer. I would wear Malcolm X gear without knowing one line of his 1964 "The Ballot or the Bullet" speech. I saw Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech, but no one told me that by 1967 he said the dream turned into a nightmare. I was taught Black history began with enslaved people, and there was no mention of ancient Africa. I was taught drug abuse was a Black issue, even though more whites were reported using drugs than Black people. I was taught welfare was a Black issue when more white people receive federal assistance than any other demographic. I was purposely taught lies with the hopes I would remain uninformed. Being informed is too dangerous. Regardless of race or nationality, millions of young people across America are exposed to propaganda steeped in education, which is the beginning of political detachment. When the principles of civic engagement are properly taught, a proactive electorate is a reasonable expectation. As a young person, I disengaged from the system because we believed it was a farce. In my neighborhood, voting was nearly inaccessible. Registering to vote, especially before widespread access to the internet, was not readily available. Lack of access to voting is another way to suppress the vote. My circle of friends and I foolishly believed we were revolutionaries, bucking the system by not voting. My first memory of government intervention in Philadelphia was the 1985 bombing of MOVE, a black liberation group. The city of brotherly love dropped a bomb on a block in Philadelphia to kill MOVE members living in a row house. Men, women, and children were killed, and more than 60 homes were destroyed. We were rightfully angry, but with no strategy. We attended marches for Mumia Abu Jamal, a Philadelphia man convicted of the 1982 killing of a police officer. We worshiped Nina Simone, quoting every line to Mississippi Goddamn. We gathered our pennies and trekked to New York City to see Angela Davis or Cornel West speak. We joined community organizations. I was a member of a black youth group titled 40 Acres, inspired by the term 40 acres and a mule. Yet, we weren't using one of many tools in our toolbox: voting. By September 2001, at 24 years old, I was living in the New York City area and saw the horrific terrorist attack on Manhattan's World Trade Center. I was terrified, but still not able to tie politics with terrorism. I remember being profoundly disturbed when I saw President George Bush sitting in a Florida classroom for 7 long minutes as the country was in turmoil. It further proved that most politicians are criminals, and we choose between the lesser of the two evils. It took 3 more years for it all to click. In June 2004, during the Bush-Kerry presidential election, a friend took me to see Michael Moore's documentary, Fahrenheit 9/11, which covered the 2000 election, 9/11 and the profit of war. I was revolted by President Bush in a tuxedo saying, "Some people call you the elite. I call you my base." Michigan Representative John Conyers floored me when he admitted we don't read most of the bills. I was moved when Corporal Abdul Henderson, refusing to go back to Iraq, said, "I will not let anyone send me back over there to kill other poor people, especially when they pose no threat to me and my country." The film was a demand for civic engagement without shaming you into voting. I walked out of the theater and immediately registered. I promised myself I would never dismiss my right to vote again. I was suppressing my own vote. Right before my sophomore year at Rutgers University, Hurricane Katrina hit. Bush showed us in plain sight that he did not care about black or poor people. I changed my major to Black Studies. Not only would I vote, but I would be informed, even if it cost me thousands in student loan debt. By 2008, I was a political junkie and volunteered for the Obama campaign in Philadelphia. For too long, I accepted lies that my vote was useless. A vote is a voice, which is why the fight for representation is so vicious. Voting is not always about being the winner or attaining everything you want. Voting is a long game. If you thought the last two presidential election cycles were brutal, 2024 will be a political bloodbath. Just as Democrats schemed to regain control over the South during Reconstruction, Republicans are plotting to reclaim power over the entire country no matter the cost. Over 50% of Americans expect civil war, and I would argue many are craving war. We do not need violence. Violence is a cheap shot. Political leverage is the end game. Voter turnout. In 1868, black voter registration reached 80%. The turnout elected black and white leaders throughout the South who believed in biracial coalitions and upward mobility via federal policies and self reliance. No one begged for handouts. They demanded economic justice after an economy based on slavery ended. The power of the black vote changed the political landscape. The response was a strategic assault on the pursuit of life and liberty. Thankfully, we are not in the 1800s. The voting electorate is more diverse, and our power in the Democratic Party is stronger than ever. We are not maximizing this advantage. Since 1964, black voter turnout has surpassed 65% twice. In 2008, 65%, and 2012, 66.6%. The numbers are even more dismal during midterm elections, never reaching above 50% since 1970. In the 2020 election, when voting was made easier due to COVID, black voter turnout hit 62.6%, with 12% voting Republican. Georgia went blue, prompting the former president of the United States to ask Georgia's Republican Secretary of State to find votes. Republicans were so petrified of black voter turnout during the presidential election that the response was voter suppression laws, even with 12% voting for the GOP. By 2021, more than 400 bills with provisions that restricted voting were introduced in 49 states. How did the GOP accomplish this? Local elections, where policy that personally impacts you is crafted. When Republicans lose nationally, they strategize their politics beyond the White House. School boards, state legislators, county commissioners, district attorneys, comptroller, dog catcher. The list is endless. If we want to affect change, we need consistent, high voter turnout, especially in midterms and primaries. Yes, there is voter suppression, which should be accounted for. But black men in the 1860s and 1870s endured life threatening suppression and still managed to vote. You can't declare nothing ever changes when we have not collectively used the power of our vote to its fullest potential. High voter turnout will create local change with a national impact. Suppose you don't know where to start. In that case, countless organizations are fighting for voter rights. Black Voters Matter, Color of Change, Stacey Abrams' Fair Fight Action, and Reverend Al Sharpton's National Action Network, just to name a few. Longtime organizations like the National Urban League and the NAACP are on the ground in nearly every major city. It's a myth that no one is doing the work. On my Sirius XM radio show, I have interviewed the leaders of these organizations. Their efforts may not be headline news, but they are fighting and need engagement to combat the GOP. Many are calling for an end to the two-party system. While it's possible on a local level, it appears implausible on a national level, and the effect a third-party candidate has on election outcomes is splitting the vote. In 1992, Ross Perot's candidacy pulled votes away from Bush, partially helping President Bill Clinton to win. In 2000, the Green Party contributed to Gore's loss, with Ralph Nader earning nearly 3 million votes. Nader won over 97,000 in Florida, where the election recount nightmare occurred. Even in 1864, Frederick Douglass and several hundred Republicans formed the Radical Democracy Party, hoping not to re-elect Lincoln. When it was clear Lincoln's pro-slavery challenger could win, the Radical Democracy Party pulled out of the election. I understand the sentiment for a multi-party system, but expanding the two-party system will not solve our political ills. Austria has a multi-party system. In 2019, 90% of Austrians said their political system was corrupt. Brazil has a multi-party system and is rife with corruption. The same goes for Pakistan. A two-party or multi-party system is useless if the people in power are crooked. Instead of the lesser of the two evils, a concept I reject, only one party is the party of evil, voters will complain about the lesser of the three, four, or five evils. There is a solution in history. Founded in 1854, the Radical Republican Party was a party within the Republican Party, with leaders like John Fremont, Charles Sumner, Thaddeus Stevens, and Ulysses S. Grant. The 14th Amendment and the 15th Amendment passed. These amendments ushered in black elected officials throughout the South. They believed in working within the party to create change. In The Devil You Know, a Black Power manifesto, author Charles Blow suggested that black people should migrate back to the South in large numbers and vote Republican to overtake the party. He called it a second great migration that would be the most audacious power play by black America in the history of the country. There is already a large population of black people in states like Texas, Alabama, and Mississippi. But that has not shifted or diminished Republican dominance. As a base, black voters already hold substantial power as Democrats in states like Georgia. Consider the radical Republican Party of the 1860s or the Tea Party of the 2000s. The Tea Party didn't create a third party, they infiltrated the GOP to advance their policy platform. At this point, a third party option or a Republican Party takeover is not a strategic use of our vote on a national level. There are elected officials on the rise who are much different from the Democrats of the 1990s or the early 2000s. Take a page from the Tea Party or the MAGA Party, mobilize within, and support the plethora of candidates who will make neo-Dixiecrats non-factors. Black capitalism and freedom. From Nixon, black Republicans, to celebrities, it's a classist lie that opening more black businesses and buying black will trickle down to the average black worker. Even with the title, Buying Black, attached, trickle down economics has never translated into long standing community success. I am not saying there shouldn't be black owned businesses, but helping the working poor is more than entrepreneurship. A disproportionate 20% of black people are employed in the public sector. Being a business owner might not be for everybody. Some people want a pension and health care attached to their employment. It's misleading to tell people that they can simply save their pennies and crawl out of poverty as a business owner. What about people who cannot launch a small business? Sadly, many people living in poverty, black or white, will not reach middle class status. For black men, it's worse. Black men are less likely out of any demographic to rise out of poverty or more likely to fall into poverty. The people who work the hardest get paid the least. Capitalism does not reward hard work. Why? Because the federal government does not protect quality of opportunity and black communities are severely impacted. Am I against capitalism? No, I'm against the kind of exploitive capitalism that has found black Americans disproportionately at the bottom. But demanding an end to capitalism in these United States is like saying there should be no two-party system. It's not practical. There can be a form of equality in capitalism with proper support from the federal government, which has been done before under the administrations of Lincoln and Grant, both Republicans. The country is very different than it was in the 1860s. Even so, the answers are in the not too distant past. Let's go back to 1967. According to Bayard Rustin, the limitation of the civil rights movement of that era was a focus only on three issues: voting, the right to public accommodations, and allowing parents to send their children to the school they choose. In 1979, Rustin explained, the civil rights movement, did not invest itself in any way in the economic and social problems of black people. 12 years before, in 1967, A. Philip Randolph and Rustin attempted to shift the focus with a freedom budget for all Americans, endorsed by Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the basis for his Poor People's Campaign. In the introduction, King wrote, "The tragedy is that the workings of our economy so often pit the white poor and the black poor against each other at the bottom of society. The tragedy is that groups only one generation removed from poverty themselves, haunted by the memory of scarcity and fearful of slipping back, step on the fingers of those struggling up the ladder." He continued, "This is what the freedom budget is. It is not visionary or utopian. It is feasible. It is concrete. It is specific. It is quantitative. It takes dollars and cents. It sets goals and priorities. It tells how these can be achieved, and it places the responsibility for leadership with the federal government, which alone has the resources equal to the task. The freedom budget is not a call for a handout. It is a challenge to the best traditions and possibilities of America." The freedom budget included many solutions, but one of the most critical proposals was the minimum wage. Randolph and Rustin demanded a $2 minimum wage. The federal minimum wage was a shameful $1.40 in 1967. The pushback against the minimum wage was the same argument we hear today. Small businesses cannot afford a higher minimum wage. The freedom budget had an answer: subsidies from the government. Before elite Republicans say the government can't afford that, note that the rich have been receiving subsidies for decades: corporate welfare. Pharmaceutical companies, airlines, and the country's biggest retail stores receive billions that rarely reach the average worker. Dr. King's Poor People's Campaign also presented an economic bill of rights with 5 planks: a meaningful job at a living wage, a secure and adequate income for those who can't find work, access to land, access to capital, and the ability for ordinary people to play a truly significant role in the government. He demanded a federal government investment of $30 billion for the anti-poverty package. Reverend William Barber has continued the work of the Poor People's Campaign, which can be reached at poorpeoplescampaign.org. When revisiting the economic vision of the Party of Lincoln and the radical Republican Party under the umbrella of including black and brown people, we cannot forget the importance of the federal government. As historian Heather Cox Richardson stated, Lincoln created an activist government for America that is designed to guarantee that every man has an equal opportunity to rise. It's a fundamental reworking of what America is supposed to do and a fundamental reworking of the relationship between individuals and the government. An activist government does not start with the elite. It's not about rugged individualism. It's not a grift. It doesn't focus on the upper or middle class, abandoning low-income communities. Most poor people, black or white, work jobs for starvation wages. The freedom budget is not a panacea. It's an economic infrastructure for fighting poverty. The answers aren't innovative or elusive. There are several blueprints, from the radical Republican Party to the Poor People's Campaign, for a working community with the federal government's assistance to cultivate property ownership, equal access to education, and fair wages. As Philadelphia teacher and activist Paul Prescott stated, "Build the labor movement and a strong welfare state. The majority of black people have only made significant progress when there has been strong federal policies to redistribute wealth and power. We need elected officials in office who can execute the blueprint, if not nationally, then locally." Bet on black. Black candidates need the support of the Democratic Party. I've interviewed many candidates for public office who say the Democratic establishment is not supporting them, partly because they are not seen as winning candidates. Too many Democrats still think the traditional, moderate white candidate is the winning formula. In July 2019, failed presidential candidate New York Senator Kirsten Gillibrand said she could talk to other white women because she is a white woman. By August, she dropped out of the race. Another failed presidential candidate, Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, often said that she was from the Midwest so she could gain the real America vote. Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders and former presidential candidate insisted Democrats should commit to spending more resources in traditionally red states. So much so, he was in Mississippi in January 2020 and complained that President Barack Obama only received 10% of the white vote in the state. He claimed this showed the very bad work by Democrats and the belief that 90% of white people in Mississippi are not racist. I'm surprised that Obama got 1% of the white vote in Mississippi. For a state that didn't officially abolish slavery until 2013, a black candidate winning 10% of the vote is a miracle. When do you hear Republicans claim they will win New York or California? The GOP rarely campaigns unless there is redistricting in blue states and never talks about their very bad work of barely grabbing the black vote. Democrats can learn from Republicans. Passionately speak to the base. Republicans sell the lies of critical race theory, the scary transgender community, and the dangers of wokeness as bait. How are Democrats going to bait their base to make their most loyal voting bloc feel heard and seen? Bet and invest in qualified black candidates. Black voter turnout increases with black candidates who, most importantly, will address the nuanced issues of our communities. Whites have voted majority Republican in every presidential election since the signing of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Hillary Clinton, John Kerry, and Al Gore failed with the white vote. President Bill Clinton didn't nab the majority of the white vote and won twice. Therefore, why would Democrats think they have the power to convert whites who consistently vote along party lines? There is a base of whites who vote Democrat, but black and brown voters swing elections. The talk of appealing to the majority of white voters is delusional, especially with coded language like the real America, rule America, the soccer mom, or working class, as if black people can't be real, rule, soccer moms, or working class. Today, Republicans recognize the power of promoting black candidates. Experience is not a prerequisite if they stick to the GOP game plan. Republican leaders do not need or want black voters. They use black Republicans as racial cover and a veil of inclusion to entice their base. On the other hand, Democrats still doubt the power of a black experienced candidate. In 2016, when then Minnesota Representative Keith Ellison, who is black and Muslim, was campaigning to be the Democratic National Committee chairman, a supporter of Tom Perez, who would become the DNC chair in 2017, said, "We like Keith, but is he really the guy we need right now when we are trying to get all of those disaffected white working class people to rally around our message of economic equality?" The perspective that black candidates are unappealing to white voters is outdated. As racial demographics shift in the country, the Democratic Party needs as much diversity in their elected officials as they have in their base. In 2024, to maintain our democracy, the power brokers in the Democratic Party must support and energetically invest in black candidates. Lastly, once our elected officials are in office, we must force them to keep their promises. Attend city council and school board meetings. Call your local representative, and if possible, run for office. Voting is one of the numerous steps to power. That said, hold them accountable can be a loaded, trite one-liner. In today's politics, the GOP is rarely ever held accountable, and party loyalty is unwavering. When the GOP loses, they strategize. It took 50 years to overturn Roe versus Wade, and GOP voters weren't declaring, "Overturn abortion now or we won't vote." Loss is only temporary for Republicans. Their voters stand by their side even if policy isn't passed in their lifetime. Democrats are quickly held accountable for the slightest infraction and cannibalize their own. With a more diversified base, it is a challenge to give solutions to everybody. I hear demands for tangibles, but tangibles are also a long game that many refuse to play. So, yes, hold Democrats accountable and push for legislation that moves the needle, but do not forget to embrace the victories. Nearly every piece of progressive policy since the 1930s has come from the Democratic Party. The New Deal, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, voting rights, hate crimes legislation, and the Affordable Care Act. The Democratic Party is far from perfect, but we must celebrate and sell our wins. If we don't, then even a win can be spun as a loss, a game wishy-washy pundits play, which suppresses our voice, only giving more power to the party that consistently dodges accountability, even when crimes are committed in plain sight. In closing, months before the 2022 midterm elections, legendary actress Jennifer Lewis warned, "They are taking your rights away as you sleep." The they is the Republican Party. Whether people will admit it or not, one party is actively plotting through obstruction to chip away at our freedoms. This isn't partisan, this is truth. We must accept the reality and identify the enemy and its enablers. If not, we are doomed. The GOP is digging into the archives of white supremacy, not just to harm black communities, but anyone and anything that improves the lives of people of all backgrounds. Adversaries who look like us are gaining access to power with an unprecedented level of poison. From social media to the ballot box, beware of grifters. They cannot be trusted. Study your history. Vote locally and nationally, like it's 1868 when 80% of black voters were registered. I understand everybody doesn't agree with me on every issue, but there are some areas where we must be on the same page. Our votes cannot be overturned. Our rights cannot be reversed. Our guns cannot be more valuable than our lives. To ungrift the grift, we must become a monolith against white supremacy. Without that agreement, and with black Republicans not applying pressure to their party, there is no solution to their grift. There is also no way to hide the truth that one party fundamentally does not care about or respect the interests of marginalized people. The United States of America was originally created for a narrow group of wealthy white men, but America was built to change. The Constitution was made to evolve, and so were the American people. On my Sirius XM radio show in August 2022, Doug Jones, former Democratic Senator of Alabama, said something I will never forget. While he expressed serious concerns about the country's direction, especially the U.S. Supreme Court, Jones told me on live radio, the United States was destined to be a multicultural, multiracial society. Jones's comment restored my faith in America. Regardless of the framers' hateful vision, our country's greatest survival skill is our multi-ethnic and multifaceted citizens. The cardinal sin of this century would be the undoing of progress that has been built into policies. I love my country because it was built on the broken backs of enslaved people, Africans, poor whites, Native Americans, immigrants, and more. Therefore, my message is two-pronged. I am both calling out and calling in. Every election, a fresh group of unapologetic and brilliant citizens are elected to Congress, but they need our support. There are firebrand candidates who do the work, ready to replace grifters. In them, I see hope. Finally, to Black Republicans who are willing Judases, may history be ruthless to the legacy of betrayal you left behind. Acknowledgements. My hope with this book was to reclaim revisionist history, expose opportunists, and honor heroes. It was no easy journey. There are many people, experiences, conversations, interviews, and heated debates that allowed me to make this book a reality. I would like to specifically express gratitude to my representation at Collective 5 Entertainment. Johanna Deshomes, Jeff Rivera, Raquel Henderson, Lavelle Levette, my phenomenal editor, Brandon Priora, fact-checker Alexander Johnson, and Karen Hunter for blessing me with a platform when very few people believed in me. Also thanks to former and current Republicans who I interviewed, Sir Michael Singleton, Reginald Grant, Michael Steele, and several others who would only talk off the record. This book would not be possible without my teachers from many years ago at Rutgers University, Barbara Foley, Dr. Wendell Holbrook, and Dr. Zain Abdullah. It has been over a decade, but your passion for history and analysis changed my life. Thank you to my friends, family, and brilliant minds who gave me invaluable feedback. Keith Boykin, Laurie Daniel Favors, Qasim Rashid, Dr. Ted Johnson, Patrick Lim Washington, Jacoby Youngblood, Reese Colbert, Alan Orr, Richard Fowler, Antar Bush, Alexa Munoz, Charles Stein, Nicole Ray, Jeremiah Jones, Smriti Mudra, Shawnee Saxon, Andrew McCaskill, Amisha Cross, Ted Wynn, and Monroe France. Endless love to my mother and father who were always clear about race. They armed me with affirmations and passed on their life lessons, which I have never forgotten. Big thanks to the phenomenal work of great historians and educators and leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, Bayard Rustin, Eric Foner, Leah Wright Rigger, Joshua Farrington, Tim Wise, Lawrence Otis Graham, Julius E. Thompson, Philip Dre, Reverend Jesse Jackson, Reverend Al Sharpton, Jane Elliott, Roland Martin, Dr. Michael Eric Dyson, and Lerone Bennett Jr. Their work, whether in the classroom or on the streets, have helped to free people from dangerous misinformation. Lastly, to the original Black Republicans, the first progressives who saw a country where people of all backgrounds flourished, I hope I added to the work of the countless others who have attempted to rescue history from liars and snakes. The United Daughters of the Confederacy, William A. Dunning, D.W. Griffith, and too many others set this country back with their racist propaganda. Sadly, their lost cause narratives are resurfacing from Virginia to Florida to Texas, but we shall not be moved. The end. This is Clay Kane.